Shalom. This is chapter 5 in a series of videos consisting of 7 chapters, where I am warning about another pandemic that is coming, which is planned by the globalist elite for the very near future. In this video, I'm going to share a vast amount of medical evidence exposing the contents of the COVID vaccines that were not disclosed to the general public, and I'm going to show you what they do to the body and the role it is going to play in the next pandemic. The titles of Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, which are the first 2 videos in this series, are shown on the screen, and the links to them can be found in the description below this video, as well as for the videos of Chapter 3 and Chapter 4. Whilst we are sure that the next pandemic will definitely take place, we cannot be 100% sure of the timing until it unfolds. In Chapter 4 of this video series, which is the video with the title and link shown on the screen, which is highlighted in yellow, I shared evidence regarding the plans of the globalist elite that are outlined in various documents that they produced from the United Nations, the World Economic Forum, and other key global organizations concerning the fact that they were planning for the next pandemic to take place in the October-November period of 2025. Then I did another video as an update to Chapter 4, where I explained how and why the next pandemic was delayed to the potential time of starting in October-November 2027 and getting really bad globally between the March, April, May, June, July period of 2028. But again I emphasize that these are not dates that we are setting in stone to say that this is definitely when the next pandemic will take place. It is just a time period that the Holy Spirit seems to be pointing to watch out for in prayer. But we don't know the exact date that the pandemic will definitely unfold. The only reason that I've even been mentioning potential dates in my videos is because it is really helpful to have a rough idea of when the pandemic might potentially unfold. Because if, for example, the next pandemic is only going to happen around 2035, you could say, well, thanks for the heads up and the education about it. I'll keep it in mind and start making practical preparations closer to the time. But the important takeaway that is vital for you to grasp, rather than exact dates, is that the next pandemic is right on our doorstep. It's coming in the very near future, and now is the time that you need to start taking practical action to prepare for it, which is exactly what I'm aiming to equip you to do in all of these videos about the next pandemic. Again, the titles and links for all the previous chapters in this video series, where I am explaining everything that you need to know about the next pandemic, is in the description below this video. In the first video, I said that I have a 3-pronged approach in order to overcome the stigma of conspiracy theories, so that I can reveal the truth to you about the coming pandemic. I'm going to present solid medical evidence that is a culmination of over 20,000 hours of research by myself and teams of medical scientists and doctors all over the world, which is medical proof that can be verified, and it is medical evidence that is produced at what I believe is high standards of excellence according to the standards and protocols that medical research should be presented in the medical field. Secondly, through these videos, I've been backing up everything I say with scriptures that are relevant to the COVID pandemic, the vaccines, and the next pandemic to come, where God foretold and warned us in the Bible about these events that would unfold in this time that we are now in world history, because the Bible did prophesy about these things. It's not always immediately obvious. You have to dig a bit deeper into Scripture to discover it, and we've been having an amazing time doing that in the previous videos, which reveals some stuff that is truly mind-blowing. And then through these videos, I've been backing up what the Bible said about these matters by demonstrating to you how history has unfolded exactly how the Bible foretold that it would, and how what the Bible prophesied would take place has become a literal reality in our world today. In chapter 3, I gave an introduction to the medical detail of how the global elite will orchestrate the next pandemic with the nanotechnology that was injected into the bodies of the global population through the COVID vaccines. But now, in this video, and the videos to follow which make up chapter 5, is where I'm going to focus on the medical side in a lot more depth and detail, where I hope to explain it in simple language so that anybody can understand it, even without a medical background. And by the end of chapter 5, I would have presented solid medical evidence and proof that thoroughly backs up everything that I've been saying. Revelation 18 verse 23 says that by the sorceries of Babylon, all nations were deceived. That word sorcery used in this specific scripture is the Greek word pharmakeia, which means medication, pharmacy, a poison, or a toxin. In other words, Revelation 18 verse 23 warned that pharmaceutical deceptions would be employed to deceive the whole world in the end times. And in these videos, I've been showing you how this biblical prophecy has unfolded in reality in our world today, especially since the COVID pandemic in 2019 and the COVID vaccines that came with it. In order to be able to understand this next pandemic that is coming, in terms of being able to see it for what it really is, you need to first understand the agenda behind it. Because the agenda behind it is not a medical one, and it's not even primarily a political one. But believe it or not, it is actually a spiritual agenda. A very important detail in the scripture is the fact that it says that these pharmaceutical deceptions come from Babylon, which exists today in the form of Freemasonry. And in the previous videos, I have shown you how that is exactly the case in reality in our world today. Concerning how the international network of Freemasonry, who practice the mystery Babylon religion described in Revelation chapter 17, which is the Baal worship of Lucifer, the cult of Baal, are indeed the people who orchestrated the pandemic and who developed the nanotechnology in the COVID vaccines, which is intentionally designed to kill 95% of the global population. This is the greatest medical fraud and the greatest genocide in human history. And in chapter 3, and even more so in these videos that make up chapter 5, I'm going to show you the medical detail of how this genocide is going to unfold. But the statement that this is intended to kill 95% of the global population would sound too far-fetched, and it would sound like too unrealistic a conspiracy theory until you get educated about the religion, spiritual beliefs, goals, agenda, and strategies to reach those goals of the people who are behind these vaccines, which is the international network of Freemasonry. And so I spent a tremendous amount of time and many hours in the previous videos of this series, going into great depth and detail to explain to you exactly who and what is Mystery Babylon. Because once you get educated about Mystery Babylon, and you are equipped to recognize it everywhere in the world around us today, then you will see that you would have to have a mental illness, literally a psychiatric medical condition, not to be able to see the very real reality that the most powerful, richest globalist elite in our world today are very much capable of planning to eliminate 95% of the global population, and they already have carried out that plan. But I'm telling you all of this not to scare you and put fear into you. It's to prepare you. The value of the knowledge and insight that I'm giving you in this video series on the next pandemic is that it equips you with the wisdom and foresight that you need to prepare for it. And more importantly, to get yourself into a position where you and your loved ones are out of danger when this terrible event unfolds in the very near future. And it begins with getting educated about it. The knowledge in these videos builds on the background foundational knowledge shared in the previous videos. So it is really important that you watch the previous videos in this series in order to fully appreciate and gain the maximum benefit from the information shared in this video. So you can find the links to all the previous videos and the order in which to watch them in the description below this video under the title, All the Videos that Provide an Essential Education about Mystery Babylon. And lastly, before I begin with Chapter 5, I want to remind you of something extremely important that I told you in the last videos. There will come a point where, without warning, a whole lot of information will be wiped off the internet overnight, which is any information with truth-filled content that the globalist elite do not want people to know, and just about all of my videos fit that criteria. Which is why I am telling you that you must, without delay, download these videos about the next pandemic whilst you still have access to this information. Because I don't know how long it's going to be possible for these videos to stay on the internet, especially when the pandemic that this video speaks of unfolds. There is high risk of this video being removed, and it certainly won't be me who removes it. In the previous COVID pandemic, when people tried to get the truth out about the vaccines and so on, it was deleted on mainstream platforms such as YouTube, but it was still possible for people to upload them on alternative sites like Rumble, BitChute, etc., and send out the links and messages to people on WhatsApp, Telegram, Facebook, and so on. But in this coming pandemic, there is going to be a massive crackdown where they will make it nearly impossible to spread any information that is not in line with the mainstream narrative. Because remember that the same globalist elite who are behind the coming pandemic also own the media and all social media platforms. And recently, laws have been passed to allow governments to have access to WhatsApp, Telegram, and so on, in order to be able to suppress people spreading any information that they don't want out there in the next pandemic. On our website, you can click on this tab, which takes you to a page where you can download all the videos. But the easiest way is simply to go to a video downloader freely available on the internet. So for example, if you type in the words video downloader in Google, links to a whole list of free video downloaders appear. Click on one of them, and then it is as simple as copying and pasting the link to the video in a box like this, and then pressing the button to start downloading. So please take the time to download these videos, because you will definitely want to watch them again when the pandemic starts unfolding, and you will want to share this with your loved ones. But passing on this kind of information may eventually be reduced to passing it on from one hand to another with a flash stick or thumb drive or something like that. In this video, as I said, I'm going to share medical evidence and medical proof exposing the contents of the COVID vaccines. And I'm going to show you what the contents of these vaccines do to the body and the role it is going to play in the next pandemic. The pharmaceutical companies who manufactured and distributed the COVID vaccines were not honest with the general public about what is in the contents of these vaccines. Through this video and the videos to follow this one, I am going to show you solid medical evidence of undisclosed contents in the COVID vaccines, such as graphene oxide, toxic metals, and parasites, as revealed through photos and videos taken through an electron microscope by doctors all over the world who closely examined the contents of the vaccines. Now, straight away, I just want to say that if you had some of the COVID vaccine shots, you don't need to panic when you hear what this video has to reveal concerning the contents of the COVID vaccines and what they do to the human body. Because thankfully, as of the time of recording, which is June 2026, it's not too late. At the bottom of the homepage of our website, www.goldeneagles.africa, we have a guideline repentance prayer, which helps you to address the different ways that the nanotechnology in the vaccines affects a person's spirit, soul, and body. And the reason that something as simple as a heartfelt prayer of repentance works is because, as I previously said, the agenda behind all of this is not a medical one, and it's not even a political one. It is a spiritual agenda from the kingdom of darkness. It is a spiritual war for the souls of men. And that is why spiritual weapons like a sincere, heartfelt prayer of repentance works, in the sense that it can have physical effects that cancels out and removes the spiritual and physical effects of the nanotechnology in the COVID vaccines that I'm about to explain to you. The scripture that applies here is Ephesians 6 verse 12, which says, "For the weapons of our warfare are not against flesh and blood." In other words, not against flesh and blood people, but against the principalities and powers of darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil and wickedness in the heavenly supernatural sphere, which is the spiritual realm. So spiritual weapons, like applying the blood of Jesus of Nazareth through repentance, works against a demonic spiritual agenda. So that is where we still have hope. Because as 1 John 1 verse 9 in the Bible says, when we repent, the blood of Jesus of Nazareth, who I call Yeshua, can wash us clean from sin and righteousness and everything in our lives that is not from God. And so that is why you don't have to fear what you will be learning about in this video. Because this information equips you with the knowledge and understanding of exactly what is in the contents of the COVID vaccines, what it is currently doing to people's bodies, and what role it will play in the next pandemic, so that you will understand exactly what is going on when the next pandemic unfolds and why. And ultimately, this knowledge empowers you with the foresight and wisdom to take life-saving practical actions to get out of danger. And so it will enable you to avoid the terrible destructions that are soon coming when the next pandemic unfolds. And the first practical step is that this knowledge that I'm going to share with you in this video gives you the opportunity to repent, to nullify and cancel the effects of the nanotechnology from the COVID vaccines on your spirit, soul, and body before the next pandemic unfolds. But I do have to give you an upfront warning that what I'm going to reveal to you about the COVID vaccines is absolutely horrific. But don't react by putting your head in the sand. In other words, don't ignore this because it's hard to hear. I've heard several people say that, well, it's too late. I've already taken the COVID vaccine and I don't want to hear about all the bad stuff in it, because all it's going to do is unsettle me and make me stressed, so I'd rather not know about it. Well, in this case, unfortunately, ignorance is not bliss. In Hosea 6 verse 2, God said that his people perish for lack of knowledge, which is the whole reason that he called me to use medicine and ministry to educate the body of Christ concerning how the medical field is being used to serve the Antichrist agenda in the end times. And I would not tell you about all the harmful contents of the vaccines if there wasn't something that you can do about it to avoid the dangers coming down the road because of it, by taking some life-saving actions. The knowledge shared in this video and the next few videos to come is going to reveal to you how you can physically prepare yourself so that your body is strong to handle the physical onslaughts from the environment coming in the next pandemic, and so that you are spiritually strong and mentally and emotionally strong, ready, equipped, and prepared to be able to handle the rough and tough times coming when the next pandemic unfolds. But it starts with getting educated. You have to know the truth in order to understand how to deal with what is coming. Now, just like 95% of the general public had no clue about what is in the COVID vaccines, so also the majority of your normal everyday doctors had no idea what is going on in terms of the contents of these vaccines, the existence of the nanotechnology in them, and exactly how this nanotechnology works, and what it is programmed to do in the human body. But doctors and medical scientists from different walks of life all over the world, especially Christian doctors, have been slowly getting together and helping each other to try to figure out what is going on. And in this video and the videos to follow, I'm going to take you on the journey that different doctors have been on to discover exactly what we are dealing with in these COVID vaccines. And as I said, I have a lot of information and medical evidence to share with you concerning what we have so far. I could explain everything myself, but in these episodes, I've decided to include lots of video snippets of interviews with other doctors and medical scientists, so that you can see that I am not the only doctor revealing the truths that I need to show you regarding the deceptions of the COVID-19 pandemic and the vaccines that come with them, and how the COVID vaccines have set the foundation and structures in place for the next pandemic to unfold. There have been over 17,000 doctors around the world that have attempted to expose the truth. Now, obviously, I can't share all of them with you, but I've selected the best examples that I can find to put across the most important things that you need to know. In this video, you are not going to hear conspiracy theories. I'm going to share with you solid medical facts that are thoroughly backed up with medical evidence. As I go through this whole section, notice on the slides that there are an abundance of references to medical journals and medical research papers, backing up all the medical facts that I am presenting to you in this section. So in this video, you are going to learn more about medicine and nanotechnology than many of you ever wanted to know, but which has unfortunately become very necessary for you to know. But as I said, I will do my best to break everything down into simple language so that anybody without a medical background can easily understand it. Although this video is very long, I want to strongly encourage you to listen to this video in small amounts until you reach the very end. This is not going to entertain you, but its purpose is to educate you, with the high potential of saving your life down the line. The first content of the COVID vaccines that I'm going to expose to you in great detail with a tremendous amount of medical evidence is graphene oxide. But just before I can do that, we need to revise a few minutes of something I shared in Chapter 1 concerning a Freemason doctor who shares the spiritual beliefs and goals of the globalist elite. The death of 95% of the global population has also been systematically programmed by the International Network of Freemasonry to unfold chronologically in a very precise way based on a very specific ingredient in the vaccines called graphene oxide, which is not a conspiracy theory. It is well documented in the patents of the vaccines, and its presence in the jabs has been discovered by various medical researchers, the evidence of which I will share with you in a lot of detail in this video. This is an extract from a man called Stephen Fishman. It is titled, "How long do the vaccinated have to live?" I deferred this question to a friend of mine, Dr. Milo Kandarian, PhD, born in Corfu, Greece, 1938, who developed the patent for graphene oxide for use as a hematological bioweapon in 2015. In full transparency, Dr. Kandarian is what I call a genocidal globalist who follows Precept 10 of the Georgia Guidestones, which is very seldom discussed, stating, "Be not a cancer upon the earth, leave room for nature." Dr. Kandarian is a medical contributor to the World Health Organization and is also very supportive of Klaus Schwab and the Great Reset, ushering in one world digital currency, which is a secondary goal of the World Health Organization. Dr. Kandarian is of the opinion that 95% of the world's population are useless eaters who need to be euthanized as quickly as possible. Look at downtown Chicago, Baltimore, or Los Angeles, he has stated, and you will clearly see why the useless eaters must be put down like rabid dogs. He has expressed his disdain for infectious educators who promote critical race theory and is confident that the vaccine will put an end to human cancer upon the earth. Dr. Kandarian is an ardent supporter of Freemasonry's duty and obligation to rid the world of the plague of humanity. Yet, on a personal level, he and I share a passion for the same exotic dish served at Le Mans de Veur in Geneva, cream of hummingbird soup followed by elk tongue. We both are fans of Chef Gaston Serre de Rivières, who is a culinary genius. So I asked Milo, how can the vaccinated know with certainty how long they have to live once they've been jabbed? He presented me with the information called the end-of-cycle formula. He explained how easy it is to calculate. The power of simplicity, he said. There is a maximum cycle of 10 years from injection to end of cycle or death, he elaborated, and it is extremely easy to determine. He said any hematologist can see it within seconds under a microscope and even more readily under an electron microscope. By the way, in this video, I'm going to go into a lot of detail where I'm going to show you exactly what graphene oxide does to the red blood cells, and I have lots of photos to show you that were taken through an electron microscope of the graphene oxide in the jabs and what the graphene oxide does to the blood. But continuing with reading for now. The percentage of blood affected or contaminated with graphene oxide is the reciprocity of the end-of-cycle calculation, he divulged. In other words, an inoculee, as he calls anyone jabbed with the experimental use authorization, eugenics depopulation, lethal injection bioweapon, having 20% graphene oxide deterioration in their blood, barring any other input criteria, will live for 8 years, because 10 years less 20% or 10 minus 2 equals 8 years. Someone with 70% graphene oxide deterioration will not live more than 3 years, because 10 years less 70% or 10 minus 7 is 3. Graphene oxide, for those who are unaware, is the component of messenger RNA spike proteins and prions, which is at war with the heart, lungs, brain, and blood for oxygen. Graphene oxide is an oxygen sponge which deprives the body of necessary oxygen and causes many complications, including but not limited to anaphylactic shock, toxic blood clotting, fatal lung paralysis, mitochondrial cancer, and endothelial cancer. Dr. Milo Kandaran's viewpoint is much the same as Klaus Schwab, Bill Gates, and the big pharma CEOs. Let them all die. I asked Milo what the effect of a second and third shot and boosters do and how that changes the end of cycle table. Milo replied, "It's all measurable through hematological testing. The more shots and boosters the imbeciles get, the worse their blood will look under a microscope, and the quicker they will turn to fertilizer." Finally, I asked him how the plot to kill so many billions of people could be kept so secret by such a group of elites. His answer was, "You don't know much about Freemasonry, do you, Steve?" And there you have it. Again, Hosea 4 verse 6 says that God's people perish for lack of knowledge and because they've rejected knowledge. Because the body of Christ lacks knowledge about Freemasonry, over 80% of them ignored the warnings of the dangers of the jabs, dismissing them as conspiracy theories, because they are ignorant about Freemasonry. And therefore, like sheep to the slaughter, they walked straight into the life-threatening trap of the pharmaceutical deceptions of Mystery Babylon that Abba Father warned us about in Revelation 18 verse 23. And so again, that is why you need to watch all the videos listed in the description below this video under the title, all the videos that provide an essential education about Mystery Babylon, if you haven't watched them already. There are multiple methods by which the satanic psychopaths in the international network of Freemasonry are killing the general population through the vaccines. So I'm going to approach it like peeling an onion, one layer at a time, where I'm going to explain one lethal ingredient of the vaccines at a time, to show you how they intend to eliminate 95% of the world's population. In Chapter 3 of this video series, I explained about the nanorobot nanocarriers releasing lethal pathogens, bacteria and parasites that will cause the next pandemic, which will present with a Marburg or Ebola virus type of picture. In this video, I want to focus on another key killer ingredient in the COVID vaccines, which is graphene oxide. First of all, what is graphene oxide? This is one of the main key materials used in nanotechnology, which the International Network of Freemasonry is using to enslave the global population for the New World Order of the Antichrist. The occult is always symbolic in everything that they do. So in various ways, graphene is connected to 666, which both the Bible and the occult associates with the Antichrist. Graphene is made up of carbon, which is the sixth element in the periodic table, because a carbon atom consists of 6 electrons. Graphene is made up of 6 carbon atoms that are arranged in a 6-sided hexagonal shape to form a sheet of graphene that is only 1 atom thick. And then graphene oxide and graphene hydroxide is made by adding oxygen and hydrogen. Graphene looks like black powder. Graphene has a lot of very useful advantages. For example, it's very light but extremely strong, yet flexible. It is a very good conductor of heat and electricity, and it is very efficient at storing energy. And all of these characteristics are relevant to the nanotechnology that we are going to discover is in the COVID vaccines.
It may not look like it, but I'm creating one of the strongest and most versatile materials on Earth: graphene. You've probably heard buzz about it. Graphene made big waves back in 2004, and it's knocked around science news ever since.
A global race for graphene.
You know, it's not just limited to one little thing.
One
it
of the
seems to be
greatest
extraordinary.
discoveries
Graphene
of the
could be
21st
the
century.
key to a lot of mind-blowing technology.
What is graphene, and why is it so amazing? One of the things that makes graphene so cool is that it's the thinnest material you can imagine. It's just 1 atom thick. This means this material is mathematically two-dimensional, and you can still hold this single layer of atoms in your hands. Doesn't that blow your mind?
Wow!
Surprisingly, graphene isn't a unique or rare substance. In fact, it has the same carbon structure as the graphite you use every day when you draw or write with your pencil. But at the same time, in 0.03 inches of graphite, there are about 3 million graphene layers.
You can stretch and pull on it, and in fact, a good way to visualize it is that if you had a big enough sheet of pure graphene, you could hold up a soccer ball on just 1 atomic layer, and that's insane.
Joseph Meany is an analytical chemist who co-authored a book about the promise of graphene. He explained to us that graphene is just carbon, like coal or graphite or diamond. The difference is in how the carbon atoms are bonded together, and in the unique shape that the material takes.
So it's just a single atom sheet. There's no Z dimension to speak of in graphene. And these atoms of carbon are arranged in interlocking or tessellated hexagons, kind of like a chicken wire. The bonds between the carbon atoms are actually extremely strong.
It's impossibly light, yet incredibly strong. It's flexible, and it's a highly efficient conductor of electricity.
Graphene is incredibly stretchy. It can stretch as much as 25% of its length. This material is also really stiff. Actually, it's the hardest material people know about, even harder than diamonds, and that says a lot. In fact, nothing less than an elephant balancing on a sharpened pencil will be able to pierce graphene. Despite being two-dimensional, graphene can still be seen, and you don't even need to bother with a microscope. This single layer of atoms is perfectly visible to the naked eye. One more great thing about graphene is its relationship with electricity. This material carries electricity more quickly, more precisely, and more efficiently than any other known material. The reason is that the current density of graphene is many million times better than that of copper. As for its intrinsic mobility, it's much better than silicon. Thus, electrons have no resistance when they move through graphene. As a result, people can potentially use graphene to produce batteries that will have 10 times the electrical retention capacity of anything we have today. How can graphene be used? There are countless opportunities that graphene can provide to humanity. Drinkable ocean water. Graphene may be the answer to the water crisis many countries are facing. If we make membranes from graphene, they would be able to let water through while filtering out salt at the same time. This would be a revolution in desalination technology. Such membranes can also purify water. In fact, in 2018, scientists from Australia's Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation made seawater drinkable after just a single use of a particular form of graphene called Graphair. Dong Han So, one of the researchers, said that this technology can make any water drinkable, no matter how dirty it is. Super strong body armor. One layer of graphene is impressive enough. Can you imagine what you could achieve with 2 layers of this super material? Nothing short of incredibly strong body armor. Researchers from Georgia Tech have recently demonstrated how 2 atomic layers of graphene managed to remain intact after scientists tried to perforate them with a diamond tip. Recharging gadgets. New batteries based on graphene will be able to recharge incredibly quickly. It will be possible for them to go from empty to full in just 15 minutes. What's more, they can be charged more than 3,500 times. That's pretty impressive for a regular battery. I can't even keep my phone charged for a day. Flexible smartphone displays. If producers start to use graphene in gadget manufacturing, we might end up with smartphones that can bend in any direction. One of graphene's main properties is its flexibility. Thus, electronics based on graphene technology will inherit the same trait. Glowing wallpaper. Graphene may be the reason why light bulbs become a thing of the past. Thin glowing wallpaper with graphene-based electrode technology will provide pleasant and adjustable lighting for houses. In addition, such lighting will also be much more energy efficient than modern light bulbs.
There's a new development that has come on in the latest decades or so, and that is the ability of using basic sciences like physics, chemistry, combined to material science, and we are able now to atom by atom design new materials with designer functionalities. And today I'll talk about the ultimate material. So it's all about one layer of atoms and it's known as graphene. Graphene is amazing. It's the material of superlatives. It's best in everything. It's only one atom thick or thin. This material is the strongest material we know. It's stronger than diamond. Diamond isn't stable. It will fall into graphene if you just excite it with a little bit of energy over a threshold. So graphene or graphite is actually the stable form of carbon. And being the strongest, it's still flexible. It has other properties. It's the best thermal conductor. It carries heat extremely well. It's one of the best electrical conductors. It carries charge extremely well. And on top of this, it's transparent, so it lets light through. And now, of course, you can start playing around, combining properties or exploring special properties as far as you can. And this is something that we know of as translational nanotechnology. And I show you 4 examples, and I'll go into 3, perhaps a little bit more in depth. The first one you see up in the left corner is the possibility of making flexible, transparent electronics. And this is a bit of science fiction. I would take up a roll of plastic. It would look like it's transparent, and I'll get today's news of whatever I'm subscribing. I get a movie, I get whatever. So you can have a piece of material which is flexible and still communicating. So it's just a new way of communication and information processing. So ICT, that's information, communication, and technology, basically. That's short for that. We have another one, which is down in the corner, and you see an airplane there. And as graphene is so strong, you can put it into composites. And it's not only strong, it's extremely light. And this is quite important, because now you can make big chunks of this material and put it into, let's say, the body of an airplane. You cut the weight by a lot, and the fuel cost will go down, and you can just do other kinds of vehicles, basically. Up in the right corner, you see a face of a small car which is plugged in, and we all know about that we want to have electrical cars to cut all the emissions and so on. And graphene is essential in that, because it has promise of making very effective batteries and supercapacitors. That's batteries that load very quickly. There is an idea of having supercapacitors to drive Elfsnabben, you know, the little boat going across here. Basically, every time it docks, fueling up with electricity and shooting back and fueling up again. Nowadays, you know that if I want to take my iPhone or my car, I need to spend hours to get it loaded. Now you could do it in a few minutes. And then one thing which is very interesting, you see the picture here, you see a DNA strand, and it's going through a hole which is made in graphene. And the idea here is that pulling it slowly through the graphene mesh, you could sequence the DNA and understand more. There were 4 scientific articles that came out the same week with the same kind of picture.
So at the end, you heard that graphene can even be used to sequence DNA. Whilst graphene has amazing uses for electronics and technology like cell phones, computer and TV screens, and manufacturing aeroplanes and other vehicles, when it is put inside the human body, like what has been done with the COVID vaccines, it has catastrophic consequences. Remember that a sheet of graphene is as thin as one carbon atom. So imagine what damage this razor blade thin material will be doing to a person's body as the body accumulates graphene oxide. This was explained in November 2021 by a German doctor called Dr. Andreas Nauck, who did his doctoral thesis on graphene oxide and graphene hydroxide. He worked with a world-leading carbon products manufacturer who was at the forefront of experimentation and application of graphene. In this video, Dr. Andreas Nauck explains the mechanism by which graphene oxide causes damage to the body.
Also da gibt es einen Professor von der Universität Almeria, das ist Professor Dr. Paolo Campa Madrid. Der hat eben diese Impfstoffe auf Graphenoxid untersucht. Mit Raman, mit Mikroraman-Spektroskopie. Da untersuchst du Schwingungen. Eben, da gibt es Schwingungsbanden. Diese beiden Schwingungsbanden sind einfach wichtig. Und da sieht man, dass es kein Graphenoxid ist, sondern Graphenhydroxid. Ich möchte euch mal erklären, was dieses Graphenhydroxid tatsächlich ist. Das ist monolagige Aktivkohle. Du hast da diese C6-Ringe. Er hat die in allen Proben gefunden. Also jede Ecke ist ein Kohlenstoffatom. Du kannst dir vorstellen, wenn das nanoskalisch ist, wenn es von hier nach da, ich unterbreche das hier mal so ein bisschen, dann hast du da, wenn es 50 Nanometer ist, 500 Ringe quasi in Reihe. Und hier oben hast du OH-Gruppen. Das normale Graphenoxid hast du eine Hydroxygruppe, einen doppelgebundenen Sauerstoff, und hier hast du jetzt eine OH-Gruppe. Und das Ganze ist, da hast du die Elektroden delokalisiert. Das heißt, die Elektronen sind vollständig beweglich. Das Ding ist, ich sag mal, 500, also 50 Nanometer lang, aber nur 0,1 Nanometer dick. Diese Strukturen, diese C6-Strukturen sind extrem stabil. Du machst aus solchen Strukturen, kannst du Bremsscheiben herstellen. Die sind biologisch nicht mehr abbaubar. Solche Strukturen im nanoskalischen Bereich kannst du am besten als Rasierklinge darstellen. Das sind eigentlich Rasierklingen, die da in den Körper gespritzt werden. Nanoskalische, extrem kleine Rasierklingen sind quasi nur eine Atomlage dick und relativ breit und hoch. Das sind Rasierklingen, die biologisch nicht mehr abbaubar sind. Du hast jetzt hier diese OH-Gruppen und die spalten ein Proton ab. Wenn die ein Proton abspalten, dann kriegst du hier eine negative Ladung. Diese negative Ladung ist über das ganze System verteilt. Das ist eine Art Säure, ein Säureplättchen. Weil es dann negativ geladen ist, löst sich das oder es suspendiert sehr gut in Wasser. Das ist eine Suspension. Und das heißt, das sind Rasierklingen, die sehr homogen in der Flüssigkeit verteilt sind. Und das ist das, ich sag mal, aus meiner Sicht eine Art russisch Roulette. Also bei der Dame sieht man das extrem. Es zerschneidet die Blutgefäße. Die Blutgefäße haben auf der Innenseite Epithelzellen. Und das Epithel ist extrem glatt, das ist spiegelglatt. Und es wird jetzt durch diese Rasierklingen zerschnitten. Das ist das Gefährliche. Wenn du mit der Spritze ein Blutgefäß triffst, eine Vene triffst, dann zirkulieren diese Rasierklingen hervorragend im Blut und zerschneiden das Epithel. Die Blutgefäße werden zerschnitten. Das Gemeine daran ist, dass bei toxikologischen Tests diese Tests in Petrischalen durch und da findest du nichts. Diese Strukturen sind die schärfsten Strukturen, die du dir vorstellen kannst, weil sie aus einer Atomlage besteht. Und das ist einfach ein riesengroßes Molekül, was extrem scharf ist. Ich bin Aktivkohlespezialist. Ich habe in diesem Bereich gerade auch, wie du jetzt so aus diesen Graphene Graphenhydroxid machst, damit habe ich gearbeitet in meiner Promotion. Ich bin zum weltgrößten Aktivkohlehersteller gegangen und ich war dann nach einem Jahr zuständig für New Carbon Product. Wir hatten neue Aktivkohleprodukte in unserem Portfolio. Wir hatten so eine kleine Firma in Hooten-String zwischen Newcastle und Durham in England gekauft. Und ich war europaweit zuständig für New Carbon Products. Ich war im Application Scouting. Opfer zu analysieren, zu obduzieren, die finden nichts, weil die ganzen Toxikologen machen ihre Tests in Petrischalen. Ja, die kommen aber nicht drauf, dass es solche Strukturen gibt, die die Blutgefäße zerschneiden. Du siehst Bilder, wo irgendwie das Blut irgendwie verstockt aus der Nase rausläuft. Die Menschen verbluten innerlich. Ich sag mal, gerade diese Spitzensportler, die tot umfallen, da fließt das Blut sehr schnell. Das heißt, je schneller das Blut fließt, desto stärker der Schaden dieser Rasierklingen. Als Chemiker, wenn du das ins Blut spritzt, dann weißt du, dass du ein Mörder bist. Das ist ein neues Material. Die Toxikologen haben das nicht auf dem Schirm. Auf einmal macht es Sinn, dass diese Opfer so aussehen. Ja, und dass Spitzensportler mit einem hohen Blutstrom, die kerngesund sind, auf einmal tot umfallen. Und man sieht halt die Menschen, die direkt nach der Impfung noch so auf dem Impfstuhl, im Ruheraum, wenn die da kollabieren und da auf dem Boden rumzappeln, die haben bei diesem russisch Roulette einfach Pech gehabt, weil bei denen hat man wahrscheinlich eine Vene getroffen. Die Frage, die man einfach stellen muss, die man den Politikern stellt oder die man den Ärzten stellt, die Ärzte einem Konzern Pfizer stellen müsste. Warum sind da diese Rasierklingen drin? Und jetzt wollen sie die Kinder ab 5 Jahre zur Impfpflicht bringen.
What he explained is extremely important. So since he was speaking in German, I just want to highlight the main points that he mentioned to make sure that you get it. Basically, since the graphene hydroxide is a long molecule that is only 1 atom thick, it is essentially a razor blade that is the sharpest structure imaginable. So when it is pumped around the body in the bloodstream, it will be physically cutting and damaging everything that it touches. This is horror movie material. Imagine having these micro cuts all over your body. The inner lining of our blood vessels has a layer called the endothelium that is made up of endothelial cells. The endothelium is extremely smooth like a mirror, and it is cut up by these graphene hydroxide razor blades, which is what makes it extremely dangerous, because these razor blades will circulate in the blood and cut up the endothelium. Now that the inner lining of the blood vessels is no longer smooth like a mirror, but is now full of cuts, as the blood flows along this rough, jagged blood vessel wall, it will cause lots of little blood clots to form in the blood, which is part of the reason why the blood of vaccinated people looks dirty when you put it on a petri dish, because the small micro blood clots in the blood make the blood look like it has lots of grains of sand in it. Or another way to describe it is that the blood of vaccinated individuals looks like it has lots of finely ground grains of coffee in it, which is hundreds of tiny little blood clots, as these funeral embalmers explain.
When I was talking to Dr. Ken Thorpe, he was more concerned about the little tiny clots that he called microclots. And when I asked him about microclots, I was like, let me explain. Sometimes when I'm seeing the blood, it looks like the blood is dirty. Almost like it has little fine grains of sand, or almost like fine grains of coffee grounds. The reason why he's more concerned about those is because they will go undetected and they can get lodged up in capillaries and end up slowly starving organs of the oxygen that it needs. So what I did is I captured some blood that looked dirty. It's clouding it up, but see, I wanted you to see the specks that are floating around. Here we go.
It looks like rust.
It does. Look at it, like, see, you can almost see that they're like stringy looking.
The first time I seen something that what I would describe as a different type of blood than I had ever seen, consistency of blood, was on a younger lady that was in a car accident. And I noticed onto the table as we were getting a little bit of drainage from her that her blood looked as if it was, the only way to describe it is blood on beach sand. It was sticking to the table.
I began noticing strange things with the blood, looking like it had coffee grinds or sand in it, to complete separation, like a clear orangish fluid, and then clots coming later, like the blood had almost separated. And of course, then there are the fibrin structures that we get, and it doesn't matter if it's a young or old person.
Blood flows to the lungs to get oxygen, and then the blood is pumped to the rest of the body by the heart, out through the main blood vessel called the aorta, which then splits into smaller and smaller arteries until the arteries split into tiny blood vessels called capillaries, which supply oxygen and nutrients to tissues all over the body. The microclots in the blood of vaccinated individuals are dangerous because they go undetected and they block the tiny capillaries, slowly starving organs and body parts of the oxygen that it needs. And eventually you can end up with dead areas of tissue and skin, such as a person's fingertips, which will then eventually have to be amputated. So since the graphene hydroxide is a long molecule that is only 1 atom thick, it is essentially a razor blade that is the sharpest structure imaginable. And when it is pumped around the body in the bloodstream, it will be physically cutting and damaging anything that it touches, including the smooth endothelium wall of the blood vessels. Now that the inner lining of the blood vessels is no longer smooth like a mirror, but is now full of cuts, as the blood flows along this rough, jagged blood vessel wall, it will cause lots of little blood clots to form in the blood. And those little blood clots can eventually grow into big blood clots. But at the same time, the person is also bleeding to death on the inside, which is why you will, for example, see a person bleeding from the nose with coagulated blood and blood clots coming out of them at the same time. Not only can they bleed out of their eyes, ears, nose, and every orifice, but they will eventually be massively bleeding on the inside as well. And so this may play a role in the next pandemic, which will probably have a clinical picture of people bleeding out of every orifice and eventually bleeding to death. The micro blood clots that the razor-sharp graphene oxide causes is also why top athletes with high blood circulation suddenly drop dead. The faster the blood flows, the more damage the razors will do. And this is a very stealthy bioweapon, because when doctors do an autopsy, they won't be able to see what really caused the death. It's not going to cross the mind of doctors who do autopsies that there are structures only 1 atom thick that can cut up the blood vessels. It is a new material. Toxicologists and most normal doctors in conventional mainstream medicine are not even aware of it yet. Toxicological tests are done in petri dishes, and there you will not find anything because you need much more sophisticated equipment than that. In order to see a structure that is less than 1 nanometer thick. Remember to comprehend in your mind how small 1 nanometer is. If you look at 1 millimeter on a ruler, 1 million nanometers can fit into a 1 millimeter space. And the size of the graphene oxide razors are less than 1 nanometer. In other words, less than 1 millionth of a millimeter that you see on a ruler. It is only 0.1 nanometers thick. So it's an ideal weapon for mass depopulation, because most doctors around the world in normal conventional medicine won't see what is really killing the people. And as Dr. Andreas Nelk said, as a chemist, if you inject this into a person, you know that you are a murderer, because you know that this is going to kill the person. So this is not a mistake. This is intentional murder. It is genocide by design. On the 26th of November 2021, just hours after publishing this video about graphene hydroxide in the vaccines, Dr. Andreas Nelk was murdered. Although you are receiving all of this information for free through these videos that are freely available online, realize that the knowledge and insights that you are blessed to receive here in this video has come at a very high price for others who have put literally everything on the line, including risking their lives and the lives of their loved ones to share this with you. Many doctors who have researched what is in the vaccines and done their best to warn as many people as possible have been murdered, and I'm going to tell you more about that later in this video. But first you need to understand this very important ingredient in the COVID vaccines, which is graphene oxide. Here is a video from early on in the COVID pandemic when the vaccines had just been released and the doctors and researchers in mainstream medicine were studying the contents of the COVID vaccine vials to try to find out what is in them. And here is Dr. Jane Ruby, who has been a pharmaceutical researcher for 20 years, who explains what a team of Spanish researchers found concerning graphene oxide.
Conversations continue to surround this injection being falsely referred to as a vaccine. And of course, digging always is Dr. Jane Ruby. She joins us now. You have uncovered something. You have been paying attention to these Spanish researchers. We have talked about graphene oxide, but you are now here willing and ready to say that this is 100% proof that this is nothing but mass poisoning, mass murder, genocide.
Well, Stu, I'm not going to say that it's 100% proof, because even the researchers themselves are aware of their limitations. But let me say this. We now have the English translated version. It's been verified by a number of sources that it is the closest translation we can get. And I've read through it. I based my career on reading scientific papers, studies, interim analyses, things like this in pharmaceutical drug development. And I want to tell you that I'm very, very concerned, and everybody else better be concerned too. If these researchers follow through, and I believe they will, with another 100 vials, which I believe they already have completed, they just haven't put the entire report together. From their preliminary report, the group is called La Quinta Columna, the fifth column, and they are associated with the University of Almeria. But what they did was they got a Pfizer vial. They had someone in law enforcement who is willing to step forward and verify the chain of custody. It was a sealed vial with Pfizer markings on it with a lot number. I'm going to read to you. It had an expiration date of August of 2021. They followed the instructions to dilute it appropriately into 6 doses from that vial. And Stu, here's the shocking information. When they examined it, and you've already heard that they examined it under regular microscope and electron microscope, and they came up with those really ugly pictures of those bulbous pictures with the black mesh intertwined. Here's the ratio of what they found in those vials in each dose. Each dose, Stu, the RNA, there was RNA material in there. And it was at the amount of, and don't worry about the metrics, the measure units, because it's the ratio that's important. Out of each dose, there were 6 nanograms per UL of RNA. Do you know how much graphene oxide was in there? 747 nanograms. Do the math, my friends. That is a percentage of 99.99103%. It's virtually 99.99% graphene oxide. And let me share this with you. There's a study I want to call everyone's attention to, and I've given it to your producers, Stu. The title is called Toxicity of Graphene Family Nanoparticles, a General Review of Origins and Mechanisms. And in this article, and this is really, really of concern, it indicates, and I've given you a picture that's very complex looking, but it's actually a simplistic depiction of what happens when these graphene sheets that these investigators found in the Pfizer vial, when they get into your system and when they start to penetrate your cells, which they have a lipid nanoparticle that pushes them into your cells. You get oxidative stress. You know, you're always worried about taking your antioxidant pills. Well, this is the oxidative stress that you're taking it against and to protect yourself from. It destroys literally everything inside the cell. It explodes the mitochondria. It creates a situation where your body is on a 10 alarm, like a 10 alarm, fire truck, and inflammation, cytokines, chemokines, this incredibly violent, if you will, inflammatory storm comes in. And it has particular affinity for creating acute inflammation of the lungs. It creates an inflammatory storm in cardiac tissue and in brain tissue. Stu, this is going to tie directly to strokes, to the heart attacks, and we're giving this to pregnant mothers and babies. This is really something everybody's got to start paying attention to.
Okay, so I have a question. I'm just a lay guy over here. You're the expert. Graphene oxide, is it a poison?
It is most definitely a poison.
Okay, and these people have found, these Spanish researchers have found that over 99% of the Pfizer vaccine is graphene oxide. Is that right?
That is correct. Stu, there's no other reason for this to be in here except to murder people.
Okay, so then going back to, and I'm not a lawyer, but I am going to cross-examine you a little bit here. Going back to my opening question, you're here to definitively say that this is mass poisoning, and you're saying, no, I can't say that it's proof. What is your hesitancy?
My hesitancy, great question. My hesitancy is just the general limitations. All good researchers list at the end of their analyses a list of limitations. These researchers are very, very professional. The limitations are they want to be able to show a tighter chain of custody. They claim that they have upwards of another 100 vials. And so hopefully they have the chain of custody for that. They are using like a spectroscopy kind of approach in these electron microscopes, which means they're differentiating using light with the way they know light behaves over graphene oxide in industrial publications. So they are going to run literally hundreds more tests on this particular vial to make sure they actually get a chemical analysis that is 100% graphene oxide. Right now, it looks like it. You've seen the pictures. I also provided those to you and your producers. You've seen those photos. You've got a 3-photo side by side that I provided. Those are different magnifications, and they're compared to verified graphene oxide in industrial publications. So we do have the pictures, but they want to go one step further, and they want to show us that these are are chemically confirmed, depictions or reality. And so they're going to verify all of that. Stu, if this is true, and if the rest of the companies that are pushing these jabs, all 4 of the companies in the US are filled 99% with this toxic industrial chemical, I don't know what to say to you, but everybody better shut everything down right now. This is really dangerous.
It's horrific. I get chills listening to this. I don't know why the media is not picking any of this up. I mean, they're in on it. They want you dead. They're part of the murder plot. This is ridiculous. They want to push this into our kids. They want to put this graphene oxide directly into the... All right, let me ask you a question. Aside from premeditated murder, what might be another motivation for one to fill another person's body, their entire makeup, with this graphene oxide? What else does this stuff do other than poison and kill people?
The only other explanation I could come up with as a scientist myself is that this is a mass, uninformed, without consent, global experiment, because they've never been able to get this into humans on an experimental basis. No human subjects review board would ever approve a protocol with this stuff in it. They've done this study that I just showed you that was done in 2016, toxicity of graphene. It's been used extensively in animals, and they say it does relate to the amount that you put in there. But Stu, there's no other reason to have something that's comprising 99% of the injection to have this toxic material in it. If the ratio was reversed and it was 99% RNA, which would be way too much RNA, but the point is, and maybe 0.008% of the graphene oxide, you might say, well, maybe there's some therapeutic, but still it's never been used in humans, much less babies and pregnant women.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go back to the talking points of the media, because this is interesting also. I want to address this. So at the beginning of this thing, when they first rolled this thing out, when they first approved it for this emergency use, right? Or authorized it. I shouldn't say approved. That's disregard that. It's not approved.
Correct. Authorized.
When they authorized this for emergency use, the efficacy and all this other stuff was broadcast everywhere. Fake, false lies, complete lies. They said that this thing killed the coronavirus, known as COVID-19, 98.6% success rate, whatever. How can they prove that? I mean, what was that, just a lie? Did they just make up an arbitrary number? Is that documented anywhere? I mean, does this thing really delete or combat the SARS-CoV-2 virus?
Stu, I'm going to go back to the beginning. The PCR test is a fraud perpetrated by Christian Drosten and Ulfert Lant. The coronavirus SARS-CoV-2 has never been isolated. Its protein sequences have never been demonstrated or validated. No one can prove to us that it ever really existed. Did something exist last year? Does something flying around now that's a flu and lots of different versions of the common cold? Yes, yes, and yes. But no one's ever proven or shown verified an isolate of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. That's number one. And I want to add one more thing. These Spanish researchers in this group said that when you look at the different symptoms of SARS, whatever was the SARS-CoV-2 from last year, or a few residual cases now, they are all symptoms that would also be caused by excess graphene oxide in your body. The storm in the lungs, if you inhale, and by the way, they're preparing a preparation right now, these companies, of an inhalant version of this, quote, vaccine. And God help us, Stu, because it's more potent. It goes right into the lungs and it creates a pulmonary storm of pneumonia right away. And you're going to see, if they get this into emergency use authorization, you're going to start seeing respiratory flash pneumonias and rapid deaths.
And nobody will associate it or tie it to this vaccine. Nobody in the mainstream media, nobody on the liberal left, nobody will acknowledge, oh my goodness, look at this. Look at this influx of respiratory. It's sick. It's totally wrong. You said that there was no board. I forget what it was that you said that would have authorized this if this was widely broadcast, this graphene oxide. What was it that you said? Nobody would have done what?
Since the Nuremberg trials, you cannot experiment on human beings, regardless of the drug, the
disease.
That's what it was, yes. You cannot do it without the approval of a human subjects review board.
Okay,
That's an independent board that approves your protocol and your informed consent. which no one's ever seen a real informed consent for these jabs.
That's what I was going to ask you. So this independent review board, whoever they might be, they probably have no idea because they don't know what's in it, because nobody does. Is it possible that Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, AstraZeneca, all these people who are sending out, all these vials to all these pharmacies, which we have seen pharmacists showing up, these leaflets are blank, these inserts are blank, nobody knows what's in this thing. It's impossible to give proper informed consent because nobody knows what's in it. Nobody knows what the potential side effects are because those things would all be listed right here, and this page is left intentionally blank. Is it possible that nobody knows, other than the manufacturer, what is really inside this thing? And that the manufacturer was directed by the likes of Anthony Fauci and Bill Gates as to exactly what formula to use to create this, as Dr. John McGreevy indicated, that these people are intentionally trying to kill you. They're trying to murder you. They have the technology and they have the recipe for disaster, and they are intentionally pushing this on the American people to thin the herd, to control the population, to make men sterile, to make women infertile.
Yep. There's also some information coming in, and we're going to see more and more of it, and we're going to talk about it, of the fact that when you get your body filled with enough graphene oxide, it is with the warmth of your body, and if it's oxygenated if it draws the oxygen into it, that it can be manipulated, and your body can be affected by the vibrations. I'm not an electrical expert, from the 5G network, which we haven't even seen completely set up and rolled out yet. And so there's a lot of concern around that. At that point, that will just be the residual people who haven't died from their lung or heart disease from this excess toxic chemical. So stay tuned.
I have hours of questions that I could ask you, but as you know how this TV radio thing goes, we have to pay.
Don't take it. Just wait.
Just wait. Absolutely. You have coined the hashtag, and it seems to be catching on. I hope people heed that advice. Dr. Jane Ruby, she's a 20-year international health economist and pharmaceutical researcher. You can find her drjaneruby.com. By the way, if you have questions for her, or if you have tips or stories, if you want to be a whistleblower, you can trust Dr. Jane. You can reach her in her private and encrypted email, drjaneruby@protonmail.com. Again, that's drjaneruby@protonmail.com.
One of the important points Dr. Jane Ruby mentioned is that they found that there is a small amount of mRNA in the vaccine vials, but its contents are made up of 99.99% graphene oxide. And as Dr. Jane Ruby says, there is no other reason for the graphene oxide to be in there except to murder people. And then the last important point that Dr. Jane Ruby mentioned towards the end of the video is that when a person's body is filled with a lot of graphene oxide, it can be affected by the vibrations from the 5G network. We already know that 5G signals can generate electrical current from inside the body, even from a significant distance. An important article authored by Dr. Joseph Mercola and published in Children's Health Defense reveals that 5G cell signal radiation results in measurable biological and chemical changes inside the human body. Whilst the mainstream media are desperate to cover it up, a peer-reviewed study published in 2022 also revealed that cell phone signals can be used to release biological or chemical payloads from graphene oxide. And remember, graphene oxide was introduced into the human body by the COVID jabs. Connecting the dots on all of this, 5G signals can be used to generate low voltage inside the human body, causing graphene oxide molecules to release predetermined payloads inside the body. But payloads of what? It can be used to release medical drugs into the human body, using a cell phone to activate it to release those drugs. And it can also be used to release pathogens into the human body, like I explained to you earlier in Chapter 3 of this video series. Or anything that the global elite want to release into the bodies of the global population without their knowledge or consent. This next video that I'm going to show you reveals how graphene reacts to an active telephone call and how graphene oxide behaves in an electromagnetic field, where all the molecules connect together to build more complex structures.
For those who don't know what graphene is, the clip on your screen shows how graphene reacts to an active telephone, followed by some information regarding this new material. Notice that when the phone is not in a call, the graphene particles don't move. It's only when a call is made that the graphene reacts and begins to move. Imagine this happening in a human body.
Интересно, в голове у нас то же самое творится. Когда я первый раз это обнаружил, даже страшно стало. Ну все, я выключаю. Вот, пожалуйста.
As soon as the call is ended, the graphene stops moving.
Как только мы опять звоним, вот он пошел вызов.
Now he makes another call, and the graphene begins to move again. Since every single shot manufactured by the 4 Jewish pharmaceutical firms contain graphene oxide, this would imply that the more shots a person gets, the more of this material is in their body, which can then connect and behave, just like in this clip, which would result in injury to the person. The next video shows how graphene oxide behaves in an electromagnetic field. Notice that the individual particles join together to form strings of graphene. For people who do not know, the human body has its own electromagnetic field, and the strongest part is the heart, which has a magnetic field radius of approximately 1.5 meters, 6 feet. I wonder how this would affect the graphene oxide, or what happens when a person injected with graphene oxide is close to an electromagnetic field. Is this part of the reason why we are seeing very long blood clots being pulled out of people, both alive and dead? Are those people close to a strong electromagnetic field, just before they have the blood clot, which results in stroke or death? There have been at least 4 independent analyses around the world, of the graphene oxide in the vials/shots, which confirm this type of behavior in the poisonous fluid contained in the shots.
Graphene oxide has a clotting factor that increases the number of clots that form in the body, meaning it increases thrombogenicity or thrombus proliferation. The ultimate consequence of thrombi, which is blood clots, is all kinds of cardiovascular accidents, such as embolisms, where a clot blocks a blood vessel in the lungs with life-threatening consequences. Ischemia, where blood flow to the heart is reduced or blocked, leading to heart attacks. Strokes, where a blood vessel to the brain is blocked. Aneurysms, where blood vessels burst, etc. In this next video, Karen Kingston, who is a former Pfizer employee, explains how you can see graphene oxide in the patents of the vaccines. And she shares that what caused her to start speaking out is that when she looked at the patents of these so-called vaccines, they read as a bioweapon intended to kill people and not as a vaccine.
So what led you to come and speak out with the information that you're currently talking about?
Well, I think everyone who works in the industry and understands viruses and pandemics, from the get-go, we probably saw back in March of last year that it seemed like we were getting set up for a vaccine rollout. And, that was suspicious, but nothing too alarming. It's kind of like, well, this is Big Pharma doing their thing again. And, and when I looked at the data, I was like, okay, it's a palliative treatment, and which isn't a vaccine, and that is what it is. But when they started saying they wanted to go and inject children whose natural immune system is far superior than any vaccine or product could be. I mean, just their natural immune response, you couldn't make something statistically or clinically superior to that. That was when a red flag went off. And I thought I would just start investigating more of the data that I could find online from the FDA filings, as well as, some of the studies that were done to just prove that it wasn't necessary for children to get injected. And when I found the patents, I was very alarmed because they didn't read as a vaccine. They read as a bioweapon, basically. And then I went back and I found some of the original studies where they used bat coronaviruses and spiked them, if you will. They used they created these chimeric superviruses using HIV glycoproteins and the GAG protein. And it was very alarming and upsetting. And when I realized what Americans were making themselves susceptible to, it was an anchor around my heart. So I put together a 2-page email with all the references and the studies and the patents, and I sent it out to about 30 or so media outlets and influencers.
Wow, well, that's fantastic. And I'm so glad that you decided to make this important contribution. So let's get right into the vaccine technology. And if you could bring up the first slide, please. So this is a representation of the ingredients in the vaccines. And I know that Karen, you expressed some serious concern about one particular ingredient. And if you look at the slide here, it's the longest names. It has crazy names, these chemicals. But if you could go to slide 2, Karen, why don't you tell us a little bit about the so-called lipid nanoparticles?
Sure. And if you're looking at the ingredient slide, it's that, 80 or so alphanumeric name that ends in the 2000, the PEG 2000. That stands for polyethylene glycol 2000. You can find that listed in the Moderna patent. I think it's on page 29 or 30 of the Moderna patent. And so basically the lipid nanoparticles are made up of 4 lipids. So keep in mind that mRNA or RNA viruses, single helix viruses, are very unstable. 80-degree weather kills them, sunlight kills them. Even the inventors of the mRNA vaccine say, if you look at it wrong, it falls apart. So they needed to create a biosphere to protect it. So the biosphere contains 4 lipids. One is cholesterol. Our blood loves cholesterol. The second is a phospholipid. The phospholipid enables the lipid nanoparticle to adhere to the cell membrane for penetration. There's an ionizable lipid, so that gives it a positive ionic charge for penetration. And then there's the pegylated lipid, which is the polyethylene glycol lipid. And all evidence shows, if you take a look at where it's being manufactured and what's in it, it has graphene oxide in it as well. And graphene oxide can withstand 1700 degree Fahrenheit temperature. It's 4,000 times stronger than titanium. So basically, the inventors took a very unstable molecule, a single helix RNA or synthetic RNA molecule protein, and they encapsulated it in a biosphere that made it indestructible.
And then now also, that brings me up, speaking of fact checkers, back to this graphene oxide thing that you and I were relentlessly pursued by Reuters, USA Today, all these other people. But the patents suggest, and now these people will have 14 days from now to say whether or not graphene is involved in this or contained in these injections. Are you still confident that it will reveal that it is?
I'm as confident that there's graphene oxide in these as gravity exists. Okay, I mean, there is so much evidence. This is another patent which we didn't have a chance to go over last time for the Moderna vaccine. It verbatim explains the lipid nanoparticles per the labeling, basically. And remember, the Pfizer vaccine and the Moderna vaccine are the same vaccines. And in this patent from July of 2020, US 10-703-789, it talks about the lipid nanoparticles, the phospholipid, the cholesterol, the cationic, positive ionic charge lipid, and the pegylated polyethylene glycol lipid. And if you go to section 219, if you pull up this patent, I read it to you, 10-703-789-B2, July 7th, 2020. bottom of section 209, top of 2020, it says right here, I'm just going to read it to you, Stu. In one embodiment, the polynucleotide primary constructs and our mRNA disclosed herein may be encapsulated into any hydrogel known in the art, which may form a gel when injected in the body. I'm going to read that again. Herein may be encapsulated into any hydrogel known in the art, which may form a gel when injected into a subject. Hydrogels are a network of polymer chains that are hydrophilic and are sometimes found as colloidal gel in which water is the dispersion medium. Hydrogels, water, saline solution, tomato. Hydrogels are highly absorbent, natural or synthetic polymers. Hydrogels also possess a degree of flexibility very similar to natural tissues due to their significant water content. The hydrogel described herein may be used to encapsulate lipid nanoparticles, which are biocompatible, biodegradable, and or porous. What's hydrogel made of?
Tell me.
Graphene oxide. There's hundreds and hundreds of studies that on graphene oxide, hydrogel, lipid nanoparticles.
So an important thing that Karen Kingston explained is how graphene oxide can be used to deliver payloads into the body cells. The word lipid means a particle that is made up of fat molecules. There are 4 different types of lipids used to make a round capsule, which is like the container that carries the payloads of mRNA or whatever they want to deliver into the body. One of those lipids is pegylated lipids, where the PEG stands for polyethylene glycol, which contains graphene oxide as a part of it. And you can see that in the patent here. And it's worth mentioning that I have noticed these same pegylated lipids in the contents of some shampoos and cosmetics that you buy, which is one of the reasons why I warned you in previous videos that you also have to start being very careful about the shampoo and cosmetics that you buy. Stay away from global brands, as they are most likely owned by the Freemasonic elite. The safest is to learn to wash your hair with vinegar and bicarb, which is actually very healthy for hair. You can look up how to do it on YouTube. It sounds extreme, but we're in the end times, which are perilous times. So one way to prove that graphene oxide is in the contents of the COVID vaccines is simply to look at the patents. And we really owe a lot of thanks to Karen Kingston, because going through the patents is extremely laborious and boring. It took her thousands of hours of reading through patents, which are hundreds of pages long each, filled with extremely difficult language, with long complicated names of chemicals, etc., in order to mine out the key golden nuggets of information that you and I need to know, which I will be sharing with you throughout this video. The link to the patent she just mentioned is shown on the screen, so you can look it up yourself. You can also look it up on Google at this link. And if you download the PDF of the patent and go to page 129, this is the section Karen Kingston was just reading from, which lists the use of hydrogels in the vaccine. Hydrogel is a substance that is used to encapsulate, which means to be a container or capsule that carries the contents of the vaccine. And graphene oxide is one of the components that make up hydrogels that are used in nanotechnology in order to make use of the properties of graphene oxide that you were shown at the beginning of this video, such as to add mechanical strength and electrical conductivity to the hydrogel. So we can see that graphene oxide is in the contents of the vaccines from the patents. But now I'm going to show you solid medical proof of the presence of graphene oxide, where we are going to see photos of the graphene oxide in the contents of the COVID vaccines taken through an electron microscope. Which brings me to the point of introducing a truly lovely Christian doctor to you who is in medicine for the right reasons, called Dr. Robert Young. For the last 16 years in Eagle's Wings, we've been helping people to overcome diseases by addressing three main key areas that are the real foundation of physical illnesses, which is toxic thinking patterns, our nutrition lifestyle in terms of what we eat and drink, and sleeping patterns, and whether or not we live by Abba Father's principles of rest that he outlined in Scripture, which is designed for our health to flourish. And I have a book called The Bible from a Medical Perspective and Medicine from a Biblical Perspective, which we use as a tool to help people in this way. This book can be freely downloaded from the homepage of our website, www.goldeneagles.africa. I've only recently in the last year discovered Dr. Robert Young, who seems to have been cut from the same cloth as I have, so to speak, in that he has also proven the same thing through decades of his own research and experience.
I shared this slide with the New Earth conference, that 95% of all sickness and diseases are caused by what you eat, what you drink, what you breathe, and what you think. And I added additional thought in there, what you believe. Your beliefs become biology. Only 5% of all sickness and disease is caused by genetics. And yet, that 5% of genetics is only triggered based upon what you eat, what you drink, what you think, and what you believe. So you have to manage your thoughts. You have to manage your beliefs because they do change the biochemistry of the body. Therefore, 100% of all sickness and disease is caused by what you eat, what you drink, what you breathe, what you think, and what you believe.
Dr. Robert Young and a team that works with him produced a detailed medical research paper showing what they found in the COVID vaccines after examining the contents with electron microscopy. They examined the contents of the vaccines from the four main vaccine companies, which is Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, and Johnson & Johnson. This medical research paper is absolutely brilliant in that it has been done with absolute excellence according to medical research standards. His medical research paper can be easily found on the internet. I've included the link to it on the screen, and the link is also in the description below this video. And you can also find it on his website, drrobertyoung.com. He gave a detailed 2.5-hour interview where he shared his findings from this medical research paper. The video is titled, Dr. Young Reveals Graphene, Aluminium, Stainless Steel, Lipids and Parasites in 4 COVID vaccines, Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, and Johnson & Johnson. You can find the full interview at the link shown on the screen. I've cut down the 2.5-hour interview down to 40 minutes by extracting the main key parts of his interview where he shares his most important findings of what they discovered in the contents of the COVID vaccines. And I am including that in this video now to give you the opportunity to see the solid medical evidence for yourself, straight from the mouth of the doctors who examined the contents of the vaccines with their own eyes under an electron microscope. so that nobody can dispute what I am sharing with you in this video. In this interview, Dr. Young reveals the contents of the vaccines which were not disclosed to the public, including graphene oxide, toxic metals, and parasites. On the other side of this 40-minute video, I will give a brief, simplified summary of Dr. Young's findings, especially for the sake of those who don't have a medical background. And I'm going to add to what Dr. Young shares by explaining some other very important things, which is really going to help you to understand what is going on when the next pandemic unfolds. And I'm going to show you how it ties in with other doctors' findings all around the world. And then I'm going to show you what the graphene oxide is designed to do to the body, as well as the nanorobots and other nanotechnology that the graphene oxide is used as building blocks towards.
Fine, Dr. Young, perhaps this is the moment to just throw the floor open to you, to ask you perhaps to say a few words about your background in research in this area.
As I look back on my 40-year plus career in medical biology, microbiology, and in the work I've done in microscopy, using all types of techniques, from phase contrast to bright field to dark field to transmission to scanning, electron microscopy. Not only have I done research in this area, but I also taught it. I've taught it at the university level, and I've published several articles in various peer-reviewed journals. So I've been very active in not only the research, but also in the development of nutraceuticals that have been used now for over 4 decades, beginning back in the 80s, to really help people deal with this. So nanotechnology and colloidal systems and the development to be used in biologicals for nutraceuticals and pharmaceuticals is a growing area. Using scanning electron microscopy and transmission electron microscopy and the identification to determine particulates that I'll be describing in the various modalities.
It sounds like you really have gained great expertise in the subject and in the field of actually using these instruments, the electron microscope, etc., transmission electron microscopy, etc.
Yeah, TAM and SAM by abbreviation, scanning and transmission electron microscopy. Using TAM is very, very important if you want to determine what's inside the liposomes or the capsid or the lipid particulate that contains something in, and this is what I measure.
And this is exactly
which is the subject of what we're talking about.
Right. I'm hoping we can talk more about it shortly, because that indeed is what I wanted to ask you about. I mean, is it even possible to go to that level to actually look at the lipid capsules in the vaccine vials?
Yeah, I have pictures of them. Yeah. Brilliant. Yeah, absolutely. We have the lipid. We have the liposomes, the lipid capsid, and we've evaluated and I say we because some do not want to be identified personally, and here again, for their protection.
Sure.
I take great risks by even talking about this in a public way.
Yes.
Humanity needs to know what is in that serum, that vial, that solution, that aqueous solution, what is contained therein.
Absolutely.
And here again, you can determine for yourself whether or not, being your choice, once you have this knowledge, you can then decide whether you want to be inoculated or not. That's your choice. And of course they're hiding behind government laws, and they're hiding, those who are producing these vaccines are hiding behind an emergency,
use authorization.
authorization to use that without disclosing the ingredients. And this is unheard of. It's never happened in the history of the world. So you have a right, I believe, a human right, to know what is going inside your body. And then you can decide whether you want to have that concoction injected.
I guess what I wanted to ask you, first of all, is just if you wanted to share with the world, what exactly did you find? What did you find as you looked through the vaccines in those vials?
So when I'm looking at the abstract, there were four major pharmaceutical companies that the so-called SARS-CoV-2, now called SARS COVID-19, so severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus, COVID-19, refers to the year 2019. There's four companies, major companies. There may be others. These are the major ones. There's Pfizer Biotech. The second one is Moderna. Then the next one is the Janssen.
Okay.
That's Johnson & Johnson or J&J.
Right.
COVID vaccine. And they're, as I say, they're manufactured by Janssen Biotech, the Janssen pharmaceutical company of Johnson & Johnson. It's a recombinant replication incompetent adenovirus type. So it's some sort of isolation that has been altered by combining it to other cells, expressing the SARS spike protein. Well, any concoction like this, whether it's added or not, will present spike protein. In other words, if you put a poison from a rattlesnake venom into your body, I will guarantee you that we will see the development of spike proteins. And that will not provide any immunity whatsoever.
No, very strange.
All you've proved by the inoculation is that hopefully, if you take it, that the poisons and chemicals in it don't kill you. And therefore, the experiment is, here again, to those unfortunate few, and in fact, it's not the few, it's now the many.
It's now the
many that have had injuries, which is 500 million people in the world right now, and potentially 35 million deaths, which is climbing, depending on, here again, the interaction that I'm going to explain and how this can activate into what many are calling a bioweapon. But so the ingredients here, the purpose of the research article is to identify those specific major and minor ingredients contained within these four vaccines manufactured by these four companies. I also mention here that it's a human right governed under world law by the Nuremberg Code. That the vaccine-specific ingredients information is critical, required and necessary to know so that any human from any country in the world can make an informed decision whether or not, which is a human right, not bestowed on any man, woman, institution, or government, to consent whether to take this inoculation or not.
Exactly. People should know what they're putting in their bodies and exactly what's going in, right? Because there's undisclosed ingredients, and that's what Karen Kingston was able to whistleblow about, that there's reductions in those EUAs, which actually conceal the entire process and conceal what's in the lipid nanoparticles and how they're being infused, etc. Okay, and that's so the graphene oxide clearly.
Yeah, the method and techniques for these particular were used, some or all of them. Optical microscopy, which includes bright field, phase contrast, dark field, ultraviolet absorption and fluorescent spectrometry, scanning electron, SEM, electron microscopy, transmission electron microscopy, energy distribution or dispersion spectroscopy, X-ray diffractometer, nuclear magnetic resonance instruments were used to verify the vaccine's morphologies and contents. So in figure 1, you actually see the crystallization of a carbon
of a carbon particulate
Mhm.
in aggregation. This is what the body does. The body, if it can't get rid of it, it will crystallize it.
Oh, I see.
It'll accumulate it. It'll try to buffer it. This one happens to be identification of a carbon with, of course, oxygen and nitrogen, and based upon the values of the testing, it is identical to those of graphene oxide. And this is an aggregation called a symplast, and the symplastism is just the agglutination or aggregation of other smaller particulates that are joined together. It's a protecting mechanism. So to answer the question about the non-disclosed ingredients contained in the COVID-19 so-called Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, and Janssen vaccines, the answer is this, that we viewed them separately under phase contrast at various magnifications, 10, 600, up to 1500, and even beyond that, showing anatomical evidence of reduced graphene oxide particulates, which were compared to micrographs based on others who have been identifying this, and Kocher et al. 2009 for the identification and verification. So that's a anatomical identification based upon other work from other people.
So this is the crux of a very major discovery, isn't it? You too have then identified graphene oxide in all of these 4 vaccines that you mentioned, Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, and the Johnson & Johnson, the Janssen.
Yeah, and this is the steps, which I'm not going to go into great detail here. I will emphasize UV absorption and fluorescence spectrometry scanning. The amplifier measures the content of these particular elements that are now in or contained. If there's nothing there, we won't see it. If there's something there, we will pick that up within the liposome or the fatty capsid that is being used to carry the ingredients or the compounds or chemicals to the various sources. And I did not explain, which I need to explain, is that the synthetic or the which is emitted by all the companies, that they're using genetically modified nucleic acids, genetically modified. But what is important to understand is these particular nucleic acids are encrypted with a program to go to specific areas of the body. So they know exactly. Yeah, they know exactly. They've been driven. It's kind of like when you get in your car and you want to go somewhere. What do? You either get on your cell phone or you get on.
You figure out the route, right?
But you put that in digitally, and your car then tells you where to go. So this information has been impregnated into the nucleic acid. But what happens using radioactive isotopes tracers, we then traced the specific area and followed where this material actually goes. So whatever's in the capsid goes to the reproductive organs, goes to the bone marrow, because that's what's been programmed. And the nucleic acid is kind of like the truck that's driving the contents from specific organs of the body to drive specific ingredients, chemical or radioactive isotopes, even triton, which has a life of 23 years, to specific areas to do what? To heal or to kill? To heal or destroy? To act as a destruction to the woman's ovaries? Is this why women are having, irregular menstrual cycles and bleeding, and why within the first trimester there's loss of the fetus after inoculation? Because this is going past the blood barriers.
That's right. I think it was something like 80% of the women who've reported loss of pregnancy after inoculation were first trimester. And there've also been stillborns from second and third trimester.
Well, this was what was causing the birth defects, was the glyphosate that they used,
in the same people that own the vaccine companies, you know, also own the companies that make the chemicals for.
That's right. Bayer, IG Farben. Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm showing you here then is the observation of the phase contrast of specifically the Pfizer, which revealed, based upon their morphology, entities that can be, I'm saying this can be graphene strips. So here's our picture, and here's the standard comparison.
Okay.
Here is our picture, and here's the standard that I'm comparing to. So these pictures are shown are aqueous fractions containing reduced anatomically, morphologically, as we look at this, from the Pfizer vaccine. As we go here down further using electron microscopy, we can actually then magnify the liposome capsid.
This is huge because I think nobody's seen this kind of micrograph before. These pictures that you have taken on the left, which I understand come from your microscopy, look similar to what the La Quinta columna researchers found. You know, the University of Almeria researchers have published. So this is, I think this kind of picture is now familiar to some of us who've looked at those photographs or micrographs. But the one that you showed just now, the capsid, I don't think anybody has published this kind of micrograph.
So this is the liposome capsid containing the reduced graphene oxide that Pfizer uses.
This is incredible to see this thing that we've been, you know, speaking about, that we're all talking about, this liposome, this capsid, and here it is. Wow.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah. So there are other particulates. These are new. You haven't seen.
No.
Here they're kind of stacking on top of each other. So you've got a single sheet of graphene oxide on top of another single sheet of graphene oxide.
So this is graphene oxide that we're looking at then.
Yeah.
Right here.
And so I'll get to how we know that, okay, here in a second.
Okay.
Okay, and here's another magnification of this.
Okay.
Of the mesh of the graphene oxide.
So this is sort of zoomed in a lot more, right? Okay.
You can see the construct then of the graphene oxide. So how do we identify the actual morphologically? How do we identify the actual particulates then within those? So using a testing energy dispersive X-ray spectroscopy reveals that, of course, the context of these these liposomes in the Pfizer vaccine. And of course, here we see the carbon, we see the nitrogen and the oxygen, which here again is quantifying the actual presence of graphene oxide. The reason we're showing sodium and chloride is because it's in a saline solution of 0.9%. Okay, so that's why this picked up.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the contents then of these liposomes, these fatty lipid capsids. This is what's in those capsids.
Oh, I see. So that's how you find out. So you see the capsids, you know, optically. You can see them with your eyes, literally through the
we can see it.
microscope.
We can see it here, but then we then measure what's inside there
through the spectrometry readings, right? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And here we have to use something that goes into the actual entity. So, so not scanning, but transmission. So the electrons are picking up the specific elements within those liposomes, and then we know exactly what's in that capsid. You got it?
Yes. Wow. This is major. So this is the identification of the actual elements in the capsid then.
Yes.
And if
And
there was
this is,
something else, we would know. So,
and this is
what I
definitely
can say from
undisclosed.
this, in the Pfizer, that the contents of the liposomes is 100% graphene oxide.
100% inside the capsid.
That's correct.
So what is the percentage of the number of capsids, do you think, in the liquid of the vaccine?
Well, you have to imagine these capsid once it releases, and this is, I think, why you're having to get a second inoculation and a booster in order to get this material, which is not only cytotoxic, genotoxic, but also magnetic toxic.
That's right. This is what's causing that magnetism.
So as far as linking, let's say, the human body up to the Internet of Things.
So this is the sort of the secret, potent, toxic load that's carried inside these lipid nanoparticles, which are being presented publicly, because they're spoken of publicly by the manufacturers as being innocuous and harmless and just there to help the mRNA get into the cells.
Yeah, and the people that are passing out and dying within minutes of the inoculation are already in a toxic state, or already in pathological blood coagulation for a variety of lifestyle reasons. But once they get the inoculation, it throws them over the cliff.
Yeah, you're right. There are people who have died pretty much immediately, a few minutes after, an hour after, a couple hours after.
Immediate injury. Some of this is
immediate
delayed,
injury.
But I must say that anyone who's been inoculated one time, two times, or even the booster, this seriously puts your life at risk, especially when you're exposed to higher pulsating frequencies, not at 2.4 gigahertz, but once you start getting up into the range of 5G, which is 8.4, and up to where the graphite will resonate that's in your body with the actual electromagnetic frequency, that's at 41.3 pulsating gigahertz. And once you hit there, you're going to be like one of the people in Vietnam, or people in Cuba, or people that call me around the world in the United States, is no one will recognize that I'm sick. They test things, they can't find anything, and yet these are my symptoms, which are all radiation poisoning that's amplified by graphene oxide, which leads to, back to my article, the pathology of pathological blood coagulation that leads to hypercapnia, or the buildup of carbon dioxide, which leads to hypoxia. You want to breathe, but you can't breathe. The reason why is because there's no entrance into the lungs in order to do so, because the blood is thickened.
That's right. Yeah. Wow. I hope people who have taken the vaccine will watch this, because it's immense what I think you are talking about, Dr. Young, because you are really showing us how dangerous and deadly these vaccines are, which people don't understand. And they're beings, I can't even take in that somebody could put this product out in the market, could actually let this happen to anybody.
Well, they explain themselves in their conferences that they hold, medical conferences and other sides. You just have to listen to the words and what they're speaking. Listen very carefully to these technocrats. They do reveal. Listen to those that are talking about what's coming this October. They're talking about a wave.
That's right. They talk about a wave. A third wave.
This wave is radiation, which is going to be causing outfections, which is going to be blamed on a phantom virus. The wave is the interaction between pulsating vibrational frequencies within the 5G range or higher, interacting with the graphene oxide, which is now contained within your fatty tissues. Okay, because that's where the body pushes it. And so it's in the brain. It's a connective tissue. It'd be in all the fatty tissues, potentially in the muscles, and or crystallized. And so it becomes a magnet. That's why people, when they're using magnets, can attach them to the shot site or to other parts of the body. And that study's already been done on the side of inoculation or the opposite arm where there is no inoculation. Once that goes into the interstitial fluids of the interstitium, it travels. There's no blocking. It passes through every barrier. And that's why I believe and have suggested and have advised, and answered questions that relates to women who are having, irregular periods to, continual flow for weeks on end, or aborted fetuses. This is what's happening. These compounds are interacting with pulsating microwave that is causing these injuries, and so it can happen at any time. So we're using
really shocking.
We're using ultraviolet fluorescent testing, and it's not just the Pfizer. And in determining here we see at the peak, we're seeing is compatible with the peak of reduced graphene oxide at 270 nanometers, and then we go to other interesting things, such as we actually found, within the aqueous solutions, parasite.
Yes, this is another really horrifying discovery that you have made and that you have published. So
this is a parasite, which there are many variants, of which many are lethal.
Which vaccine was it found in?
This is Pfizer.
It's a Pfizer vaccine.
Comparing this electron micrograph with the actual phase contrast micrograph of this particular parasite.
I see.
Going on, we can then identify other elements within the Pfizer vaccine. Of course, they've already admitted to the fact that it contains genetically modified organisms, which is the driver of this liposome capsid to specific areas of the body. But these have been tested. We go to the AstraZeneca vaccine and some of the non-disclosed ingredients. Once again, they fall within the range of identification for the element of graphene oxide. Using X-ray fluorescent instrument was used to evaluate these adjuvants. Also identified polyethylene glycol and ethylene alcohol. And here again, I don't recommend these acids or compounds in a compromised embodied. And of course, can be in of themselves. Of course, we all know that ethylene glycol is used in antifreeze. Polyethylene glycol is used as a protectant, for that capsid. And in the Pfizer, it's actually coated with polyethylene glycol. And so that was picked up by the scanning electron microscope.
That was one of the ingredients they actually disclosed. They actually did publish eventually.
Yeah, and that verifies the fact that here's the quantitative information validating that fact. Janssen was the same, except their concoction was a little bit different. Their particles were composed of stainless steel and are glued together with a carbon-based glue. So when you look at this, you've got graphene oxide, and all of a sudden you have high levels of iron.
That's part of the stainless steel? The iron?
Stainless steel is made from, if I'm correct on this, I believe iron and also nickel.
Right.
So nickel's right here. So this is what was found in.
So this is what's making people magnetic, then, possibly.
That's correct. Yeah. So if you're getting this will trigger the pathological blood coagulation, the Corona effect, and the spike protein effect. And of course, this leads to the degeneration of the cell membrane, which activates the clotting factors, which then leads to pathological blood coagulation, hypercapnia, and hypoxia and suffocation, death by suffocation.
Did you find graphene oxide in the AstraZeneca, though?
Yes.
You did, right?
Yes. Yeah. Here it is, right here.
Okay.
So
yeah.
No,
that's Johnson.
Let's go back up here.
This
so
one.
here we see the graphene oxide, and then the high levels of iron.
Oh, there is iron there too.
Yeah.
In the AstraZeneca.
The AstraZeneca.
All right.
Yeah. So we've got a combination. There's the sodium and chloride from the saline solution, chromium, iron, nickel, copper. So you got a little steel factory there that's being delivered.
This is incredible. Huge amounts of metal then just being pumped into people through these vaccines.
Yeah.
And why are pregnant people being, are pregnant women being asked to take these vaccines when they're putting all this stuff in them?
Well, women or children. I mean,
and children, exactly.
The various reasons. I don't want to think that way, but what other reason do we have?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it goes back to that issue of sterility and compromise of fertility.
Other than this one here is very interesting, which is reveals the nanodots in the graphene oxide found in the Moderna vaccine. Many foreign bodies were identified with spherical morphology with some of the bubble-shaped cavities, and those are called nanodots. So these are the bubble shapes. Remember, we saw those smaller? Excuse me, so going back.
Oh, going back to those first lumps, the capsids.
Then we use electron microscope, and we see them amplified, or magnified, I should say.
Oh, I see. That's what those are. So these are the capsids then.
Yeah, these are the capsid. And of course, you can see the dots in the black dots in the graphene oxide.
Okay. So as you go zoom into those capsids, you see this. So then you start seeing the graphene oxide kind of studding this little capsule, the lipid nanoparticle.
These are little. And here again, they're being carried by genetic material to go back, like attracts like, the genetic matter from an animal. Protomorphogen will end up, if you put it into the body, will end up in your liver. So if you can specifically direct this to specific organs and tissues and glands of the body. But when we look at this, we see within the Moderna fraction, aqueous fraction, we see the presence of the graphene oxide. There's the sodium and the chloride, and we have silica, cadmium, copper, even selenium. But these are some of the ingredients that are there. So we've got carbon, nitrogen, oxygen. That's the graphene oxide, silica, lead, cadmium, and selenium. So here again, further analysis of the so-called Moderna vaccine showed 100% 100 micron symplast of reduced graphene oxide. So yes, it's in the Moderna too. There it is right there.
Yeah, it's in the Moderna, it's in the Pfizer.
Identification.
And you can see it in the
revealing the
spectrograph
complex contained within there's your sodium chloride. But the high levels here again are contained within this liposome, this capsid. It's filled with graphene oxide.
And you said earlier you found it was 100% filled with graphene oxide. And there's lots of these
in this case, there are some other elements in there, but the Moderna and Pfizer is basically 100% graphene oxide.
And
going back to the Johnson & Johnson, Janssen, you can see it's got aluminum in it.
Oh, wow.
So the aluminum, including copper,
that's like a neurotoxin. I mean, they're all neurotoxins, I would imagine.
No, Moderna, excuse me.
Oh, that's Moderna.
Moderna's, yeah. want to go back up to AstraZeneca. We'll go back right up here. We can actually see the graphene oxide with the iron and the nickel.
The nickel, that's the stainless steel, right?
Yeah, and then with the Moderna, they've included not only the graphene oxide, but they've included copper and aluminum oxide and copper oxide.
Is there any sort of redeeming quality of these things going into the body, or is it all bad?
There's no, from my perspective, unless shown or proven otherwise, other than stimulating an immediate immune response. You know, I don't see how these are helpful in any way to restoring the alkaline design of the human body fluids, and restoring health to the membranes that are deteriorating due to chemical or radiation poisoning. This just compounds the problem. I see no benefit other than nefarious purposes.
Right. It's really shocking.
That the new drugs, these new drugs produced by these companies which I've mentioned, are not by the definition vaccines, but nanotechnological drugs working as genetic therapy.
Okay.
Genetic therapy, when I say altering the drug, altering the cell membranes, you know, that in another way,
altering the genetic structure,
cytotoxic, genotoxic, and magnetic toxic. But the vaccine is likely to be used as trickery for bureaucratic or technocratic reasons in order to receive an urgent approval, ignoring all the normal rules necessary for new drugs, especially for those involving novel nanotechnological mechanisms, which have never been developed nor experienced by humans anywhere at any time in the history of the world. There's nothing like this. These so-called vaccines, I recognize, are patented, and therefore their actual content is kept a secret. That's what they're using, even to the buyers who, of course, are using taxpayers' money. So consumers, which are the taxpayers, have no information about what they are receiving in their bodies by inoculation. Humanity is kept in the dark as far as the nanoparticular technology processes involved are concerning, and should be concerning to everyone, but mostly on the possible magnetic toxic, cytotoxic, genotoxic nanobio interaction effects on the blood, which I believe, demonstrated over years of research, and the body cells. I know what happens when you put a chemical. I can measure it. I can qualify it and quantify it. I see it, you know, and I can measure it and quantify it. So the current research study by a direct analysis on the aforementioned so-called vaccines by means of nanoparticulate technology instrumentation reveals disturbing and life-altering information concerning the truth about actual toxic acidic contents of these so-called vaccines. So in closing, I want to suggest very strongly that the Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, and Janssen drugs are not vaccines, but complex graphene oxide nanoparticular aggregates of varying nanoelements attached to genetically modified nucleic acids of modified, genetically altered RNA from animal or viral cells and aborted human fetal cells is viewed and described. Once again, the ingredients in these so-called vaccines are highly magneticotoxic, cytotoxic, and genotoxic to everything that lives on this planet: plant, insect, bird, animal, human, and their cell membranes and their genetics, which already has led to serious injuries estimated at 500 million and our eventual deaths estimated at 35 million, which is not being disclosed or reported.
Absolutely. So would you recommend that people not take the vaccines?
For myself and for people that I love and care for. I'm not their medical doctor, so this is not medical advice, but if it was me, I would run from it, not walk from it.
Me too. Brilliant. No, you've all done, your whole team has done incredible work analyzing these vaccines and publishing the results. I think that's one of the most important pieces of information we can push out to the world today. And you know, the sad thing is that mainstream media is still publishing lies and not publishing the truth about the many vaccine injuries and deaths, etc. And I don't know if they're touching any of this information about graphene oxide. Earlier on, I saw a lot of so-called quote-unquote debunkings with some people saying there's no graphene oxide. That's a conspiracy
That's not true.
theory.
We identified aluminum oxide, titanium oxide, graphene oxide, lead. You know, I mean, these are in the vaccines.
Thank you. I think your research sort of indisputably proves at this point in time, you know, without a grain of doubt, that indeed these materials are in the vaccines. And I think that kind of information, that kind of scientific proof and scientific evidence is so important for people to hear today. So for that, thanks so much, Dr. Young. Thanks to everybody for watching. And we'll see you again very soon.
All right. All the best.
Thank you. Bye for now.
Bye.
So now you have heard and seen the solid medical evidence for yourself, straight from the mouth of the doctors who examined the contents of the vaccines under an electron microscope. For the sake of those who don't have a medical background, I want to summarize what they found in the contents of the vaccines. But don't worry, I'm not going to simply repeat the same thing. I'm going to add to that with showing how it ties in with what other doctors all over the world have been finding. And I will give a simplified explanation of what the graphene oxide does to the body, which is really going to help you understand what is going on when the next pandemic unfolds, and also with regards to what is going on right now with many people who received the COVID vaccines. As I go through this whole section, notice on the slides that there is an abundance of references to medical journals and medical research papers backing up all the medical facts that I am presenting to you in this section. So if you want to research the medical detail in more depth for yourself, all the links are there. Remember that you can also download all the slides from this video from our website www.goldeneagles.africa or from our Telegram channel. The link to our Telegram channel is in the description below this video. On the screen is a photograph where Dr. Young and his team were able to demonstrate a graphene oxide ribbon in a sample from the Pfizer vaccines. The photos on the left, taken by Dr. Young and his team, also show graphene oxide ribbons in a sample from the Pfizer vaccines. And then this is confirmed by the photos on the right from electron microscopy, taken by a group of doctors in Spain called Laquita Colomna, which produced a medical report at the link shown on the screen. So this was a confirmation of the separate independent findings of these two medical research teams who both proved the presence of graphene oxide in the vaccines. Later on in this video series, I'm going to show you a very interesting video from Laquita Colomna where they detail how mind-blowingly advanced the nanotechnology in the vaccine contents is. Here is a photo where they were able to demonstrate a mesh of folded graphene hydroxide sheets in a sample of the Pfizer vaccine. Here is a photo of graphene oxide which they found in the so-called Moderna vaccine. They found that the Moderna vaccine is a carbon-based reduced graphene oxide or graphene hydroxide substrate where some nanoparticles are embedded. Electron microscopy revealed that the nanoparticles are composed of carbon and oxygen in the ratios that make up graphene oxide, and they also found aluminium, copper, iron, and chlorine. Dr. Robert Young found that the vaccines contain hydrogel, which, as I explained before, has the purpose of being a carrier that carries the nanotechnology that they want to deliver to the body. This hydrogel also contains graphene oxide in it. One of the things in the hydrogel in the vaccines delivered to the body is nanolipids, also called liposomes, which are the capsules that Karen Kingston's also mentioned, that are like containers or capsules to deliver specific contents to the body. These lipid capsules or liposomes can be seen in this photograph that was taken with an electron microscope by Dr. Young. Remember, Karen Kingston showed from the patents of the vaccines that the walls of these lipid capsules are made up of 4 different types of lipid fats as well as graphene oxide, which is listed as pegylated lipids, where the PEG stands for polyethylene glycol. Dr. Young further amplified the magnification of these lipid capsules to reveal this photograph, where he was able to show the graphene oxide in the walls of these capsules, which is the black patches that you can see on these lipid nanoparticles in this photograph taken through an electron microscope. Then Dr. Young did further tests to see exactly what is inside these lipid nanoparticles, and he found that they contained 99.99% graphene oxide, which is represented on this graph, where they picked up carbon and oxygen in the proportions that make up graphene oxide. Dr. Young was also able to demonstrate the presence of what is called nanodots or quantum dots within those black spots, which are made up of the reduced graphene oxide or graphene hydroxide found in the Moderna vaccine. I will explain to you what quantum dots are used for in nanotechnology later in this video series. This is another photo which also shows the nanodots or quantum dots in the walls of the lipid capsule, which are the circular impressions that you can see. They demonstrated that the walls of the lipid capsules are composed of carbon and oxygen, which is graphene oxide, and the quantum nanodots are made up of silicon, lead, cadmium, and selenium. This highly poisonous nanoparticulate composition with quantum dots of cadmium selenide is cytotoxic and genotoxic. Cytotoxic means it kills body cells, and genotoxic means it damages and destroys the DNA within the body cells. This photo shows carbon-based reduced graphene oxide or graphene hydroxide entities in the Moderna vaccine, mixed with aggregates filled with aluminium silicate nanoparticulates. Aluminium is highly neurotoxic, damaging to the brain and central nervous system. And so, in summary, the walls of these lipid capsules, called lipid nanoparticles, are made up of graphene oxide, and they have nanoquantum dots composed of toxic metals in the walls as well. And then inside the lipid capsules is a solution consisting of 99.99% graphene oxide. These lipid nanoparticles also contain mRNA, which has been genetically engineered and programmed to take those lipid nanoparticles filled with toxic graphene oxide and toxic metals to certain parts of the body, which Dr. Young traced with radioactive isotopes, and they found that it was programmed to target the bone marrow, where the cells of the immune system are manufactured, resulting in the immune system being damaged and eventually annihilated. It also goes to the brain and heart, which is part of the reason why we have seen so many cases of myocarditis, which is inflammation of the heart muscle, as well as heart attacks and strokes. And they especially target the reproductive organs, which is the testes and ovaries. Because remember, as I explained in detail in chapter 1, their agenda is depopulation. So they are intentionally making over 70% of the general population infertile. As Dr. Young said, these lipid nanoparticles or lipid capsules with graphene oxide are highly cytotoxic, which means it kills body cells. It is genotoxic, meaning it is highly destructive to the DNA inside body cells, and it is magneticotoxic, meaning that it disrupts the electromagnetic fields around body cells, and it causes radiation poisoning that is amplified by the graphene oxide as a result of the interaction between pulsating vibrational frequencies from the 5G network and electromagnetic frequencies through our phones and Wi-Fi, and the graphene oxide that now fills the person's body. This disrupts the electromagnetic field around body cells, including the red blood cells, which causes the blood cells to clump together like you can see in this photograph. Normally, the electromagnetic field around the red blood cells repels each other, keeping the red blood cells nicely spaced apart from each other. On the screen, you can see what normal healthy blood cells look like, which is actually a picture of a person's blood that is taken just before they took the vaccine. But the graphene oxide disrupts the electromagnetic field around the red blood cells, which causes the red blood cells to clump together. This is partly a protective mechanism to shield the rest of the body from the toxic graphene oxide. In the picture on the screen, you can see what a cluster bomb of reduced graphene oxide or graphene hydroxide looks like in the live unstained blood from the so-called Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, and Johnson & Johnson vaccines. And you can see that the red blood cells are clumping together and clotting in and around the graphene oxide crystal, forming a protective shield. Here is another photo taken by a physician in the UK, Dr. Philippe van Welbegen, which shows graphene oxide here and a blood clot on the left consisting of red blood cells that have stacked together to form a protective shield against the graphene oxide. So normally, the electromagnetic field around red blood cells repels the red blood cells away from each other so that they are nicely spread out like in this picture of normal healthy blood. But the graphene oxide disrupts the electromagnetic field around the red blood cells, causing the red blood cells to clump together in what is called a rouleau formation that looks like this. Like you previously saw in this photo, where the red blood cells are stacked together in this rouleau formation, which is what pathological blood coagulation looks like with graphene oxide. Here is another photo taken by Dr. Kerry Madej, showing the same pathological blood coagulation in the blood of a person who had taken the vaccine. This comes from a medical journal where medical researchers in Japan and South Korea exposed a sample of blood to the vaccine contents. Within 1 hour, the blood cells formed a prominent barrier against the vaccine contents. After 30 minutes, they observed severe aggregates of red blood cells, where there was stacking of red blood cells in a rouleau formation, just like we saw in detail from Dr. Robert Young. These are 2 other slides from the researchers in Japan and South Korea showing the stacking of the red blood cells in a rouleau formation from the Moderna and AstraZeneca vials. Remember that graphene oxide consists of sheets that are only 1 carbon atom thick. That sheet of graphene oxide can be folded to form what is called a nanotube, which has important uses in nanotechnology, which we will learn about later on in this video series. Here is another photograph taken by Dr. Young showing a graphene nanotube found in the blood of people who received the vaccines. And it shows the graphene causing pathological blood coagulation, where the blood cells are clumping around the graphene oxide nanotube. See the rouleau formation of red blood cells here. Here is another photograph showing the same thing. Pathological blood clotting caused by the red blood cells clumping around the graphene oxide nanotubes. And again, this is partly a protective mechanism where the red blood cells are coagulating around the toxic graphene oxide to protect the rest of the body. And then the red blood cells start to lose their hemoglobin. Because although the white blood cells are there to clean up toxic debris, most people don't know that the first line of immune defense is actually the hemoglobin in the red blood cells. Hemoglobin is the part of red blood cells that makes the cell the color red, because hemoglobin is a red pigment, and one of its important functions is to carry oxygen. What normally happens is the red blood cells go to the lungs to drop off carbon dioxide, which they collected from the body tissues, which the person then breathes out back into the atmosphere outside. And as the person breathes in, they take in oxygen in the air into their lungs, where the oxygen is picked up by the red blood cells. The red blood cells enter into tiny capillary blood vessels in the alveoli sacs in the lungs. And as you can see in this real photograph, these capillaries are so tiny that the red blood cells literally have to flow through them in a single file, one red blood cell after the other. And here the red blood cells then pick up the oxygen, which is then carried by the hemoglobin in the red blood cells through the blood vessels to the tissues and the rest of the body. As they arrive at the body tissues, they release the oxygen, which is also accompanied by some nutrients that pass through the capillary blood vessel walls into the fluid surrounding the body cells, which is called interstitial fluid, which is something very important for you to know about in order to understand what really causes the COVID symptoms. The interstitial fluid is the largest organ in the body. It is the environment around the body cells, where oxygen and nutrients passes from the capillary blood vessels to finally be delivered to the body cells. And then the body cells release metabolic waste and carbon dioxide into the interstitial fluid. The metabolic waste is cleaned up by cells called lymphocytes, and the red blood cells take the carbon dioxide back to the lungs to exchange it for oxygen again, and that is the cycle of life that keeps the body healthy. But this whole cycle is disrupted when the body is injected with graphene oxide in the so-called vaccines. Because as I explained to you before, the graphene oxide is magneticotoxic, where it disrupts the electromagnetic field around the body cells, and it causes radiation poisoning that is amplified as a result of the interaction between the pulsating vibrational frequencies from the 5G network, Wi-Fi, our phones, etc., and the graphene oxide that now fills the person's body. This disrupts the electromagnetic field around the body cells and the red blood cells, which causes the red blood cells to clump together. And then the red blood cells start to lose their hemoglobin, because as I mentioned, the first line of immune defense is actually the hemoglobin. In this photograph, you can see white holes in the middle of the blood cells. These are called podocytes, which are red blood cells that have holes in them that look transparent. You can actually look right through them. It's not because the red cells are concave. A normal cell is spherical, like you can see on the screen, because it is well hydrated. These cells have holes in them because they have lost their hemoglobin, which is one of the symptoms of COVID, where a person has anemia. Anemia means a deficiency or inadequate number of red blood cells with hemoglobin. So now you have low hemoglobin, and since hemoglobin has the function of carrying oxygen, the blood's ability to carry oxygen is now greatly reduced as a result of the loss of hemoglobin. This lack of oxygen in the body is exacerbated by the coagulation of the blood and blood clotting. Because remember, normally, as the blood flows into the lungs, the blood cells are supposed to flow in single file inside the very small capillary blood vessels inside the alveoli of the lungs, in order to dump the carbon dioxide into the lungs and take up more oxygen. But now, because the person is in pathological blood coagulation, the blood cells are clumping together and they can't fit into the tiny capillary blood vessels, and so they can't get into the alveoli of the lungs to dump carbon dioxide, and they can't pick up more oxygen. And so you get hypercapnia, which is an excess of carbon dioxide in the body, and hypoxia, which is a lack of oxygen, which eventually leads to death by suffocation. The quality of the interstitial fluids that the body cells are floating in is what determines the health of the body cells. If the interstitial fluids are healthy, clean, and pure, the body cells will be healthy, and so the person will be enjoying vibrant good health. Much like a fish flourishes in good, clean water filled with oxygen and nutrients. But just like a fish would die if the water it was swimming in is filled with toxins and lacking in oxygen, so also the body cells deteriorate and eventually die if the interstitial fluid that they are surrounded with is filled with radiological and chemical poisoning, such as toxins like graphene oxide, which has caused pathological blood coagulation, resulting in an inadequate amount of oxygen, which is hypoxia, and high levels of carbon dioxide, which is hypercapnia, all of which puts the body into a state of decompensated metabolic acidosis, where the body cells are now in a toxic, acidic environment. And this is one of the reasons why hydroxychloroquine worked to help people recover from COVID. Hydroxychloroquine is not a drug that kills a virus, like the so-called COVID-19 virus. Hydroxychloroquine is an antiparasitic drug primarily used to treat malaria. The reason hydroxychloroquine worked to help people recover from the symptoms of COVID is because it made the body alkaline, counteracting the metabolic acidosis in the interstitial fluids, thereby giving the person's body more of a chance to recover. The interstitial fluids around the body cells are supposed to have an alkaline pH of around 8.5. Health flourishes in an alkaline environment because the body's healing response is optimal with an alkaline pH. Cancer, infection, and any disease can only take place in an acidic environment. It's impossible for cancer, infection, or any disease to exist in an alkaline environment. But because of the graphene oxide, we now have the body cells in a toxic environment of metabolic acidosis, which began with pathological blood coagulation and loss of hemoglobin from the red blood cells. Previously, I explained that hemoglobin is what provides immunity to the body. The white blood cells are sanitation engineers. They clean up the toxic debris from the body. But the main molecule that is used to manage and maintain the alkaline design of the body fluids is hemoglobin. So when you lose hemoglobin, the body is now in second phase defense in order to maintain the purity and cleanliness of the interstitial fluids so that the cell membranes don't break down. But not only are the red blood cells damaged and destroyed by graphene oxide, but the white blood cells are destroyed by the graphene oxide as well. This slide is from the medical researchers in Japan and South Korea, showing cellular collapse of white blood cells and damaged platelets from the contents of a Pfizer vaccine. And this photo shows the same thing. Damage to the platelets and the nucleus of the white blood cells are disintegrating. Neutrophils make up 60% of the total white blood cell count in the immune system. They are the garbage collectors and purifiers of the blood. The main function of neutrophils is to isolate, pick up, and remove bacteria, yeast, mold, and other toxic substances including graphene oxide, which is a toxic acidic pathogen. In this way, the white blood cells manage and maintain the delicate alkaline pH balance of the body fluids. But this is a photo where Dr. Young and his team were able to demonstrate the poisoning and destruction of the neutrophils, which are white blood cells of the immune system, being destroyed by the graphene oxide. They showed the neutrophils, white blood cells, attempting to isolate and then pick up and remove the reduced graphene oxide or graphene hydroxide, which was found in all the so-called COVID vaccines. But the graphene oxide is cytotoxic, and the graphene oxide killed the white blood cells instead. So now the body cells are not able to remove its waste and replenish its alkalinity. And at the same time, you have this radiological and chemical poisoning of graphene oxide building up, which is a toxic acidic pathogen, which eventually results in decompensated metabolic acidosis of the blood and interstitial fluids, which is the outside environment of the body cells. This causes the deterioration of the cell wall membranes as the body cells break down, which you can see happening in this photograph, where the normal healthy round body cells are deteriorating into those spiky looking cells as the cell membranes are breaking down. So instead of the body cells looking healthy, round and spherical like this, the cell membranes are now deteriorating and breaking down, which you can see where the body cells have changed shape, where the body cells are no longer smooth and round, but now have all these spikes as the cell membrane is collapsing and breaking down. And then in this photograph, the cell membranes have broken down even more. And the breaking down of the cell membranes produces spike proteins, which is one of the byproducts of the cell membranes breaking down. And the spike proteins lead to the corona effect, which is all the symptoms a person experiences with so-called SARS-CoV-2, which was later renamed COVID-19, like shortness of breath, cough, sore throat, nasal congestion, etc. So the symptoms of COVID are caused by spike proteins, which are primarily endogenously produced, which means that they are produced from the inside of the body as a result of the cell membranes deteriorating and breaking down. It's not an infection of some phantom virus from the outside, but it is an outfection. The production of spike proteins from the body cells, which are breaking down as a result of radiological and chemical poisoning. Firstly, because the body cells are in an acidic state from an acidic lifestyle. For example, our thinking patterns such as fear, anxiety, worry and stress, anger, bitterness, unforgiveness, strife and things like that, which are toxic thinking patterns that puts our body into a long-term toxic state of stress, as well as an acidic nutrition lifestyle with junk food filled with acidic toxins, etc. And then you add to that the chemical and radiological poisoning of graphene oxide in the vaccines, which then finally pushes the person over the edge into the state of disease with the symptoms of what they were calling COVID-19. But the very important thing that you need to grasp is that the spike proteins are not coming from some outside viral infection. They are endogenously created, meaning they are coming from the inside, not from the outside. On the screen is another photo taken by Dr. Young and his team, providing visual evidence that the spike proteins are coming from the breakdown of the cell membranes of the body cells because of chemical, parasitical, and radiation poisoning of the vascular and the interstitial fluids from reduced graphene oxide or graphene hydroxide in combination with microwave radiation from Wi-Fi and the 4G and 5G networks. And again, in this photo on the screen, and then in a video I am about to show you, taken by Dr. Young, you can see the biological transformation of the red blood cells, where you can begin to see crowning of their cell membranes as they give birth to the spiked protein, which is what he calls the protein spiking effect, which ultimately produce the corona effect, which is the symptoms of COVID-19. As you watch this 1-minute video, also notice how the red blood cells are starting to clump together in a pathological blood coagulation. So in this video, you saw the visual evidence of the corona effect of the red blood cells, which is not a viral infectious condition, but a condition of the cell membranes degenerating due to an acidic interstitial fluid biochemistry, a toxic electromagnetic field, and an oxygen-deprived environment. And it's interesting that the spiky appearance of the body cells as their cell membranes are breaking down is what we were told the appearance of a supposed coronavirus looks like. But there is no coronavirus. On the outside, it can look like the person has an airborne infection, like a flu virus or supposed coronavirus, causing respiratory symptoms, where a person has a fever, cough, nasal congestion, shortness of breath, etc. But back in 2019, it was not a pandemic caused by a virus or outside infection. It was caused by chemical and radiological poisoning of the environment around the body cells as well as inside the body cells. This pathological process of the corona effect that I have just explained to you was described by Dr. Robert Young in this medical research paper that he published, where he gave the medical evidence that reveals the truth about what causes the symptoms of SARS, which was later renamed COVID-19. The link to this medical research paper is shown on the screen, as well as a multitude of other links to other medical research papers, which has been displayed on the screen as I have been going along in this section. for those who want to study this medical research in more depth and detail for themselves. Now here is another example of another physician in the UK, Dr. Philippe van Welbegen, who documented these same changes in the blood that he saw in his patients as a result of the graphene oxide. And even if you don't have a medical background, with all that I've just explained to you, hopefully you will understand exactly what is going on with the changes in the blood that he was observing in his vaccinated patients, as he describes in this interview with Dr. Jane Ruby.
Okay, and so in this picture 1, and actually picture 2 is very similar, but picture 1, there are only 1 or 2 red blood cells that look like round donuts. The other ones have these sort of spiky changes. They're not perfectly round. What is that?
Well, the first blood cell, the first slide gives you an assembly of a reduced graphene oxide, but what you see is a phenomenon where the polarity actually pushes back the blood cells, and it also creates something which is called hypochromia, which is a discoloration of the red blood cell. The hemoglobin is stripped up. So they become essentially useless. And in the lower half of that first slide, you see microclotting.
Yes.
That is also a thing that we check in patients with a D-dimer test. And even in asymptomatic patients, we see an elevated D-dimer.
Yes.
So we run that routinely as well. Now, in that second slide, you see a development in that the cells that should be donut shaped.
Yes.
To your broader public, there should be like a donut with a dimple in it.
Yes.
Beautifully shaped. These things are quadrangles. They're octagonal, hexagonal.
What has happened to those red blood cells that are all octagonal and all messed up like that? What are they doing?
They've actually been damaged, and they cannot be restored. You can't repair red blood cells. So these things are basically lost to us.
They're lost for 120 days, right? We make new red blood cells every 120 days. Wow. So you better have a lot. Okay. Dr. Philippe.
These things are not going to move. That is the other problem. They're not going to actually move through the microcirculatory system because they've lost their shape. They're going to bunch together and block things. And in there you see a shape of a reduced graphene oxide structure. It has a cell wall around it, which is densely black. So that is an accumulation of layers.
We are in picture 2, right? With that circular thing at the top. Okay. What is that, Dr. Philippe?
That is reduced graphene oxide, which has organized itself. The paler gray in the middle of it reflects fewer layers, because the more layers are stacked on top of one another, the blacker, the darker it gets, and that's what you see in that wall. But what this demonstrates is something very interesting. Inside it, you see also, again, tubular structures, which is reduced graphene oxide. And the furthest one to your right has 2 heads on it. And that is a very recent development. To the left, you see one which has only 1 head on it. But the critical bit is that it will open up its cell walls, if you will, as a gate. It will only let in similar structures, similar cells from reduced graphene oxide. It will not allow anything else in. So it's a very intelligent structure.
Oh my God. So is this how it self-assembles and makes itself bigger?
Yes, it attracts wandering bits of graphene, reduced graphene oxide. They can be little fragments. It attracts it to itself. Then that cell wall will open and let it in. It will absorb it and close behind it. And then you start finding these structures inside it, and then eventually these morph into an entirely different structure, which can be as large as 10 full microscope fields.
Oh
so
my God.
they're organized, they're highly selective, they're very, very selective. They will not let in anything other than the graphene structures, than graphene particles.
Oh, Dr. Filippi, I have a question, but I want to go to picture 4 first. This is the picture of clumped blood cells, and then there's I believe it's a 3-sided graphene with the luminescent gold tubes inside of it. Picture 4.
Yes.
Tell me about what is this?
This is the effect that graphene oxide in Statio Nascendi in its original phase has on certain patients, where it creates these microthrombus structures, and that is completely damaged blood. It is not going to serve any purpose. It can't actually service organs or systems. It is actually lost to us. And this is the stuff that, if it coagulates ever further, starts being responsible for thrombosis. And that is what you see in action. What you see around it is deformed red blood cells, and every single one of them is associated or can be associated with anemia, different types of anemia.
So here you see the same changes in the blood that Dr. Young described that takes place with graphene oxide. The red blood cells are pale because they are losing hemoglobin, and they have lost their normal healthy round shape as the cell membranes are breaking down and producing spike proteins, which is what gives the cells that spiky appearance. And as one last example out of many more, as you listen to this testimony by a doctor in my country, which I also shared in Chapter 1, now you are going to have a much greater understanding of what she is talking about with the background knowledge that I've now given you in this session, as she describes the changes in the blood that she observed around these black structures, which is graphene oxide, which she saw in her vaccinated patients.
Just a quick voice note to explain the above picture. A picture is worth 1,000 words. So on the left, you will find really healthy blood, nice and loose. They're not clamping together. They are full of life, full of oxygen, and they can definitely transport and do their work in the body, guaranteeing optimal health and functionality and also longevity. I have a PhD in alternative medicine. I've been practicing for about 15 years, literally seen thousands and thousands of blood smears. The microscope I use is considered the gold standard when it comes to this type of live blood analysis. And ever since people have started to come in that have had the jab, I'm starting to see things that I normally don't really see in blood. I will see similar to this with patients with HIV, severe autoimmune disease. So on the right, you will see that these red blood cells, the top picture on the right, and even in the lower picture on the left, on the right as well, sorry, you will find that we have a severe case of rouleau. So rouleau has 3 stages where the red blood cells are now clamping together, and what you are seeing in these pictures are a severe case of rouleau. And this I see with each and every vaccinated patient, and this is what made me think this can't be a coincidence, because each and every patient that have had the jab, actually the blood looks like this. So yeah, red blood cells are clamping together. It's the most severe stage of rouleau, which is called stacking, and these blood cannot transport oxygen. There's no oxygen in these cells, no nutrients in these cells, and patients that have been coming in are sometimes they have symptoms, sometimes they're asymptomatic, which means there's no symptoms, but the blood all looks the same. The problem with blood like this is that it cannot reach the capillaries of the brain, heart, the really, really small little arteries, because number one, they are clamping together. So those arteries are very small. They're about 4 microns, which means these little red blood cells actually have to single file to actually get into the capillaries. So yeah, that's one of it, because it's stacking, can actually not fit in there. And if they would have been able to fit, these red blood cells are severely oxygen deprived. When I have put patients, even with asymptomatic asymptomatic symptoms, which means no symptoms, when I have seen the blood like this, and I've even put on the oximeter, testing the blood oxygen, the oxygen in the blood, it's quite low. Some of them were at 89 and they're walking around not even realizing it. And then we also see a severe case of fibrin, which is blood clotting. And in some other slides, I've actually seen red blood cell aggregation and platelet aggregation. So very, very serious if you are starting to develop microvascular blood clotting, intravascular blood clotting, myocardial disease. This is all heart-related stuff, and people are also complaining where they kind of have a foggy brain, but it's because there's no oxygen. It's not reaching where it's supposed to. And then the bottom part, I've been seeing these strange black structures, also in the vaccinated, only in the vaccinated patients. And also I have seen very slight structures like this in people that are constantly in contact with vaccinated patients, but these patients are actually showing symptoms. But I haven't seen a lot of cases of that, so I'd rather focus on my vaccinated patients, which I feel very sorry for. I'm happy to say that my treatments have been working somewhat. I'm not getting the blood perfect, but I'm getting them away from the cliff, as I say. So yeah, there is some hope. But again, I'm doing this, I put myself at risk, I put myself, to be scrutinized, but I just can't stand by and just hide the truth. I believe that God has asked me to share this because He doesn't want His children to perish due to a lack of knowledge, and because most doctors, and I really take my hat off to them, they've got such a hard work in front of them. They're not getting the right information, because it's the right information and the scientific information. I mean, this is science. It's all it is. It's really, this is the blood before, this is the blood after. And most, even the labs, they don't really look at blood, only when it's requested by the doctor. That's why I like looking at blood, because looking at blood reveals so much more. If you are concerned about blood clotting, you can ask your doctor to do a D-dimer test. D-dimer is a little bit more sensitive when it comes to intravascular blood clotting. If you've had the jab, I would say, get to somebody that can do at least like an ozone therapy. Molecular hydrogen is really a good one. And also to get your blood oxygenated. That is very important. D-dimer tests are about 62% accurate, and then your doctor probably put you on a blood thinner. But don't just take everything as the truth. Go and research this. Doctors all over the world are finding what I'm finding. It's not just me. And I think sometimes it's easier to trust local, and this is why I'm doing these voice notes. There will be some interviews coming out that I've done, but just to reach the general public for now. I have asked the authorities to look at this blood and at my findings, because this is, in my opinion, a crime against humanity. I pray for each and every one that God will give you clarity, that the spirit of truth will remove the spirit of deception, because I believe there's a lot of deception going around, and I ask the Holy Spirit to awaken the truth also in the people, so that they can repent and so that they can seek the help that they need. Bless everyone, keep on praying, and if you are a person listening to this that have not had the jab yet, I'm so grateful, and hopefully this will reveal some truth to you, but please go and do your own research, and don't just look at research, biased research. Look at science, look at the scientific facts, not people's opinions. It's so easy to look at a voice note or to look at a YouTube clip that some person has their opinion about it. But I'm saying look at cold hard facts, things like what other doctors are also saying. Good to go and research Dr. Young, Robert Young. He's also a world-renowned doctor that are finding the same things in the blood. So it's not just me. All around the world, people are waking up. So I hope this helps somebody out there. I also want to mention that if your company is forcing you to take the vaccine, it's illegal. It's against our constitution. There is a lot of good lawyers out there actually working for free to help these people as well. We've heard horror stories of people being forced to take the vaccine and now they are paralyzed. They've had heart attacks, young people even. So if you're a mother breastfeeding, please don't do this. Go do your research on that. If you are pregnant, we've heard like horrible things, and the people that I've heard it from is say for instance like a grandmother or an aunt or an uncle. So it's like direct patients, direct people. It's not just something that I've read or heard. Again, just listen to my heart. My intention is really just to share the information, and hopefully we can all get to the bottom of this. Bless you and keep the faith. Remember, the truth is in the blood.
In Chapter 6 of this video series, I will explain that not all vaccines have exactly the same contents in the same quantities, because some vaccines are designed to be more lethal than others in order to intentionally target specific population groups more than others. Concerning the graphene oxide in the contents of the vaccines, the international military lawyer Todd Callender and the medical research team working with him did mass spectroscopy on the contents of the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines, and they found another alternative, clever way that the graphene oxide was being introduced into the bodies of people via the vaccines. Perhaps in order to be able to deny or hide the fact about graphene in the vaccines, one of the other ways they seem to be doing it is to only put the basic compounds, which are the building blocks of graphene oxide, in the vaccines. And then once inside the body, the nanorobots then use these basic building blocks to assemble the graphene oxide and graphene hydroxide inside the body. And remember that graphene is made up of carbon atoms, just like a lot of organic matter in the human body. So the nanorobots can even harvest carbon atoms from the body's natural tissues to manufacture graphene oxide. And they can use electromagnetic frequencies through cell phones and Wi-Fi, through the 4G and 5G internet networks, to stimulate an increased production of graphene hydroxide inside the body by 300%.
You think there's
Yeah.
something in the vaccine that makes it possible to detect from the outside with what they've been
Yes.
vaccinated?
The answer is yes, and we already know that. So if you were to look at, I believe it's Exhibit 4 in our preliminary injunction, and I'll send that to you, we actually did mass spectrometry on the shots, on both Moderna and on the Pfizer shots. It appears, based on our mass spectrometry, they included all the base compounds in order for the bodies to produce their own graphene oxide. One of our experts has testified that the use of electromagnetic radiation, EMF radiation, meaning what's coming out of your cell phone signals, will actually cause the growth, a 300% increase in graphene dioxide. Is that right? Hydroxide, sorry, graphene hydroxide inside the human body. So all they have to do is put the base chemicals into the user, expose them to a certain level of magnetic radiation, cell phone signals at a certain frequency, and those people will actually grow graphene hydroxide inside of them. And you would have seen this again. You know, one of our experts was a mortician. He couldn't get the embalming fluid into the cadavers about, I guess it was January of last year. And so he opened up their arms and their legs, and he pulled out these great giant sheets. They were blood clots, the length of the leg, but after you washed the blood away, they were actually sheets. Those components are ostensibly the graphene hydroxide. So it is happening. We know that for a fact. There are autopsies that prove this. Science that proves it. Dr. Ryan Cole, I believe, has quite a bit of that in science as well.
So you may have vaccinated individuals who don't currently have a very high quantity of graphene oxide in their body. But when certain electromagnetic pulses are sent out, the production of graphene oxide can be increased in the bodies of people by up to 300%. And this may also play a role in people manifesting the respiratory symptoms of the next pandemic. So that brings us to the next section, which is the magnetotoxicity of graphene oxide and how graphene oxide responds to electromagnetic fields to simulate the symptoms of COVID-19. Graphene oxide works together like a hand in a glove with the electromagnetic frequencies from our phones, Wi-Fi, and the 4G and 5G internet networks around us. Graphene oxide is extremely toxic, and its toxicity is dependent on the electromagnetic radiation that it absorbs. Graphene oxide becomes even more magnetic when it is injected into the body and comes into contact with hydrogen and living cells. This is why some vaccinated people have this exacerbated magnetism at the point where they were vaccinated, where they could hang spoons or metal objects around the site in their arm where they were injected with the COVID vaccine. Later, this magnetism can also be found in the upper solar plexus and the skull. Once injected, graphene oxide has an affinity for the central nervous system, which is the brain and spinal cord, because of its higher electrical conductivity. In the central nervous system, it interferes with the flow of electric current along the nerves, and as a result, it can cause the immobilization of limbs, paraplegia, where a person is paralyzed in their arms and legs, strokes, and various other alterations of the nervous system. As you can see in this video of a nurse who experienced these side effects severely. And this is just one example of thousands of people who've experienced these same devastating symptoms after taking the COVID vaccines.
My name is Christy Simmons. First of all, I would like to say that I am a registered nurse. I took the COVID vaccine to protect patients and my fellow co-workers. I took it a week and a half ago. It'll be 2 weeks this coming Tuesday. I have had tremors for the last 3 days. I have been to 4 ERs and have been discharged, stating that I need to follow up with neurology. I've contacted 2 neurologists. One cannot even see me until after March or late March. The other one said that they will not see me at all. I'm making this video so that people are aware of the possibilities of reactions to the vaccine. I'm not making this video so that you won't take the vaccine. As a nurse, I strongly believe in vaccines, but I do feel that everyone should be made aware that this is a possibility. I'm hoping that someone will see this video that can help me. And I'm also hoping that the CDC and Moderna will see this video and do some more research to try to help the people that are having this kind of reaction. I have already spoken with 5 other people that are having the same symptoms that I am and are having the same struggles that I am, and they cannot get help. So I just want to say that if there's anyone out there, any doctors that can help me or that are willing to help me, to please reach out to me. My name is Christy Simmons, and you can reach me on my Facebook page. And if you reach me there, I would be more than happy to send you my phone number. Thank you so much. And I pray that everyone who is having these symptoms can find the help that they need.
Because graphene oxide has an affinity for electrical organs, it is also drawn towards the heart, especially when its cardiac activity increases, such as, for example, during exercise, because the heart's electrical activity increases. At that moment, the graphene oxide targets the heart and causes it to become inflamed, generating myocarditis or pericarditis, which is inflammation of the heart. And so this is one of the major reasons why there has been such a large number of people getting myocarditis and pericarditis after taking the COVID jabs.
Just wanted you to know that we have the latest stats right out of the CDC from the Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report on the initial numbers of damage and injuries to 12 to 17-year-olds who are being jabbed now under the expansion of the EUA. And I wanted to share those numbers with everyone.
Yes, please.
So far, the CDC itself is reporting that there were 863 serious adverse events. Stu, this is out of about 75,000 12 to 17-year-olds that have been jabbed, and most of them in the last month or two since the EUA was expanded. A serious adverse event is a very common phrase, and it has a specific meaning in pharmaceutical drug development. It is death. It is serious illness requiring hospitalization. It's not just a headache or throwing. 76,000 so far that they are looking at. 863 serious adverse events, including 14 deaths. This is 12 to 17-year-olds with no previous medical history at all. And I want you to know, Stu, that 2 of them out of the 14 deaths, 2 of them had a brain bleed, 2 of them had a heart attack, and 2 of them died of heart failure within a few weeks of getting their second shot.
These are 12 to 17-year-olds?
Yes, almost over 40% of them had myocarditis. 41% of them had chest pain. And another 40% had very high troponin levels, which is a specific enzyme indicating cardiac muscle damage, not general body muscle damage. So we are destroying the cardiac health of our youth. And now they have a request in to the FDA to expand the EUA to 2 to 10-year-olds. Stu, God help us on that. This has got to stop.
Anybody who would even think about subjecting their child to this, given the readily available, publicly disseminated data, should be looked at for criminal charges. I mean, that is neglect, that is abuse.
In addition, graphene oxide has the ability to absorb electromagnetic radiation from our environment and multiply it with a transistor effect. This causes it to generate small discharges that interfere with the electric current in the nerves of the heart, causing arrhythmias in our cardiac system, where the heart beats in an irregular rhythm which can become life-threatening. This explains why so many athletes are suffering from arrhythmias, where the heart beats in an irregular rhythm when they have increased cardiac activity. Consequences of these arrhythmias includes fainting, blackouts or syncope, and sudden unexpected death. A large number of people have suffered a sudden unexpected death interacting near these microwave sources. Graphene oxide is detected in the body by the immune system, which treats it as if it was a pathogen. In other words, a toxin or a harmful foreign substance. So wherever graphene oxide goes in the body, it generates tissue inflammation or systemic or multi-organ inflammation. Graphene oxide is eliminated from the body through our lungs, but if it is irradiated whilst found in the lungs, the subsequent inflammation of the lung tissue causes bilateral pneumonia. And so once again, you are getting what looks like an infection in the lungs, where people think that there is this pandemic of a virus spreading and everybody getting sick with respiratory symptoms. But what is really causing these symptoms is the effects of graphene oxide in combination with the interaction of graphene oxide with the surrounding electromagnetic fields from our phones, Wi-Fi, and the 4 and 5G networks around us. In other words, the disease relabeled COVID-19 is simply a graphene-enhanced acute irradiation syndrome. And this will also be a huge contributing factor in the next pandemic to come, when they activate the graphene oxide in the bodies of the general population through sending electromagnetic pulses through the Wi-Fi and internet networks around us, which will increase both the amounts of graphene oxide in the bodies of people, as well as an increase in the magnetotoxicity of the graphene oxide. In short, the official version of events narrated to us by the media, that the symptoms people experienced was due to the non-existent, non-isolated, non-purified, non-cultivated SARS-CoV-2 COVID-19 virus and its so-called variants, is really the result of the graphene oxide introduced via the COVID vaccines, and possibly by graphene oxide that was put into the water sources and even in many foods prior to the rollout of the vaccines. To quote from the end of Dr. Robert Young's article, the so-called experts or medical savants are telling you that the COVID-19 vaccines are the only way to stop the spread of COVID-19, even when there is no evidence of the existence of the COVID-19 virus and no evidence of its spreading as determined by the scientific method of Koch and Rivers postulates. The Koch and Rivers postulates that he mentioned here is the basic medical standards to prove the existence of a microorganism as a pathogen that causes disease, whether it is a bacteria, fungus, parasite, or so-called virus. These rules are: the microorganism must be found in the ill but not the healthy. The microorganism must be isolated from a diseased organism, like a human or animal, and grown in pure culture. That microorganism they cultured must produce the same disease in a new host that is injected with that microorganism. Then they have to be able to re-isolate that microorganism, and they must demonstrate detection of a specific immune response to that microorganism. While no CDC or any organization of any country has been able to do any of these things to prove the existence of the so-called COVID-19 coronavirus. Its existence is a total lie and deception. From the very first few weeks of the COVID-19 pandemic, when the mainstream media started telling the world that the coronavirus is spreading everywhere, I already knew right from the beginning that there was no coronavirus and that it was a total lie. I knew it firstly as a word of knowledge from the Holy Spirit, because when you are walking in a close love relationship with Abba Father, He gives you the gift of discernment. But even just looking at the whole thing with my medical brain, it made no legitimate medical sense. And to be honest, I couldn't understand why all doctors weren't questioning the narrative of the mainstream media. But nevertheless, there are several virologists, doctors, and medical scientists who have called out the coronavirus lie for what it is.
Karen Kingston sent me this message just the other day. Quote, "Stu, I found it all. I have it all." Unquote. She says that what she has found exposes the entire lie at the heart of COVID-19. And she says that she can prove everything that she's about to tell us. Karen Kingston joins us now. Karen, thanks for being here. What is COVID-19?
The level of deception that has been unleashed on the Americans and global population is impossible almost to understand. So the greatest lie that we were told was that this novel coronavirus, and keep in mind that novel means new. It's also a very long made up story. It's a novel. That COVID-19 was caused by the SARS-CoV-2 virus, this mRNA gain of function virus. And we were told that it could infect people. It was highly infectious. Unfortunately, for those people who have been propagating this lie, the body of scientific evidence, mRNA experts, government documents, and the inventor of SARS-CoV-2 himself, Ralph Baric, has clearly stated that all mRNA coronaviruses, including SARS-CoV-2, are impossible to achieve human-to-human infection. And the evidence comes from both, let's say, Ralph Baric. He published in 2016 in PNAS, where he published that he had done an abundant amount of research on his entire database of bat coronaviruses, including SARS-CoV-2, which produces the WIV1 spike protein. And he said, look, if we can even get it into a human body, it immediately becomes impotent. It's weakened and useless. So we need to do further adaptations to make it of pandemic potential. The head of mRNA research and vaccines at Sanofi, the largest vaccine company in the world. This man is an expert. This man is Frank DeRosa, has said, mRNA will fall apart if you look at it wrong. In Chemical and Engineering News, they talk about this breakthrough lipid nanoparticle technology because for over 30 years, mRNA was considered, and SARS viruses were considered, a lame duck invention. There's also a publication from 2017 in Nature Biotechnology. And this is the real kicker, Stu. In that publication, this peer-reviewed publication of experts in mRNA technologies, they state that no RNA viruses, including mRNA, can ever infect any cell because of the 4 billion year evolutionary defense of the lipid bilayer. It was always a lie that this virus could ever infect humans and be transmissible. And I have all the documentation to prove it. So the question is, are the experts that are telling us that this is transmissible, are we to trust them? Or are we going to trust the body of evidence that we're showing your viewers? We've been gaslit. The greatest stunt trick the devil ever played on humanity was teaching the world he didn't exist. We have been gaslit and distracted by this concept of a coronavirus that's infectious. And everyone that's come forward to validate the experts and the witnesses that you've had on your show saying, hey, people are magnetic. People are having weird neurological and CNS dysfunctions. We're looking underneath the microscope and seeing the self-assembling nanotechnologies. We're looking under the microscope of people who have been injected and their self-assembling nanotechnologies. And we're ignoring the evil itself. Why are we being gaslit about a virus that is clinically, statistically, evolutionary, and scientifically impossible to infect people, and not talking about the artificial intelligence nanoweapon that's been unleashed on the American people?
Stu, I'm going to go back to the beginning. The PCR test is a fraud perpetrated by Christian Drosten and Ulfert Lant. The coronavirus SARS-CoV-2 has it's never been isolated. Its protein sequences have never been demonstrated or validated. No one can prove to us that it ever really existed. Did something exist last year? And does something flying around now that's a flu and lots of different versions of the common cold? Yes, yes, and yes. But no one's ever proven or shown verified an isolate of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. That's number one. And I want to add one more thing. These Spanish researchers in this group said that when you look at the different symptoms of SARS, whatever was the SARS-CoV-2 from last year, or a few residual cases now, they are all symptoms that would also be caused by excess graphene oxide in your body. The storm in the lungs.
Now, from the beginning, I never believed this was an airborne virus. I thought this was a contact poison or toxin. Keep in mind, virus in Latin does not mean little animalcule that flies out of your mouth and makes other people sick. Virus means toxin. We need to start changing our language to changing our understanding. That when we get sick and we sneezing and wheezing and coughing, something we say we got a cold. You didn't catch a cold. You're toxic and you're getting rid of the toxins.
Peter Duisberg, who I respect highly, wrote a book called Inventing the AIDS Virus, but he also wrote a book inside the book called Inventing the Ebola Virus. And then he also wrote a book within the book called Inventing the Hepatitis Virus, and the
this
list
is what we were talking about earlier. Yeah, but all these viruses actually don't exist.
So now we have over 75 letters from various institutions, governments, and universities, and asking them a very specific question. Have you identified, and for the CDC, this question was asked, and I have copies of these letters, was asked by Christine Massey from Canada. But these questions have been asked, and others have got on board to continue to ask. Even the state of California has now been asked for them to come forth and show us the identification, isolation, and the morphology of the coronavirus. And of course, no one can produce anything. No one.
They can't. I've also asked the state of Massachusetts.
From any lab, from any hospital, from any university, from every government entity can give us a report on that, this, and show us the evidence, or send us a testing sample, to compare to of
There's
HIV.
not a single paper on the subject. Nobody has isolated it anywhere around the world using Koch's postulates, as you pointed out in our last conversation, Dr. Young.
Well, but the symptoms of corona are real. The virus is not real.
So there is some disease, but it's not a virus.
The symptoms are real. The question is, what is causing it? we've exposed ourselves to radio and microwave radiation that we're now going to be paying the consequences, and already have paid the consequences. And when this fourth wave comes out, my fear, which my hope is, I should say, that this is not released upon individuals or groups of individuals or cities that have been basically inoculated and becoming a cell tower themselves and a transmitter, that hopefully will answer the question is, why are vaccinated people affecting non-vaccinated people or vaccinated people?
That's right.
Because you're like this cell tower over here. I'll show you a picture
Viral
of the
shedding.
virus. I'll show you of the actual picture of the virus. There it is. It's on all the poles running down your streets.
Boston. Yeah, I think this makes absolute sense to many of us, certainly to me. And, this notion that irradiation is what is causing disease in the first place. And this graphene oxide is apparently going to facilitate further destruction of the human body and brain through irradiation.
Yeah, so, putting on a mask will not protect you from microwaves or radio waves or pulsating vibrations. The corona effect is a chemical and radioactive poisoning. There is no isolated virus that you can link that to the cause of these symptomologies. So this is what I'd like you to consider.
How many of you believe there was no pandemic at all? Well, you'd be right, according to ex-Pfizer executive Dr. Michael Yaden. Again, these aren't my words, although I agree with him. Just to be clear, YouTube censors, these are the words of an ex-Pfizer executive who says there was no pandemic at all. Dr. Michael Yaden. Now, he says there's no pandemic, and the lie was maintained in order to inject 5.5 billion people with what he says was an intentionally dangerous substance, 17 million of whom have died so far, he says, after having received it. Watch.
There has not been a pandemic. Dennis Rancourt's data shows that the all-cause mortality evidence data did not increase at all in the run-up to the declaration, fraudulently, by WHO of a pandemic. There is no public health emergency except that created by our governments. An inappropriate, fraudulent PCR test was used to give people the impression that they had a particular disease where they didn't. There were all the normal diseases. And then what happened was, in 3 different ways, people were treated badly through changed medical procedures that were imposed above the level of nation, briefly, mass ventilation of people inappropriately in hospitals that led to lots of deaths. In care homes, many people were given sedatives and respiratory depressants, which led to their deaths. My PhD was specifically in that area of opiates and respiratory depression. And in the community, people were denied life-saving antibiotics and died of bacterial pneumonia. There's your pandemic. There is no other pandemic. And based on this lie, we were told that vaccines were coming our way and would be our savior. 2 things. As I say, first, there's no pandemic, so you certainly don't need an experimental, rushed medical intervention. But secondly, even if you did, as someone who's worked in the industry for over 30 years, I am telling you, it's absolutely impossible to invent, test, clinically evaluate, and manufacture and then launch on global scale a complex biomedical product. It's absolutely impossible. It's not as close, it's years wrong. The fastest record prior to this was 6 years. And friends of mine who've worked all their lives in manufacturing of complex biological products tell me the methods development alone for the development of a reproducible manufacturing process itself takes a number of years. So whatever it is you think was done, I am telling you, there was not the development of a proper medical product. What I think happened was the advancement of materials that are intentionally toxic, and then they were sketchily advanced and jammed into people's arms, often coerced, sometimes even mandated, with the unsurprising effect that millions of people have died. So I think having heard what I've just said, that there was no pandemic and the lie was maintained in order to inject people en masse, I think 5.5 billion people, with an intentionally dangerous substance, 17 million of whom have died so far.
Now, of course, Yaden in many quarters is a hero, speaking out about this for years. But now we have all of the sort of cumulative data to look back on this. And he's vindicated on this. Of course, he was vilified. Yaden was early in warning about these shots. And the mainstream media, like Reuters at the time, which of course has direct ties to British intelligence, was slamming the doctor, calling him basically a kook for warning people. I just want to read a portion of this Reuters hit piece on Dr. Yaden. Here it is, the ex-Pfizer scientist who became an anti-vax hero. Goes on to take him to task and keep every paragraph is like, which has been proven wrong, which has been proven wrong. They're all lies, of course, because in fact he was vindicated. Here's just one example of their lies. Let me just kind of scroll here. So, let's go back. Sorry, go back. Yeah. In recent runs, Yaden, pronounced Yaden, has emerged as an unlikely hero of the soul. Oh, shoot. I guess it ran out. Sorry. I should have got the screenshot instead of the scrolling of it. I apologize. Anyway, you can read the piece for yourself. It's just a total hit piece on him. There was a coordinated effort in 2021, of course, to discredit Dr. Yaden with all kinds of fact-checking websites jumping on to say how great the COVID shots were, how dangerous Dr. Yaden's claims were. Here's just one example. This fact check debunked claims by an ex-Pfizer employee about COVID-19. They just call him an employee. Talk about him being an executive, like a scientist. He's just an employee, just some guy in the mailroom about COVID-19 vaccines.
He was a vaccine maker.
Exactly. It was a former vice president and chief scientist at Pfizer. He was by the way, yes, he was the allergy and respiratory researcher at Pfizer. So he was like in charge of the respiratory and research center. Literally in charge of it's a respiratory virus? That's your guy. And he's telling you there's no pandemic. Okay. But anyway, here in one of the things it talks about the children claim, they go through like a number of claims he's made. Claim number 4, COVID-19 is not a threat or fatal to anyone below the age of 60. Okay. Like many before him, Yaden has also suggested that the risk of COVID-19 is overplayed because it primarily affects older people. But this claim is false, according to the fact checkers. COVID-19 is a risk to people of all ages, and the virus has killed young people. Really?
Well, actually, statistical data has proven him right, that people under 30 only died with COVID due to pre-existing conditions by and large. It's the numbers are overwhelming, and we've presented those studies here. So history proved him right. And so
Miss Stacy in the chat says, even the Pfizer CEO said he did not get his own COVID vaccine. That's all you need to know is like the CEO of Pfizer refused to get his own shot. That's all you need to know. Anyway, no pandemic at all, according to him.
This is something Dan Cohen on Uncaptured Media has had interviews with virologists as well, talking about how the likelihood of a virus spreading like this naturally across the globe. So look up that as well, because Dan Cohen is very much on this as well and has done some great research in addition to Dr. Yaden.
So as Dr. Robert Young, Dr. Mike Yaden, and all these doctors have said, the coronavirus has never been isolated. The virus is not real, but the symptoms are real. And what is causing it is chemical poisoning, for example, from graphene oxide, and radiological poisoning from all these electromagnetic frequencies from the 5G networks, Wi-Fi, etc., that leads to the corona effect, which I explained to you, concerning the pathological blood coagulation, leading to high carbon dioxide levels, which is hypercapnia, low oxygen, which is hypoxia, decompensated metabolic acidosis, and the breakdown of cell membranes, leading to the production of spike proteins. Once again, quoting from Dr. Young's article, where he is confronting the lie that the vaccines are safe and effective. Even though millions of double-jabbed and triple-jabbed people are getting sick, theoretically exposing themselves to a non-existent virus called COVID-19 and dying, not from some phantom viral infection, but from the fear or false evidence appearing real and the toxic acid contents of reduced graphene oxide delivered via the genetically modified mRNA to specific targets of the human body, leading to pathological blood coagulation, oxygen deprivation, hypercapnia, which is high carbon dioxide levels, hypoxia, which is low oxygen, and then death by suffocation. One of the central pillars of deception that they use to perpetuate the virus lie is the PCR tests, which were a total fraud. Here's a quick reminder of what I explained about the PCR tests in a previous video on the 4 horses of Revelation. But first, I would like to explain how inaccurate the PCR tests that have been used to diagnose a person with COVID really are, and why you cannot draw any genuine medical conclusions from them. PCR stands for polymerase chain reaction. The principle of how it is supposed to work is that a virus is isolated and the DNA it contains is supposedly identified. I use the word supposedly because there are no medical studies, that I am aware of at least, that have shown proof of properly isolating a virus. So I have a lot of personal doubts surrounding this. Once the genetic sequence of the virus has been supposedly identified, a PCR test is performed by taking a sample of the person's body fluids, such as saliva from the mucosa of their mouth or from their nasal passage, and the DNA in that sample is then multiplied or replicated in a laboratory and then studied to see if it contains the genetic sequence of the virus. To use an analogy to help those with no medical background to understand, say that the components of the genetic sequence of the virus is like words that make up a sentence, and the PCR test looks for the presence of any word combinations in that sentence, such as and the, however, but, so then, and if any of those word combinations within that sentence are detected, that test is considered as positive. The problem is that those words are not unique to only that sentence. You can find those same words of that sentence in many other articles, magazines, books, or information on the internet. In the same way, the sections of DNA that are supposedly in the virus that cause a PCR test to be positive can be found in the genetic makeup of just about everybody. For example, the genetic waste material called exosomes that are released from a body cell when a person is stressed or exhausted, or when they are sick with other infections, or for many other reasons. And for this reason, the PCR test was never accepted as a gold standard test in medicine before. And I believe this has been a tool to bring a lot of deception surrounding this pandemic, especially in the beginning, to push up the numbers of supposed confirmed COVID cases. There is nobody from any lab, from any hospital, from any university, from any government entity, from any CDC of any country that can provide any evidence that the coronavirus has ever been isolated using the scientific gold standard of the Koch and Rivers postulates. And so, if you haven't isolated the virus, There is no way that you can come up with a genetic sequence for the diagnostic PCR tests. As you will hear Dr. Jane Ruby also say in a moment, the so-called genetic sequences that many doctors around the world were given for the virus were genetic sequences that were simply digitally assembled and generated from computer databases, and that is medical fraud. These false computer-generated genetic sequences of the virus were used to develop the fraudulent PCR diagnostic test. The coronavirus, SARS-CoV-2, has never been isolated by anybody anywhere in the world. Its protein sequences have never been demonstrated or validated. No one can prove to us that the coronavirus ever really existed. One man who successfully exposed to the world that this virus has not been isolated is a man called Patrick King, who was fined $1,200 for violating the COVID mandates, for being in a group of larger than 10 people in a rally that they were holding to protest against the government mandates. As a part of his defense in court, Patrick King demanded that the government in a province in Canada called Alberta produce proof of isolation of the virus in order to justify the mandates, and they couldn't, therefore forcing the authorities in that province to reverse those mandates.
They have stated it on the record. Done.
Can you repeat that?
Therefore, what's that?
Can you repeat that? Just the last bit?
Yeah. So the Chief Medical Officer of Health and Alberta Health Services have all said on the record that there is no proof of virus. Basically, they said there is no material evidence that you request to help prove your case that the Public Health Act is moot. What they basically said is we don't have that evidence. Therefore, that evidence was necessary in order to draw up the Public Health Act against COVID-19 pandemic. So in that COVID-19 pandemic needed that science. They need the science to back up what they're doing to us. They don't have the fucking science. And it's on record now. It's openly on the record. It's there. So I'm asking everybody under the Freedom of Information Act, get my transcripts, get everything that I've done in court in the last couple months.
We are happy to break news out of Canada that the Daily Mail will not touch. None of the mainstream media is going to touch this. These propagandists are going to hide this from you. But breaking out of Alberta today, mandatory masking is coming to an end. Kids will not be masking when they return to school. Mandatory quarantine will be ending. Contact tracing, testing for mild symptoms. It's all done. Freedom has won in Alberta, proving that fighting does work. Joining us now is Patrick King, a devoted father of two, a proud Canadian. You were fined $1,200 for violating the COVID-19 Public Health Act for being in a group larger than 10, which I'm assuming is what lit the fire inside of you. And it appears that you, sir, were a part of the efforts that we can now celebrate today. Tell us about it.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for having me on, Stu. I'm an oil and gas worker, have been for over 17 years. I also hold a degree in occupational health and safety and environment. And when they started to attack our industry out here, I started getting a little bit more vocal. So we've held rallies on our streets with regards to oil and gas and this government that we have for over 3.5 years. And on December 5th, we were celebrating our 200th week of being on the corner on a Saturday morning protesting. And on that particular day, COVID mandates were implemented and they were going on for the last little while. And I was obviously targeted because of my voice, and I know this, and it's in the transcripts in the court. I was targeted, and I received a ticket of $1,200. So I waited for my time in court. I ended up getting it on May the 4th, finally, and I went into court, and I produced some information that I needed to request in order to put up a good, plausible defense. And my material that I requested was the isolation of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. And I wanted it isolated and not in a lab setting or in a PCR test, because we know the PCR tests, they're overspun. We know we're not stupid people. Right. We know, we research, we look.
Yes.
So in doing that, the judge, she allowed me to subpoena Dina Hinshaw, who is our Chief Medical Officer of Health for Alberta, who basically what my defense was to be was I needed proof that you have isolated the SARS-CoV-2 virus, and that therefore the science would give you the backing for your public health act.
Which in plain and simple terms means prove to me that a pandemic exists.
100%. And if they did that, then I would be no problem. I would say, okay, you're right. You've got this. I'll put this mask on. Dina Hinshaw's lawyer spoke up and she said, well, Your Honor, Mr. King is requesting evidence that we cannot give. And I was kind of like, what? And I sent you a screenshot of it. And in the screenshot, it says, the Chief Medical Officer of Health has no material evidence to provide Mr. King for his defense, which basically means everything that I requested in Schedule A, which is the isolation of the SARS-CoV-2 virus, that needs to be 100% isolated in order to base your scientific facts on these public health acts. You don't have material evidence for this. And they said no. And I had to reiterate again to the lawyer or to the judge. I said, Your Honor, just for the record, I want it to be on the record, duly noted, that the Chief Medical Officer of Health of Alberta does not have material evidence I request. She says, yes, Mr. King, they did say that. Perfect. They can't believe it. I'll still remember the look on the faces. So I reiterated again, the Chief Medical Officer of Health of Alberta, Ms. Dina Hinshaw, and AHS and the Alberta provincial government do not have the material evidence I request for the isolation of SARS-CoV-2. And when the judge said that, these two stenographer and a clerk just went like this.
Yeah.
And their jaws dropped to the floor.
Yeah, they must have looked at the judge like, what, are we supposed to type this?
Yeah.
Do you really want this on the record? I mean, this is amazing stuff. And it's so simple when you think about it. This is so simple. You have essentially taught the world exactly what they need to do to liberate themselves. I mean,
that's right.
But the problem lies in, of course, we're going to have to battle uphill because we have a compromised judiciary, a corrupt judiciary. You have to get before a judge that's actually going to rule impartially.
Yep.
I just want to make sure that everybody understands the magnitude of this. This isn't about a $1,200 fine or a ticket. This isn't about 1,000 of them. This is about ending COVID. Seriously, the narrative is dead. The virus has never been isolated. It doesn't exist. You can't prove its existence. Therefore, you cannot force me to do anything in the name of something that is non-existent.
That's right. And in the transcripts,
no vaccine, no vaccine, no vaccine, and no vaccine, because it's not a vaccine anyways. No mask, no social distance, no limiting in the gathering sizes. My kids should be able to return to school. Everybody is hugging again. My small business can reopen now. All of these things. That is the magnitude of this.
Believe it or not, Stu, I would have to say I'm one of, if not the most censored Canadian out there right now. I cannot have Facebook. I cannot even use Google. They're not giving me any ways or any means to get my information out to people. They're blocking me in every single way. And when they start doing that, you know you're onto them. You know you're doing you're doing the right thing.
Not only Patrick King, but several people all over the world have used the legal premise of the Freedom of Information Act to demand from the government, CDC, or other relevant authorities within their countries to provide evidence that the virus has been isolated and to provide evidence that the virus exists. Requests were made to the relevant authorities in the USA, Canada, Ukraine, Brazil, the Netherlands, New Zealand, Australia, the UK, which is England, Ireland, Scotland, and Wales, and the European CDC, and all of these organizations, as well as over 40 institutions worldwide, gave responses where they admitted that they could not provide any scientific evidence of the existence of the SARS-CoV-2 COVID-19 virus. There is no coronavirus.
Has anyone isolated this virus? Well, it doesn't appear so. FOIA discovery from around the world has failed to actually produce a virus. So how can we even acknowledge something that can't be proven to exist? Joining us now is Dr. Jane Ruby. She's a medical expert, Stu Peters Show contributor. So, Dr. Jane Ruby, does this virus even exist?
Stu, let's take a closer look at what's happening here. According to a lot of experts and a lot of government admission across the globe, there is no virus other than a digital theoretical abstraction made on a computer from a genomic database. The virus, as we've been saying, has never been isolated, purified, sequenced, characterized, or proven to exist, right? I want to get into why this is coming to the forefront. As you mentioned, thousands of FOIA requests went out unbeknown to some of us late last year, early this year, and the results are coming in, and governments are they're admitting as we go here that this doesn't exist. Now, let me begin with a little bit of education. People have written to me and said, Dr. Jane, are you saying that, I wasn't sick last year? I mean, come on, there was a flu last year. But when we talk about SARS-CoV-2 and the characterization of it as something incredibly dangerous that justifies losing your businesses, damaging and hurting your children, just causing death and destruction across the planet, we better damn well have something that we can put our hands on. So we look to pre-existing standards, one of which is the Koch postulates. 4 things are required before you know you have a virus. The first thing is that the microorganism should be identified in people who are affected with the illness, but it should not be identified in people that don't show any symptoms of the illness. The second postulate is that it has to be isolated from a diseased individual and then be able to multiply it in culture, okay, to show its replicability. The third part of Koch's postulates includes that when you introduce the organism that you've isolated into a healthy person, that isolate must cause disease. Otherwise, it's inoculated. The fourth postulate is the microorganism must then be re-isolated from the experimental host and found to be identical to the original microorganism. These are important because this has never been done with this virus. Let me just share some other information and facts. And I'm going to provide you with a lot of links to documentation for your website that buttresses everything I'm about to tell you.
All right, good. We'll put it all at stupeters.tv. Everything that you say, every link you provide will be at stupeters.tv because people need to know this stuff. Go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you. First of all, top Chinese scientists admitted that they never isolated the virus. That's one link that I'm going to send to you. Secondly, the CDC stated itself that there's no quantified isolate available. In fact, the link I'm going to send you from their website will say, and I quote, that they've been running PCR tests based not on actual viral isolate, in other words, an actual sample or specimen taken from an infected human, but rather, listen to this, Stu, stocks, I'm quoting, stocks of transcribed RNA taken from a gene bank to mimic the clinical specimen. I've been screaming about this for weeks relative to the Corman-Drosten paper that was the fake, if you remember, validation of the PCR test that the CDC now says has to be replaced because it's incompetent. No kidding. Well, in their paper where they claim to have validated it, you have to validate a tool, a diagnostic tool. In other words, you have to scientifically prove that it does identify what you are claiming it does, the illness, the disease per se, and you also have to validate that it is doing it, we call it reliability, that it's doing it consistently every time you use the test. And in their article, they come out and admit that they used a what's called in silico, or computer simulated. These are, Stu, these are not based on organic materials. These are not based on anything that's ever been extrapolated from a human being who is ill with any kind of flu. So let me go on with this. The CDC admitted that they made a digital virus. Here's where the Frankenshot Frankenstein piece comes in. They admitted that they made a digital virus made from 30,000, I apologize, base pairs using 37 actual sample base pairs. But Stu, these are all simulations of configurations of these DNA sequences. In other words, they go on to say, in other words, in their own, this article summary, it is a Frankenstein virus which has been concocted and stitched together using genomic database sequences, some viral, some not. It has never been properly purified and isolated so that it can be sequenced from end to end once derived from living tissue. Instead, it's just digitally assembled from a computer database. This computer-generated step constitutes scientific fraud on every level. Stu, we cannot have a specific test for something, for a virus, without knowing the components of that virus, right? And I want to go on to say, you can't justify a variant of something that you've never identified exists per se. So I just want to go on with a couple more pieces of information.
So let me just, can I just clarify something real quick?
Sure.
Because what you said just right now is actually quite profound. And it's a huge statement that you're making. And I don't want to just breeze over this. These variants, Delta variant, what was the other one? This world-ending variant, whatever it's called, the Doomsday variant.
Epsilon, I mean, whatever they throw out. You know, there's a certain order of...
Lambda, right. Okay, so what you're saying is, how could these variants exist if COVID-19 in and of itself, this, according to Dr. David Martin, this chimerically engineered virus, doesn't exist at all either, but rather that this is a set of symptoms, essentially, that has been diagnosed as a COVID-19. It's been given the label COVID-19, but you can't really determine if anybody ever really had this COVID-19 because in and of itself, COVID-19 could be fake.
Absolutely. They're justifying, knocking people over in Australia and injecting poison in their arms. They're justifying a potential lockdown that Biden may come out with next week, and all kinds of other things.
But we're talking about the separation of families. We're talking about keeping people away from their elderly mothers, grandparents in nursing homes. We're talking about masking kids for periods of 5, 6, 8, 10 hours a day.
Absolutely. Right. So getting back to the point, these computer-generated sequences were used to develop the PCR diagnostic test. And so millions of false positives, false whatever, have come out of this fraud. This design relied merely on close genetic relatives, and it does not fulfill the aim for a diagnostic test as cross-reactivity. So that's why we've had all these false positives. And I want to mention something else. These FOIA requests the responses are now coming out. Multiple governments, unending governments, all the countries in the UK, Canada, Australia, are admitting that they could not produce evidence or scientific paperwork that this virus exists, this SARS-CoV-2. And so over 40 institutions worldwide have not been able to answer this question. I just want to go on to say,
what did you just say? How many governments?
There actually are more than 40 institutions across Canada, the United States, New Zealand, Australia, all the governments in the UK, which is England, Wales, Ireland, and also Denmark and the European CDC have provided their responses, and none could locate any scientific data recording the isolation of any COVID-19 virus, aka SARS-CoV-2, directly from a diseased patient. So Stu, what this means is, if there's no virus that is identified, there can't be a variant. We're being threatened to lock down on variants of a non-existent virus.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is huge, because if you can't prove the existence of the virus, it dismantles the whole foundation of the claimed need for vaccines. This exposes the vaccines as the deception that they really are. Just before the vaccines were rolled out in 2020, I sent out a warning where I said that the COVID-19 pandemic and the vaccines that are coming with it will go down as the greatest medical fraud and the greatest genocide in human history. And I hope that you can now see that I was not exaggerating. Quoting again from Dr. Young's article, and soon they'll be telling you that you have no choice but to comply with all their mandates, even when the CDC and other governments, universities and medical institutes have admitted in writing that they have no gold standard isolation of the CoV-2, now called COVID-19 virus. Continuing to quote from Dr. Young's article, there is no coronavirus and never has been. Remember, don't let anyone take away your health freedom. It is your body, your life, and your choice. Knowledge is power, and it's the key to understanding why the experimental COVID-19 vaccines are so dangerous, despite the corporate media's official narrative that suppresses and censors anyone who dares to speak out. In the words of the great French doctor and scientist Antoine Béchamp, there is nothing so false that does not contain an element of truth, as it is with the germ theory. In this case, the viral vaccine and immunity theory. But it is not only the coronavirus that is a deception. As time goes by, I am discovering more and more viruses that do not genuinely exist, to the point where it seems the entire concept of any virus is a total lie. And to understand why we would be lied to about what really causes disease, let me first give you a revision of what I explained to you in episode 2 of this video series. And as you saw, a critical part in the success of this is the propaganda tool of the Freemason elite who control the world behind the scenes, which is the media. In 1983, 90% of the world's media was controlled by 50 companies. By 2011, 90% of all sources of information, of what we read, watch, and listen to, is owned by 6 companies, and now it's down to 5. All of them Illuminati controlled. It used to be 6 corporations that owned and controlled the secular music industry, and now it is down to 3 companies: Sony Music, Universal Music Group, and Warner Music Group. 3 companies are controlling the music that is penetrating people's brains all across the world. The books that are produced in the secular arena are produced by 5 corporations, which are called the Big Five. And it isn't just books for general reading, but books for schools and education as well, also owned by 5 companies that also call themselves the Big Five. Again, 5 entities that are controlling all the information that goes through the education systems right from the first to the last year of schools, as well as universities. In social media, well, that's easy to demonstrate. What's the most popular social media? YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, now called X, Instagram, and a few others. And again, it's the same pattern, where they are in the hands of a few billionaire Freemasonic elites. And the control of the majority of information has become so obvious now, with the removal of anything from the main social media platforms that goes against their narrative. One honestly has to be totally asleep and unconscious not to see it. And you don't think that they have an agenda behind the investment of all those billions to slowly buy up all the companies so that they are eventually all in the hands of a few Freemasonic elite? It has given them tremendous power because they now control the narrative. And the general public are not taught how to think. They are told what to think. Television is called programming for a reason. It is all a perception game. Anything that is on CNN, Fox News, NBC, the BBC, etc. is to teach you what to think, not necessarily what is true. That is not education. That is not news and information. That's indoctrination, which is brainwashing, which is where people only hear what they want them to believe. That's not being open and honest with the facts, and it's not genuine, unbiased journalism. Journalism is dead, I'm afraid, and critical thinking was gone a long time ago. Just like in the world of politics, and even the different brands of vaccines on offer, it is all just an illusion of choice. Because even though there are thousands of different newspapers, magazines, radio stations, TV channels, and over 2,400 different publishers, 90% of the media and sources of information, including all digital social media, such as Facebook, Twitter, Google, etc., is in the hands of only a few, who are all high-level Freemasons. The reality is that the media, Hollywood, and other movie industries and entertainment of the world belongs to the beast kingdom, where it is owned and controlled by Freemasonry. And the three main purposes of the world's media and entertainment industries, in terms of the role they play for the kingdom of darkness, is to distract, to dumb down, and to disinform. The popular culture of the music, media, and movie industries of the world are not just entertainment. They employ very effective mind control and mental programming techniques to promote the ideological content and worldviews that influences and shapes what the majority of the population think and believe, to what the international Freemasonic elite controlling the world behind the scenes want the public to believe. We now have a generation of people worldwide whose beliefs and understanding of history and all that is taking place in the world has been shaped by the television, and we have got a dangerously incorrect understanding if we think that the world's media and entertainment is harmless, because it's the most important and powerful delivery system of propaganda that influences people without their conscious awareness. The ultimate way of controlling society is to do it without them even being aware of it. As Noam Chomsky said, the general population doesn't know what is happening, and it doesn't know that it doesn't know. And Edward Bernays famously said, propaganda is the executive arm of the invisible government. The invisible government being the shadow governments, which is the Freemasonic elite who control the politicians behind the scenes like puppets. To illustrate this point, I am going to show a short video clip, which is a compilation of multiple different media stations showing the different news anchors saying the exact same thing, literally verbatim, word for word, because this is how it works. They are told what to say, to push and promote the agenda of those who own them, the few Illuminati elite that control the world behind the scenes.
Hi, I'm Fox San Antonio's Jessica Headley.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest responsibility is to serve our
Treasure Valley communities,
the El Paso, Las Cruces communities, Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But we are concerned about troubling, irresponsible, one-sided news stories
plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and
false news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish these stories simply aren't true without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
What was demonstrated in this video applies not only to the mainstream media, trying to label those who are not going with the narrative as fake news, but you could see the exact same thing in all world events and worldviews that they are promoting at any given period of time. The reason that all the many different news stations spew out the same narrative word for word is because they are all handed the same script, and it will start to make sense when you begin to realize that the top executives for the media conglomerates have connections to the Jesuit chains of Illuminati who control the entire world behind the scenes. What I have just described concerning the world's media and entertainment industries being owned by the hands of only a few at the top of the pyramid also applies to the mainstream education of the world, which is also owned and controlled by the hands of a few, which are the Illuminati. For example, in 1903, John D. Rockefeller of the Illuminati Rockefeller family created the General Education Board to dispense Rockefeller funds into education. Why? Because they are so generous donating to good causes? No. Because what they pay for, they get. And when they pull the financial strings of the education system, they get to dictate what the education syllabus covers. And the goal, just like the media, is to brainwash society and control what they think and believe. I'm not exaggerating, I'm serious. You will see for yourself the truth and reality of what I am saying as we continue through this video. Here is a 2-minute summary of how the Rockefeller Illuminati family hijacked medical universities and the medical field.
Around the same time that John D. Rockefeller seized U.S. media, he also hijacked U.S. medicine. When it was discovered that drugs could be produced from petroleum, America's top oil mogul ordered his army of propagandists to invert reality accordingly. Medicines used for thousands of years were suddenly classified as alternative, while the new, petroleum-based, highly addictive, and patentable drugs were declared the gold standard. After buying a German pharmaceutical company that manufactured chemicals of war for Adolf Hitler, Rockefeller leveraged his political influence by pressing Congress to declare natural healing modalities unscientific quackery. Rockefeller then took control of the American Medical Association and began offering massive grants to top medical schools under the mandate that only his approved curriculum be taught. Any mention of the healing powers of herbs, plants, and diet was erased from most medical textbooks. Doctors and professors who objected to Rockefeller's plan were crucified by the media, removed from the AMA, and stripped of their license to teach and practice medicine. Those who dared to speak out were arrested and jailed. When evidence began to emerge that petroleum-based medicines were causing cancer, Mr. Rockefeller founded the American Cancer Society, through which he suppressed that information. John D. Rockefeller is duly credited as the founder of the pharmaceutical industry, and the reason that medical error is currently the third leading cause of death in America. This is not an indictment against doctors. More than anyone, they are under the stranglehold of the single largest lobbying power in Washington. Every year, the pharmaceutical industry spends at least twice the amount as big oil to influence laws, policies, and public perception. Thanks to Mr. Rockefeller, the architect of American monopolies, no industry has more power over our lives than Big Pharma.
However, this does not only apply to America, but worldwide. And whilst the medical field is mentioned here as an example, this also applies to universities and education in the majority of other occupational fields as well, in the sense that it is all dominated and controlled by the international network of the Freemasonic elite. Over time, the Illuminati, who control every other aspect of society, slowly gain control of the world's mainstream education system, where the majority of education programs in schools and universities all over the world are funded, owned, and controlled by them as another vehicle of mind control in order to mentally program society with their worldview, concepts, ideas, principles, and belief systems. The education system of the world is not designed to stimulate a child's intelligence, intellectual development, and ability to think for themselves, but rather the opposite. Just like the media and entertainment industries, to dumb down and disinform, and much of what is taught in schools, especially with regards to history, is based on total, complete lies and propaganda from the kingdom of darkness. And you're going to see that in depth for yourself as we go along in this video. The mainstream education system of the world is based on the principles of the beast kingdoms of Babylon, Egypt, Persia, Greece, and Rome, which has progressively programmed people's thinking, understanding, and belief systems to prepare them for the final beast system of the New World Order and one world government of the Antichrist. Among many things, this has produced a generation of people where very few have a high IQ. The purposeful chemical dumbing down of the brain has created a society of people with a much lower IQ who are mediocre or less. And because they can't think for themselves, they are totally dependent on the government, because they can't excel as entrepreneurs in their own gifting that Abba Father called and designed for them. Because they are totally dependent, you have a mass of people who just do what they are told, and that is what they want. That is why the Illuminati, who control the world behind the scenes, have invested so many millions of dollars of propaganda money to dumb down society, in the world's education system, and in the media and entertainment industries. As the Illuminati Rockefeller family, who fund much of the education system, said, "We don't want a generation of thinkers, we want a generation of workers." In other words, slaves of the New World Order system. Since the majority of children grow up being educated in the Babylon system, they are led into a lifestyle of the Babylon system as adults in every aspect of their lives, from their thinking, belief systems, nutrition lifestyle, sleeping patterns, rest, or rather the lack of proper rest because of the drive to perform, overwork, slavery of the world's workforce system that gears a person to barely survive instead of thrive, etc. And then when they get home after work, they go to the TV for more mental programming with the media and the world's entertainment filled with spiritual filth and more propaganda and mind control as a counterfeit form of comfort and escape at the end of the day from the stress of the slavery of the lifestyle that they are in. And because the majority of people are totally dependent on the government, they believe everything that the government tells them without having the intelligence, cognitive function, and critical thinking skills to recognize the lies that they are being told and the deception that they are being led into. And what we saw happen with the media-driven mind control surrounding the COVID-19 pandemic to get the general population to accept the deadly vaccines is a typical example, and it literally worked like a charm. Where the media totally mesmerized the public, like the witchcraft and sorcery that it is. Because children in schools have not been taught to think for themselves, this has created a mass of people who go to CNN and Fox News to find out what is happening in the world and to tell them what to think and believe about it, and that is not by accident, it's by intentional design. Our belief systems need to be shaped by reading the Word of God for ourselves, while asking the Holy Spirit to give us revelation and understanding. And everything that you hear from me or anybody else, you must test against the Word of God. 1 Thessalonians 5 verse 20 to 21 says, "Do not treat prophecies with contempt, but test all things and hold on to what is good." I showed you that revision from episode 2 because it is important to understand that the mainstream education systems around the world are owned and controlled by the Freemasonic elite, such as the Rockefellers, and they dictate what is taught in school and university syllabuses and education programs. Concerning the people who serve the Babylon beast system of the kingdom of darkness, Yeshua sums it up in John 8 verse 44. You belong to your father, the devil, and you want to carry out your father's desires. He was a murderer from the beginning, not holding to the truth, for there is no truth in him. When he lies, he speaks his native language, for he is a liar and the father of lies. Remember that we are in the end times, which are days of great deception. We are living in a time of total and complete lies. In this video series, you are going to see in detail how nearly all of your history that you learned in school is lies. What you hear on the news and TV is lies. It's all lies. Many decades ago, the CIA launched a massive disinformation campaign called Operation Mockingbird, where using their corrupt control of many top news outlets, they spread false narratives and propaganda to distort public opinion and shape the mindsets of the general public based on lies and deception in order to dumb down, disinform, and distract the public from the truth. This is a quote by William Casey in 1981, who at the time was the director of the CIA. We'll know that our disinformation program is complete when everything that the American public believes is false. That not only applies to America, but the general population worldwide, who remember the Freemasonic elite view as vile, profane, stupid, ignorant cattle. Both you and I have been brainwashed with lies right from our early days in school, college, university, and by the media more than we would like to admit or even realize. A shockingly large percentage of the information that we were taught in our education years was a total lie. What we learnt in history was a lie. You'll be shocked about how much we were taught about the map and the geography of the earth is a lie. A large majority of famous revered figures who founded the basic principles of science, physics, mathematics, etc. were Freemasons, such as Isaac Newton, Albert Einstein, etc., who admitted on their deathbeds that they had intentionally taught lies and deception that keeps the general public in the dark, far away from the truth. As you saw in the revision I just showed you, they also control the education system of all medical schools, and they dictate what doctors are taught and how they are trained. And one of the reasons over 80% of diseases are incurable today is because doctors are taught lies about health and disease. And so when you are totally in the dark about what is really causing the diseases known to mankind today, you will never be able to cure those diseases if you don't know the truth about what is really causing the symptoms of those so-called diseases. All doctors really know to do today is to manage people's diseases with drugs from the Freemasonic-owned big pharma companies, and those drugs don't cure the disease, they just temporarily manage the symptoms of that disease, whilst the pharmaceutical drugs that they are taking take them into deeper bondage, both spiritually and physically, as those drugs cause more diseases down the line, such as, for example, cancer, that is then treated with more toxic, health-destroying drugs. And the pharmaceutical companies make millions in the process, as they make massive profits from people suffering who are perishing because of lack of knowledge. What you will find when you start doing some digging is that the international network of Freemasonry are intentionally causing diseases through poisoning the general population with toxins, whether that be toxins in processed foods or pesticides or childhood immunizations, etc., that lead to a whole lot of chronic diseases later in life. And then at the same time, they develop pharmaceutical drugs that supposedly treat those diseases that they have caused. Here is just one example of how it typically works, where the same people who own the pesticide companies causing non-Hodgkin's lymphoma cancer also own the companies that sell the drugs used to treat this disease.
The largest merger ever done in Germany was Bayer-Monsanto, where Bayer, which is a pharmaceutical company, merged with Monsanto, which is an agrochemical company in the United States. If you look at what Bayer makes, they make cancer drugs for things like non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. And if you look at what Monsanto makes, which is Roundup, which is the most widely used pesticide in America, the cancer that it causes is non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. They paid out $11 billion in the past couple of years for non-Hodgkin's lymphoma cases. So the companies are merging that are directly known to cause the disease with a medical company that has a treatment for the disease. Like, this is very, very dark.
This exact same pattern applies to vaccines right from the very beginning. Many people ask if they should be giving their children all the childhood immunizations. I will discuss all the evidence about childhood immunizations in the last chapter of this series. But for now, let me tell you something very important that you must never forget. There has never been a vaccine that is healthy or beneficial and which is not harmful in one way or another. And don't let anybody ever convince you otherwise. Now here's a perfect example of how you have been brainwashed. As I made the statement that there is no vaccine that is not harmful, the first thing that probably comes to many people's minds is, well, the polio vaccine worked. Polio has almost been eradicated since the introduction of the polio vaccine. That's when the lie of vaccines began, in order to mentally brainwash and pre-program the general public to be used to the concept of vaccines, in preparation for the vaccines that we are now dealing with in the end times. Here is the truth. There is no such thing as a polio virus. The symptoms of the disease labeled as polio were intentionally caused by the pesticide DDT. Just like the symptoms of the so-called coronavirus was caused by toxins such as graphene oxide, so the symptoms of the so-called polio virus was caused by toxic poisons such as the glycol phosphates in DDT. They later withdrew DDT from the market at the same time that they introduced the polio vaccine. When they stopped spraying the pesticide DDT everywhere, people stopped getting the symptoms of polio, which deceptively made it look like the polio vaccine was working. But that was a lie, a deception. The symptoms of polio started going away in people simply because the toxin causing it had been removed, which was the glycol phosphates in the pesticide DDT when they withdrew DDT from the market. And that was in 1955, and right from then was when they started brainwashing the general population with the deception of vaccines to get the general public to accept the concept of vaccines in preparation for their ultimate goal, which was the introduction of the COVID-19 vaccines in 2020 and 2021, which laid the foundational structures in place to usher in the mark of the beast, the pandemics of the end times, and ultimately using the nanotechnology and the vaccines to subjugate the general population under the rule of the Antichrist in the New World Order. The Freemasonic elite started planning for the COVID-19 pandemic 80 years ago. From the time of Hitler after the Second World War in 1945, when America imported all the Freemasonic Nazi scientists to America in Operation Paperclip. Whilst they introduced the polio vaccine in 1955, here is a movie clip from 1956, which shows you how they knew even back then about the elite's plan for the coronavirus pandemic in the year 2020.
Yes, the future certainly looks bright, but it isn't without its darker sides. According to some predictions, obesity will likely run rampant, and political corruption will become so commonplace as to be accepted. People with nothing entertaining or informative to say will broadcast their demands for attention, and once beloved performers will become pushers of snake oil. Perhaps worst of all will be the emergence of a deadly and potentially devastating disease. Think of the last time that you contracted influenza. You were likely bedridden for days, having no appetite or desire to play games. Experts predict that by the year 2020, a new virus will rise, spreading from somewhere in Asia to the rest of the world. And with international travel being available to even the most common citizen, a sickness which would have been contained in years past will quickly spread to all corners of the globe.
So that is how, long ago, they were planning the deception of the end-time pandemics and the vaccines that come with them, that are a critical part of their depopulation agenda. All vaccines have been a deception right from their inception. Louis Pasteur, who is the father of the germ theory lie, vaccines and pasteurization, was a Freemason, as you can see from this photo of him doing the Freemasonic hidden hand sign. It is claimed that in his deathbed, Louis Pasteur admitted to being a fraud who intentionally taught lies and deception to the general public. And in Rockefeller-owned and controlled medical universities, medical doctors have been trained in this lie and deception ever since. Louis Pasteur's fraudulent findings became the ultimate cash cow that made Big Pharma what it is today. Both Louis Pasteur and the Big Pharma company's owners were Satan-worshipping Freemasons who were obsessed with eugenics, causing sickness and depopulation of those populations that aren't in their Freemason, Illuminati, Luciferian death cult of billionaires and their puppets. They get you sick and profit, all the while making you fear non-existent, tiny, deadly particles that they call viruses. Pathogens like bacteria and parasites do exist, and I'll speak about that later. But viruses do not exist, as none has ever been isolated and thus proven to exist. And they don't want this truth to ever be exposed to the public, because when people realize that there is no such thing as a virus, it destroys the foundation of the lie of vaccines. If you know that there is no virus, you can't tell people that they have to have a vaccine. You don't need a flu shot, a vaccine for the flu every year. If there is no flu virus, what causes the symptoms of flu? Well, listen carefully, because this is important for you to know, so that you can understand a key strategy that I'm going to share with you at the end of this video, concerning how you can physically prepare your body to be able to cope with and overcome the onslaughts from the environment in the next pandemic. The reason that people get the symptoms of flu is not because of a flu virus. It is because of the buildup of toxins in their body. They are toxic because of living an acidic lifestyle. For example, a nutrition diet high in processed fats and processed sugars and processed carbohydrates. Processed food filled with all sorts of toxins. The body in a long-term state of stress because of toxic thinking habits such as fear, anxiety, worry, and stress. The body in a state of stress from lack of high-quality sleep at the right times, as well as lack of rest, like a Sabbath day of rest each week. All these types of toxic lifestyle habits that put the body into a toxic state where toxins are built up in the body to the point where the body is so full of toxins that your body's daily cleaning mechanisms can no longer clear the toxins out fast enough, and you get the symptoms of flu, because now your body is in overdrive to clean out the excess buildup of toxins. As Dr. Peter Glyden also says, the flu is actually the cure. It is your body detoxing. The symptoms of fever, a runny nose, etc., is the body dealing with and cleaning out the excess buildup of toxins.
We've all been hypnotized into believing that at this time of the year, it's the flu
season.
Yeah, or it's a bacterial incursion, or it's something, right? There's an external vector of something that infiltrates the body and bypasses the immune system, takes a foothold, and now you're sick. And that's what everybody thinks, and everybody's wrong. The cold, the head cold, is the cure.
It's the detox, right?
Yeah, your body has loaded to the gills with crap, usually, which is a function of people overdoing it during the holiday season. Right? Too much sugar, too much alcohol, too many carbohydrates, too many mucus-forming foods, too much stress. I mean, the holidays are stressful.
Yes.
And so all of that piles up, and then there's the weather change, right? Cold and wet days, right? And then the system can't handle it anymore. The system reaches its breaking point. The system shuts down and generates a detox protocol. You know, it's like the Starship Enterprise, right? That's the detox. Well, they didn't have a detox protocol in the Starship Enterprise, but the system is attempting to fix itself, to reboot itself. So your body spikes a fever. Why? In order to burn through toxic accumulation of crap in the body to get rid of it. So it's like you've surpassed your body's daily ability to clean itself out. And now you're in trouble, and so that's when you get sick. It's not because of a virus, it's not because of a bacteria, it's because you've had poor health choices.
There are many testimonies of people who changed their nutrition lifestyle, transitioning to an alkaline lifestyle, which involves cutting out all processed foods, minimizing acidic food like meat and dairy, and a nutrition lifestyle that, for example, has a large percentage of raw fruit and vegetables, especially green vegetables, grasses such as wheatgrass, barley green, etc., raw nuts and seeds, raw plant oils like cold-pressed olive oil, flaxseed oil, coconut oil, etc., who report that they have never had flu since because they are living clean, so there is no buildup of toxins in their body. But the big pharma companies don't want you to know that, because there is no money to be made in teaching people a healthy nutrition lifestyle that keeps the extracellular fluids around the body cells clean and alkaline, which is an environment in which it is impossible for cancer, infection, or any disease to exist. Listen to Dr. Robert Young presenting the evidence of everything that I've just explained to you at an international tribunal for justice.
So these books, the pH Miracle for Diabetes, where I did a clinical study with results on type 2 diabetes, complete reversal of 96% of all those who participated in the study. In type 1, it was a lower amount, it was only like 86%. And we're talking about participants that have been doing insulin, and I say doing insulin because you don't get diabetes, you have to do it. You do it with your thoughts, your words, your deeds. Once you understand the new biology, the new chemistry, the new physics, it literally underwrites everything you understand, and even how wonderful and courageous Dell's work is. Once he puts the other component, when he understands that the biggest fraud against this humanity, our humanity, is the fact that viruses have never been isolated. None. There is no measles virus. And once you understand the basic chemistry and biology of the fraud that they've perpetuated on the human race, and each year, if you ever thought about this, why is there a new virus every year with a new name, with a similar types of symptomologies? This all started with the Third Reich. And Dr. Enders and the so-called viruses. I write about this in one of my books. A second thought about viruses, vaccines, and the HIV/AIDS hypothesis. And I'm not alone. Those who have been brave enough, who stood up, even Peter Duesberg, Professor Peter Duesberg at Berkeley University, a friend of mine, who wrote the book Inventing the AIDS Virus, lost all of his funding at the university. When the Nobel Prize winner for discovering the so-called HIV virus gets exiled to Beijing because he's changing his mind about the existence of a virus. This is how bad things are. And this is how dangerous of a man I am. And the interesting thing is the things that I talk about are basic biology, things that you learn in Biology 101, such as identifying bacterial phages. Bacterial phages is a very simple thing to identify. But not one single virus, when Dr. Enders began using the same process to identify viruses by using a procedure which I'll show you, not one single virus has ever been isolated from those experiments. What we're dealing with here are cell fragments. So begin to get ready to have everything that you thought you knew about biology and chemistry and medicine literally be destroyed in front of your eyes. All matter being resistant. Why? Because matter cannot be created nor can it be destroyed. This earth was organized. It was with matter that was already there. When we learn in Genesis about the creation, we talk about the genesis of Earth, our planet. It was taken from other places in the universe. Matter was organized. Another important point is matter can only change its form and its function. It can never be destroyed. That is another law of physics. It's another law of the Bible that we learn. The antibiotics and the war on humanity, which are acidic waste products of fermentation, are used to kill so-called bacteria, can only change the bacteria and not kill the bacteria. This is why we have secondary infections. A secondary infection is, well, we got rid of the bacteria, now we got to figure out what to do, because now we have a yeast infection. And anyone that's taken antibiotics for a period of time will wonder, where is all the yeast coming from? Bacteria is not a species specific. Yeast is not species specific, even though biology would make us believe that it is. The unfortunate thing is many doctors do not understand this simple principle. Germs do not cause disease, period. We have been sold a bill of goods. We have been deceived. Germs are a symptom. It's an effect of a cause and effect relationship. Now, do I recognize germs? Yes. What are they? They're cell fragments. They're biological transformations of plant, animal, and human matter, which is changing form. Is it made up of the same dust that we are made up? Absolutely. These anatomical elements were defined and analyzed. And also in print, in 1999, I went to the University of Paris, to the archives, where I waited patiently for the book called The Third Anatomical Element, the Blood, written by a 19th century medical doctor by the name of Antoine Béchamp. I had in my hand Les Microzymas, a 1,000-page book, and I read no French at all. And yet, when I held this book, just its life force energy was confirming the truth. And what Antoine did, as they gave me this book, they didn't say, hey, put these gloves on. I literally turned the pages. And as I turned the pages, I would come to micrographs. And in those micrographs was his painstaking work, where he would look under a monoscope with sunlight as its light source to see images and take his pencil or his writing instrument and literally write down what he was seeing. He would draw it. And what he was drawing was what I had witnessed 5 years earlier in a type 1 diabetic that I was called in on in Dallas, Texas, because the father wanted to save this girl's life. I want to show you that video once I finish this statement here. Germs are only the expression of the degeneration of change in matter. It is important to understand that disease is a consequence of its environment, of your lifestyle, of your diet, where you live, what you think, what you believe. You do not get sick. You do sick. All of your physical, mental, and emotional sicknesses are born within you. If we blame these things on others, all we're doing is not taking the personal responsibility for our lifestyle and dietary choices. It's a scapegoat. They are nothing more than the biological transformation of human, animal, or plant matter. Such super, and I had to coin a room because Tony said, what do you call this? It's not veganism, it's not vegetarianism. You know, what do you call this? And I'm sitting there with my son who loves words, and he said, Dad, you're an alkalarian. I said, wow, I'm an alkalarian. We even trademarked the name. We own that name, alkalarian. What is an alkalarian? It's a human being that's living in harmony with nature, who doesn't eat processed foods, that only eats meat in times of famine. Why would you ever kill an animal? Or in cold, if you're freezing to death, but never. It's too toxic. It causes in chemistry and the biochemistry in the body, it causes a double loss of alkalinity. I have two hypotheses that I've based all my work on. The first hypothesis is the human body is alkaline in its design. And I changed the acronym pH, which stands for potential of hydrogen and the measurement in biochemistry, to something that people could understand. I changed that to mean perfect health. Because when you are an alkalarian, you are in harmony with nature. You do not take what is not yours. We don't have to worry about superbugs. Superbugs do not destroy us. The fraud of the flesh-eating bacteria is nothing more than a fraud. Flesh-eating bacteria is systemic poisoning. Whether it comes from glyphosates, 1080, over-exercising in the production of lactic acid, you're literally destroying that delicate, perfect health which needs to be maintained. So the first premise of my hypothesis is that the human body is alkaline in its design for perfect health. The second one is all functionality, breathing, thinking, moving. Your heart, for every beat, produces waste products. I call them, to make it simple, acidic waste products. They have exhaust. The body functionally uses life force energy in the form of electrical energy. We are electrical beings, but we produce functionally chemical waste. You cannot have cancer without lactic acid. It is impossible. Every patient we measure that has cancer has off-the-chart lactic acid loads. Everyone. Who is measuring this? We measure it. Why does that have to be stopped? Why does that have to be suppressed? We know because it changes what Dr. Neil Solomon, head of research at Johns Hopkins, after he finished his visit here, when I say here, Rancho del Sol, at my home, if Dr. Young's new biology, his science is proven, it will revolutionize the medical and biology worlds as we know them today. It literally destroys what is being taught in all of our school systems. Just a side note on this, Sick and Tired was a medical text at Morehouse College School of Medicine. And that's where I have another degree. That's 4, but it's an honorary degree. And they put me on a committee. And they said, the trustee of Martin Luther King said to me, Dr. Young, you have to be very careful. You are the Martin Luther King of the 21st century. Your message is so powerful, it destroys complete industries. When I was in China, when I lectured at Tsinghua University, after my lecture, I was pulled aside again. He said, Dr. Young, your science is incredible, but I want to say this. You are not Western medicine, you are not Eastern medicine, you are something totally different. You need to be very careful. At that time, being proud and youthful in my thinking, not having experienced the strong hand of the government, not having been charged 3 times, 1996, 1999, and then 2013, having maybe a little bit egotistical thinking, how can they ever get me? You can make up a lot of stuff. And that's what happened on July 23rd, 2013. They came in, and when I asked them what was their purpose, the head investigator said, "We are putting you out of business." We are shutting you down. So, Antoine Béchamp introduced a doctrine called the doctrine of pleomorphism. This was not found in favor at the time. Monomorphism, which means one form, one identity. You have a germ, it infects the body, and now we have a whole industry that has defrauded the humanity called the infectious disease complex. Let me show you what happens when you compromise the biological terrain. Listen carefully when you hear this video. What you're seeing here is phase contrast microscopy at about 20,000 magnification, you're seeing targeted red blood cells. None of them are very healthy. You're also seeing a rod here. You see this rod? This rod here that I'm pointing with my pointer, I don't know if you can see this or not. It's right in the center there. It's like anthrax bacteria. Not this one. This one's a little bit slower. Can you do the other one? Do you have that one? I think it's just a blank slate. Well, here's another one. Here's a one with hypha. It's got two heads. It's a rod bacteria. You can see next to it 3 red blood cells, all theoretically infected. And watch what happens as this cell transforms itself into a completely different form. This is real time, happening exactly the way it happened when I viewed it, the day that I viewed it, validating Antoine Béchamp's handwritten diagrams that took place in the 19th century that he viewed under lesser circumstances, the biological transformation of human matter that can take on different forms or provide for different functions based upon its environment. This is not a healthy environment. Now, as you look at that, what would you identify? What would the hematologist identify? They can't answer those questions because they don't study this at the university. Because if they study it and they start documenting it, it's heresy to their God. And their God is Louis Pasteur. That is their God. It's not to the truth or to the God who actually reigns in heaven, but the God of man. From that doctrine of pleomorphism, we end up focusing on not bringing harmony and balance and nature to our internal environment. We bring a war against ourselves. You see, bacteria is nothing more than a biological mutation or transformation of what used to be a healthy body cell. The question is, why? Why is bacteria born out of us? What are these macrophages that are wrongfully being identified as viruses without isolating them? Dr. Enders never isolated the measles virus. Period. Luc Montier, sitting right next to me, in Milan, Italy, exiled. I thought he came from Paris, came from Beijing. Never isolated the HIV virus. I'll talk a little bit more about that. The cure for any disease, including lung, brain, breast, pancreatic, liver cancer, will be found in its prevention, not in its treatment. You have to understand the biochemistry of the interstitial fluids of the interstitium in order to understand what is the cause of cancer. Cancer should never be used as a noun. It should be used as an adjective. It is not a thing. Current medical science has identified it as a thing so that they can treat this thing as if it invaded based upon the same fraud that was perpetuated by Louis Pasteur. Prevention and treatment. Treatment is a specific disease or change of the internal environment. This is why our success is so extremely high. And when the word gets out, the same thing that Griffith, did I say that correctly? Yes. Was talking about, when the word gets out, people start saying, what is this? What is going on? Who is this doctor? Or is he a real doctor? And what can we do to stop this? I believe my life is still at risk, but in the law of duality, there's two opposites. One is called fear, the other one is faith. Tony Robbins and others like to say that fear is an acronym that stands false evidence appearing real. The duality of that is faith. Faith is, and this is mine, first attribute in thinking healthy. When you have faith, then the powers of the angels and those protecting angels and God and His majesty, I will not die any sooner or any later until I have finished my mission. And I want to stop this madness. I want to stop the so-called good doers who think they're doing right are doing evil. You can see it in their eyes. You can feel it in their voice. Their only gratification is they got their headline off me. They published it on Wikipedia and Google, who promotes disinformation of what the truth really is. No one's going to publish my pleomorphic documents because that would cause a lot of upset in the medical community. Well, it would also cause a lot of upset in the big pharma. Why would you need drugs when all you're doing is trying to restore the perfect health of the interstitial fluids of the interstitium, which supports the blood and the intracellular fluids? So I note to this document, this picture of alkalizing nutritional therapy and the prevention or reversal of any cancerous condition. We did have that peer-reviewed. It was published. I believe it was in 2015, 2016. And it's become very, very popular. And I'm going to share a few cases in there for you as evidence of how miraculous, what a pH miracle that actually takes place. In addition, in support of Dell's work and in helping you to make a good decision in supporting what he's doing, and hopefully that will also spill over in getting this truth out, I would like to provide two papers that are published: The Possible Cause of Polio, Post-Polio, CNS, PVIPD, Legionnaires, AIDS, and the Cancer Epidemic. And the reason I did a hyphen, because I know these aren't viruses. It's mass chemical poisoning. The people in New Zealand that are doing this aren't doing it to kill the rats. The people that are doing this in India are not doing it to kill the rats. The people that are doing this in New York are not doing this to kill the rats. They are doing it to kill humanity and to wipe out the scourge of billions of people, of those who they considered, the deplorables, quote unquote, Hillary Clinton. So you asked a question of Dell about vaccinations. This is what a child in the first years of life receives in micrograms and milligrams, etc. 17,500 macrograms of phenoxyethanol, antifreeze, the first 6 years of life. 5,700 micrograms of aluminum, a known neurotoxin. Unknown quantities of bovine serum, 801.6 micrograms of formaldehyde, a carcinogen, embalming agent. 23,250 micrograms of gelatin, animal carcass soil. 500 micrograms of human albumin, 760 micrograms of monosodium glutamate, unknown quantities of Merck, MRC5 cells, aborted human babies, more than 10 micrograms of neomycin, an antibiotic with cross M bones on it, more than 560 micrograms of polysorbate 80, 160 micrograms of potassium chloride, 188 micrograms of potassium phosphate, 260 micrograms of sodium bicarbonate. That's the only one I agree with, by the way. And the list goes on. 270 micrograms of sodium borate, 54,100 micrograms of sodium chloride, it's table salt, unknown quantities of sodium citrate, unknown quantities of sodium hydroxide, 2,800 micrograms of sodium phosphate, unknown quantities of sodium phosphate, monohydrate, which are toxic to the body. Sorbitol, 32,000 micrograms. Streptomycin, 0.6 micrograms. More than 40,000 micrograms of sucrose, cane sugar. 35,000 micrograms of yeast protein. Promotes, compromises the environment, which leads to an increase of fungi. We have documented this in the blood. 5,000 micrograms of urea, metabolic residues of human urine. This is what we are injecting into our newborn babies. As I said earlier, not in this format, the only thing you prove by vaccinating your children is that if they live through it, is you just poisoned them and they survived it. There is no such thing as providing immunity or antibodies against these so-called assaults when it's not about the matter, it's about the environment around the matter. People still get sick, and I'll give you some statistics here as it relates to this, particularly measles. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because this may be information overload. This was viral existence has never been scientifically demonstrated, has never been proven. All viruses from HIV, EBV, CMV, hepatitis C, West Nile virus, Ebola, measles, Zika, polio, the list goes on and on. This is how you centrifuge for determining or demonstrating the existence of virus. This is what they talk about that they do. Now here's the fraud. They don't do it. And if they do it, they don't find a virus. So there's now over 100 years of documented history and research on the polio virus and the measles virus. Well, maybe less, 50 years, whether or not its treatment by inoculation has been successful in eradicating polio. I am suggesting in my article and in my lecture that there are significant findings based on historical and past and current research, including my own, that viral theory of polio and possibly other modern day diseases such as post-polio syndrome, and the list goes on. And other related DDT pesticides are caused by DDT-related pesticides, acidic vaccination, and other factors, including lifestyle dietary factors, rather than from one lone Pasteurian theory document to validate this theory. Look at the graph. Polio in the United States graphic timeline, 1870 to 1998. Look at when they took DDT out. What happened? Not because of vaccination. In fact, the Salk vaccination actually caused more polio. The reason why was it was because of chemical poisoning from that vaccine and any other, on top of that, the acidic condition of the interstitial fluids, which currently are unknown to modern medicine, untested by modern medicine. And so you see polio incidence and pesticide production as it rises up and as it drops down. So we're going to be seeing more incidents of paralysis. What they do, we can't have polio. We've already cured that. So we're going to put another name on it. That's what they do in the cancer business. That's what they've done in HIV. HIV will just quietly go away, and there'll be a new name for AIDS, acquired immune deficiency. Polioincitis incidence timeline from 1912 to 1970. Why is polio on the rise? Because DDT somewhere in the world is being used, and they're importing that food into the U.S. market. And if it's not DDT, it's Roundup. Glycophosphates. And they were so convinced that it was helpful, they actually sprayed it on everyone. Even children during school, they were sprayed. So here you see the polio incidence and DDT production from 1940 to 70 in millions of pounds, and what happened as that came off. Has nothing to do with the efficacy of vaccines. I want you to understand my position on this. See, once you understand there's no virus, what's the point? What are you inoculating for? So what they did, they said, well, wait a minute, polio can't come back. We have a cure, so let's call it something else. Acute flaccid paralysis, because we can't have polio. Here are the confirmed cases, suspected cases. These are all the symptoms. They sound exactly like polio. They're trying to keep the germ theory alive. Here are the cases of polio increased in the U.S. after mass inoculation in 1955 in various states. Look at the people that were vaccinated versus those who were not vaccinated. Cases of polio increases after vaccination. Wow. Up, 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 up. And then when they tainted it with SCV40, then we had an additional problem. These are all the graphs from pesticide to production that are found in my paper that has been published. Dr. Morton Biskind, who was warning against this, it was even known by 1945 that DDT is stored in the body fat in the mammals and appears in the milk. With this foreknowledge, the series of catastrophic events followed the most intensive campaign of mass poisoning in known human history. Polio was a crime against humanity. And when you go back to measles, Andrew cut down dramatically on the nutrient solution. What they did when they were doing this gradient testing for measles, they added antibiotics to the cell culture before introducing the allegedly infected fluid that had so-called measles in it. The subsequent dying of the cells were then misinterpreted the presence of also isolation of measles virus. No control experiments were performed to exclude the possibility that it was the deprivation of nutrients as well as the antibiotics which led to the cytopathic effects. I think you're getting my message here. So bacterial and viral infectious disease is an acidic condition of the body fluids. This makes it even more important that we provide the necessary tools for medical doctors, for emergency rooms, for hospitals. They have the necessary equipment to be able to test for metabolic alkalosis or metabolic acidosis in the interstitial fluids of the interstitium. And I talked about that in my talk, where we talked about the importance of this organ, which has now been claimed the largest organ of the human body. The metaphor is quite simple. When the fish is sick, you change the water. There are many scientists quietly supporting my work. We already talked about the 7 stages of acidosis. We need to educate our children about these fluids. These are the critical numbers in the prevention and reversal of any cancerous condition. Venous pH, 7.365. Arterial, 7.4. Intracellular, 7.2. Interstitial, 7.36. Bicarbonate venous, 22. Arterial, 24. Intercellular, 10. Interstitial, 24. Sodium, venous, 130. Arterial, 137. Intracellular, 100. Interstitial, 135. Urine, a pH of 7.2 or greater. If it's less than that, you are in metabolic acidosis in the interstitial fluids of the interstitium. And it's very simple. All you do is pee on some pH hydrant paper. And if it doesn't come out green or blue, you better think about what you're eating, what you're drinking, what you're thinking, and how you're living. Because if it ain't green, it ain't clean. We talked about the acidic buffers and how the stomach is the major organ for alkalinity and produces sodium bicarbonate to protect the body. This is how acid is made. But on the equation, H2O, CO2, NaCl produces what? A molecule of sodium bicarbonate plus HCl, which is hydrochloric acid. That is the equation. Focused to keep their theory alive that the stomach is a digestive organ. Folks, it doesn't digest diddly squat. Whatever you swallow comes out the same way. Let me just give you one of the cases. It's very important. I call it the white box because within the white box, which was never unveiled in court and was later burned because of private rights, even though it belonged to Simon Hudson, who brought the white box, documenting over 2 years the cure for cancer. This was never presented. He was not allowed to testify. This was the patient. This was the person who had all his medical records. He was not allowed to testify. You cannot testify in the state of California if you're not a medical doctor. If you're not a medical doctor, you can't talk about medical things. Even though it's your body, these are your records. You can't say, hey, I had cancer, I don't have it, and here's the evidence to prove it. We don't have this once, we don't have it twice, we have it thousands upon thousands of times. The proof for this. This was presented and monitored by the University of Southern California. Dr. Andy Gill, who's a respected surgeon, he wanted to know because he's tired of removing prostates that potentially would not have to be removed if this option was available for all humanity. I got to share just two people. My daughter, who was diagnosed with brain cancer, this is what she followed. We have a simple program. It works, and it's directed specifically at the interstitial fluids of the interstitium. This is published, the science on this, 59-year-old male, MRI blood tests, reveals cancer, prostate, 3 lesions, hepatitis C, and cytomegalovirus, which are basically bacterial phages, enlarged prostate, arteriosclerosis, high PSA, high Gleason score, high bilirubin, low pH, low sodium bicarbonate, 24 months of treatment, reversed all conditions. We presented that to the trustees. They brought in their actuaries. The treatment runs around $800 versus $15,000 to $30,000 a day on conventional treatment. Financially, they cannot afford to implement a program like this because if they do, they can't sustain their salaries and sustain their current budget that they have intact. So this was the blood before, this was the blood after. He did 3 biopsies. How do you identify cancer? You have to identify cancer by tissue samples. 3 biopsies taking between 16 to 18 tissue samples. No cancer anywhere in the prostate, in the uterus, all the way up to the kidneys. Tissue samples were taken. He was declared. Last one, and then I'll turn it over to you, Sasha. Thank you so much for your patience on this. Pulmonary adenocarcinoma lung cancer is responsible for 40% of all lung cancers. It is incurable. There is no treatment. If you're diagnosed with this, you have anywhere from a few weeks to 6 months. This woman came to the ranch. Sorry I haven't enough time to show you the ranch. I'd love you to see it. Diagnosed by PET scan, CT scan, no chemotherapy, no radiation, no surgery. She came to the ranch. We put her on that perfect health program. We focused on those items that I showed you briefly, which are totally non-invasive. And this is why I was arrested. I was arrested, thrown in jail, on Wikipedia it says for 3.7 years. Was in jail for 5 months. But it doesn't sound good. That's not long enough for somebody that's really breaking the law. You know, just 5 months. I agreed to that 5 months because I didn't want to go through the hell that they were putting me through. And my family said, Dad, let it go. You are not your titles. You are not your research. We love you who you are. Let it go. Your work stands for itself. We know who you are. The world will know who you are. And now, you all know who I am.
Dr. Robert Young, thank you very much indeed.
Well, one of the doctors who was trained in medicine who came to study under me, medical doctor, he has 2 medical degrees. He's not only a medical doctor, but he's also a surgeon in dentistry. So he's an oral surgeon and a medical doctor, but he specializes in oral surgery. After he spent 2 weeks with me, he said, Dr. Young, I hate you. I said, wow, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. I said, why do you hate me? He said, you just destroyed 13 years of my education in 2 weeks. I said, I don't know what to do when I go back. I said to him, I said, look, you continue to do that. You take all the good and you combine it with this, you will help so many more people. And that's what he did.
In Dr. Robert Young's testimony that he gave before the International Tribunal for Justice, you heard him say that his life has been at risk because of his pursuit of the truth of what really causes disease, and the success that he has had in helping people completely heal from diseases such as diabetes, cancer, etc., because the medical proof that he is providing threatens the multi-billion-dollar big pharma companies, whereby these industries would completely collapse if the truth that Dr. Robert Young teaches was to reach the general public on a mass scale. Are the pharmaceutical companies capable of assassinating doctors who threaten to expose the lies on which their multi-billion-dollar industries are built? Well, before talking about the coronavirus pandemic, let's just look at one example from the past. In the few years prior to 2015, there were many cancer researchers who discovered the important role that the enzyme called GCMAF plays to help a person heal from cancer. This enzyme, which is naturally occurring within the body, combines with vitamin D to activate white blood cells of the immune system called macrophages, which are then stimulated to eat up and remove tumor growths and cancer cells in the body. So GCMAF stands for globulin component macrophage activating factor. They found that reintroducing the GCMAF enzyme into people with cancer has the potential of being a universal cancer cure up to stage 2, and it also has the potential of reversing autism as well as HIV, liver and kidney disease, and diabetes. Since 1990, 59 research papers have been published on the healing effects of GCMAF, 20 of which pertain to the treatment of cancer. Research suggests that GCMAF enzyme can also cure or effectively treat Parkinson's and Alzheimer's disease and rheumatoid arthritis, as well as reduce cancerous breast, prostate, and kidney tumors. When Dr. Jeff Bradstreet reintroduced the GCMAF enzyme into the bodies of his autism patients, many of them were cleared of all their autism symptoms. Dr. Jeff Bradstreet treated 1,100 cancer patients with GCMAF and had an astonishing 85% positive response rate. Here is Dr. Jeff Bradstreet speaking about the breakthroughs that they were getting in helping people eradicate cancer up to stage 2 with the GCMAF enzyme.
Morning, David Noakes. Thanks for coming in and explaining about GCMAF. Would you like to tell us what GCMAF is and how it works?
There are 46 research papers by 107 eminent scientists that state that GCMAF is effective in 95% of cases of eradicating cancer up to stage 2. What happens is if cancer or any serious disease comes along, it will try to take down your GCMAF, and if successful, that sabotages your entire immune system, and the disease then becomes chronic and grows unchecked.
Tell us a bit more about First Immune GCMAF.
Okay, well, we extract GCMAF at First Immune from healthy human serum. And it takes quite a long time, there's quite a lot of steps involved. We do it in our own laboratory, and it goes through 6 tests, and the last 2 tests are the most interesting. We put live macrophage cells in with MCF7 cancer cells in a culture, and nothing happens. And then we add our GCMAF, and in 72 hours the macrophages have eaten all the cancer cells. And the 6th and final laboratory experiment we do is we put our GCMAF in with MCF7 cancer cells but without macrophages, and the GCMAF turns the cancer cells back into normal healthy cells. And that is the 6th and final test or assay of our GCMAF, and once it's passed those 6 tests, then we release it. But we are the only company that has the ability in our own laboratory to do these live cell assays, and it is only with these live cell assays that you can tell whether the GCMAF is active or not.
At the same time as they discovered the important role that the enzyme GCMAF plays in helping a person's immune system remove cancer cells from the body, these doctors and researchers also discovered that many vaccines contain a compound called nagalase, which is intentionally used to block the GCMAF enzyme from binding with vitamin D, which essentially blocks the immune system's ability to do its job and remove cancer from the body. And now that the immune system is deactivated, cancer can grow unchecked. One of the world's most lucrative industries is the money spent on cancer drugs, which is valued at over $100 billion. And as cancer rates skyrocket, their profits skyrocket as well. Hence the title of this article, Cancer Industry Profits Locked In by Nagalase Molecule Injected into Humans via Vaccines, Spurs Tumor Growth, Explains Aggressive Vaccine Push, like for childhood immunizations, the flu shots, etc. And it's one of the reasons that we have seen the number of people getting cancer greatly increase after the vaccines were introduced. The compound nagalase has been linked to autism as well as a host of other diseases. And so when the research and practical experience of doctors like Dr. Jeff Bradstreet come up with a natural, inexpensive, universal cancer cure that poses a threat to destroy the profitability of these highly lucrative $100 billion cancer industries and pharmaceutical industries, and which threaten to collapse the American Cancer Society, hospitals, oncology clinics, etc., that depend on their chemotherapy revenues, they will not hesitate to take those doctors out by any means necessary. So the first doctor to be assassinated was Dr. Jeff Bradstreet, who was found with a single gunshot wound to his chest, floating face down in a river. 3 days before he was shot dead, the FDA raided his home and office and took all his supplies of GCMAF and all his research, and then 3 days later he ends up dead. In an interview on the Hangman and Hangman Report, Dr. Ted Brewer went on to state that Dr. Jeff Bradstreet's work and discoveries that he made very well may have placed him in great danger and could have been the motive for his murder. But Dr. Jeff Bradstreet was not the only doctor involved in this research around the GCMAF enzyme's role in curing cancer, and the nagalase in vaccines that causes cancer, whose home got raided and who ended up dead or missing. 14 more doctors were murdered in the same month as Dr. Jeff Bradstreet, and all of them were involved in research on the GCMAF enzyme, a potential natural, inexpensive, universal cure for cancer, and who had discovered nagalase in the vaccines which was causing cancer through blocking the immune system's ability to remove cancer from the body, as well as causing a multitude of other serious diseases. This is such incredibly damning information to the entire pharmaceutical and vaccine establishment that they apparently don't want these doctors around. After Dr. Jeff Bradstreet's murder, by 2017, Big Pharma had succeeded in murdering over 60 doctors and healthcare workers who were exposing the facts, and many of these doctors' homes and clinics were raided by the FDA just before their deaths. And the interesting link between all of these doctors is that they knew what GCMAF was. You can look this up for yourself at the link shown on the screen, which details the mysterious deaths and murders of all of these doctors. On the same day as Dr. Jeff Bradstreet's murder, which was June 19, 2015, 3 doctors were traveling to the state capital to deliver some papers and were reported missing. This is the only case outside of the US. Authorities said they found the bodies, but the families say those bodies look nothing like their family members, and they are demanding more proof and more testing. 2 days later, on June 21, 2015, Dr. Baron Holt and Dr. Bruce Hendendale were found dead. On the 29th of June 2015, Dr. Teresa Sievers and Dr. Jeffrey Whiteside were murdered. On July 3, 2015, Patrick Fitzpatrick, MD, goes missing. His truck and trailer were found on the side of the road. The search is expanded, but authorities say it's as if he vanished without a trace. July 10, 2015, Dr. Lisa Riley, 34 years old, is found in her home with a gunshot wound to her head. A month to the day after the first doctor, Jeff Bradstreet, MD, was found dead with a gunshot wound to his chest, Dr. Ron Schwartz was found murdered in his East Coast, Florida home. Sadly, he was shot to death. On July 21, 2015, 2 more doctors were killed. The Freemasonic elite don't always kill people by a gunshot, by the way. They have technology where they can simply put traces of a fluid with poisons in it on the door handle of the person's hotel room or the handle of their car door or whatever, which can cause that person to die suddenly of a heart attack, or they can suddenly develop a very aggressive cancer, causing them to die within a few weeks after being perfectly healthy before that. The International Network of Freemasonry planned to assassinate President Donald Trump, and one of the ways they have planned to do it is by lacing his drink at a public function in a ballroom, which will make him have a heart attack and drop dead within minutes, making it look like he died of natural causes. Whether they will manage to follow through on those plans or not, I don't know. There are a lot of Christians diligently praying for him for the protection of his life concerning this. But I just mention this to say that shooting a person with a gun is not the only way that they assassinate people. August 12, 2015, Dr. Mary Bouvier is found slain to death in her home in Pennsylvania. December 2015, this journalist reported that they started seeing a spate of cancer researchers killed. 2 Canadian PhD researchers killed. One was stabbed in what his friends called a safe neighborhood. Another, a PhD who was a wife and a mother of 2, was hit while jogging near the beach. And so the list goes on and on. Cancer HIV researcher in Seattle, Cheryl Duber, is found dead in a culvert with a plastic bag over her head. March 10, 2016, yet another cancer researcher found dead in a field. March 23, 2016, triple homicide. Prominent holistic Dr. Henry Hahn was found murdered on his 7-acre Santa Barbara estate, along with his wife and daughter, only 5 years of age. All were shot and wrapped in plastic. I won't read the whole list to you. You can look this up for yourself at the link shown on the screen, but I think I've read enough for you to get the point. People who tried to report about these big pharma assassinations had their videos removed, and their whole YouTube channels were taken down. Did the FDA know about GCMAF and want to suppress this information? Absolutely, yes. Despite its proven benefits, GCMAF is now outlawed in the United States by the FDA. The FDA suppresses life-saving treatments and targets honorable doctors, whilst permitting some of the deadliest poisons that masquerade as medicines. The FDA is the new murder incorporated. The FDA is nothing more than a violent gang working for the big pharma criminal mafia who poison people all over the earth. Case in point, look at this photograph on the screen. This lady is Christine Grady. She is the head of NIH Bioethics. They are the company who approves drugs for the FDA. The man she is standing next to is her husband, the Freemason Dr. Anthony Fauci. The criminal who was involved in the development of the COVID-19 vaccines and who was the leader of the whole COVID-19 narrative, lying to the whole world on the mainstream media during the pandemic. The FDA has become the fake front for the pharmaceutical industries, providing an illusion of safety whilst concealing the eugenics depopulation agenda. These criminal organizations unleash poisons and disguise them as food and medicine. For many decades, the FDA-approved pharmaceutical drugs was the third greatest cause of deaths worldwide every year. But since the rollout of the COVID vaccines, this has become the #1 greatest killer of mankind, which will eventually lead to the deaths of not millions, but billions of people. It is not only about money, that's a side benefit. They are fiercely loyal to their Freemasonic New World Order agenda. These criminal pharmaceutical companies, owned and run by the Freemasons, including Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson and Moderna, are part of an industry that will murder doctors, presidents, and anyone who gets in their way, especially people who expose the dangers of their vaccines. You didn't hear on the Freemasonic-owned mainstream media, for example, that 5 presidents were assassinated during the COVID pandemic because they refused to sell out their country to the New World Order and release a bioweapon vaccine that would depopulate their people.
The presidents of Burundi, Swaziland, Tanzania, Ivory Coast, and now Haiti have all been assassinated over the last few months. 5 presidents. It's not even on the news. All 5 of them were presidents that said the vaccine would never be allowed in their country.
The president of Burundi was found dead after calling the COVID-19 a false pandemic and expelling the World Health Organization for this hoax. The president of Haiti was assassinated in his home. The president of Tanzania, who also resisted the evil Freemasonic pandemic and vaccine agenda, was found dead after being missing for 2 weeks. In the beginning of this video, I mentioned the German doctor, Dr. Andreas Nelk, who did his doctoral thesis on graphene oxide and graphene hydroxide, who was murdered in November 2021, hours after he posted that video exposing the graphene oxide in the vaccines and how they are like razor-sharp blades cutting the blood vessels and everything that they pass in the body. Some other examples of many more are Dr. Rashid Battar, who invested a lot of effort doing conferences to warn people and expose the truth about the coronavirus lie and the deception of the COVID vaccines. Another example is a doctor in Zimbabwe called Dr. Jackie Stone. And I believe an attempt was made on the life of Dr. Kerry Madej, where a small private plane that she flew in was tampered with. They had a plane crash, and she was in ICU for a while, but she has a wonderful testimony of how God brought her through it. For me personally, I am standing by faith on Psalm 91, and my confident trust is in Abba Father to protect me. Furthermore, if there are any intercessors listening, please pray for me and my protection. There are countless examples of doctors who have been targeted and murdered for trying to expose the deceptions of the pharmaceutical industries. One of the first things that they do is to target you financially, where they try to ruin you financially in some way and thus put you out of business. They threaten to take away your career through taking away your medical license, or through destroying your reputation because they own the media, and they will put out a lot of lies about you through the media and thus destroy your career through ruining your reputation. Or they try to get you put in prison by framing you for a crime that you are not genuinely guilty of, like financial fraud, or they will get one of your patients to falsely testify against you or something like that. They even go as far as paying people large sums of money to testify against you. And finally, if none of those other things work, they will assassinate you. And if they can't get to the doctor personally, they will target the family and children of that doctor. And as you saw with the doctors involved in cancer research, it is not always an assassination by gunshot. It can be made to look like a naturally occurring event, like a car accident, house robbery, or they have the technology to poison a person so that in just a few days they develop cancer or some life-threatening condition like a heart attack. Here are some extracts of Dr. Robert Young sharing his testimony at an international tribunal for justice, where he shares how much he has been targeted because of the work that he does to expose the truth in medicine, which threatens the pharmaceutical establishment and the global elite. And this testimony of Dr. Robert Young is a typical textbook example of how they have targeted doctors to attempt to prevent them from exposing the truth. And this also gives you a glimpse of the price that many doctors have had to pay in order to share the truth about what is going on in the medical field, which has been hijacked by the occult, Mystery Babylon, in order to serve the agenda of the Antichrist. Just like Paul wrote a lot of the truth of the scriptures in the New Testament whilst being held captive in prison, so a lot of the work that Dr. Robert Young has produced has been in the context of being under arrest. Here you will hear how they tried to silence Dr. Robert Young through threats and intimidation, threats to his life, and when that wasn't enough to stop him, threats to his family. They raided his home and practice. They attempted to put him out of business by destroying him financially in the midst of bogus legal battles, and they attempted to ruin his reputation through the media and various platforms on the internet. Here are just a few glimpses of what he went through.
Robert Young is widely recognized as one of the top researchers and clinical scientists in the world. He has developed his life to researching the true causes of disease, subsequently developing something known as the new biology to help people around the world reverse any sickness, any ailment, any disease, and to begin to rebalance their lives, reclaim their health and their wellness. Mr. Young is a controversial character in as much as he appears to be one of the most targeted individuals on Earth amongst the 7.5 odd billion souls that inhabit the surface of the Earth. Mr. Robert Young is probably one of the top dozen targeted individuals by the global corporatocracy, the global pharmaceutical enterprise, that element of the global pharmaceutical enterprise which appears, I say advisedly appears, to have been weaponized against humanity. And it is
take every challenge as the true goal as I move towards my ultimate goal, and that is to each one teach one, and empowering individuals so that they can take care through understanding their own bodies. Because I truly believe in this principle that it is your life, it is your body, and truly your choice. I know along the way there are powers to be that want to put impediments in the way to slow you down, and if you don't slow down, then they notch it up a few. And they gave me a warning in 1996 where I was charged with 2 counts. Those went away because there was no evidence that they could prosecute me on. And yet, not Wikipedia, I call it Wackopedia, uses that as a bullet because I learned that what the opposite side is trying to achieve is headlines. And the headlines is what they use through the media to destroy you. I didn't really get the picture, even after being on major network shows, constantly on Fox News, having been on Oprah Winfrey, having a good relationship with Dr. Oz, who told me I was on the top 10 list. He was number 7, I was number 8. As you know, he had to testify in front of Congress about his actions as he deviates away from conventional medicine to more alternative medicine thought. You notice that his program changed dramatically. So, yes, I was on that top 10 list, as Sasha referred to. I wasn't sure what that all meant, but as I saw my friends and colleagues being taken out one by one through assassination, I realized that potentially I had my life at risk. And I also realized, which I'm very, very sensitive, because I love my family. I love my children. I love my grandchildren. That if they can't get you, then they take out those who they love. And in January, one of those people was taken out. And he was a colleague and a friend. He's no longer with us. I won't mention his name, but maybe later I will. We'll see how things go. So in the sciences, people quickly come to regard as their own personal property that which they have learned and have passed on to them at the universities and the academies. If, however, someone like myself comes along with a new idea that contradicts the credo that has been recited for years and passed on to others, and in fact even threatened to overturn it, which my science does, then all passions are raised against this threat, and no method is left unturned to suppress it. People resist it in every way possible, pretending not to have heard it, speaking disparagingly of it, as if it were not even worth the effort of looking into the matter. And so a new truth can have a long wait before finally being accepted. This is Goth. I have published over 3,000 articles. I have written over 70 books. They're translated into 29 different languages. I have sold the most famous book that I watered down so the masses could understand it intentionally. is called the pH Miracle, which sells over 5 million books. People would think that I'm a very rich man, and yet, don't let your eyes deceive you. Most of what I have, I give away. In fact, my employees at the time, before we were raided our ranch, on July 23rd, 2013, over 57 armed officers with AK, I know those are probably not the right words, but what I understand, AK-47s, because they don't carry those, but something like that, came in and raided our property, and I'm going to show you what my property's like and what we do there so you understand how ridiculous this is. When the ranch was raided in July 23rd of 2013, and then my subsequent arrest on January 24th, 2014. I was at my home working with several patients. I was in the exercise room. We were rebounding, and officers came in and took myself and one of my assistants, and 3 of us were arrested that day. Well, I was incarcerated for 40 days and 40 nights. In fact, I got out the 40th day, and part of my release was that I would be under house arrest until the trial began. And in fact, the trial never started. The trial was never brought forward for about a year and a half. So I spent a year and a half under house arrest, and I mentioned that this was a time that I utilized to produce papers and publish papers in a lot of different subjects. In fact, during that time, I was able to publish over 20 different documents, articles. I later learned that the district attorney, not so much from her, but from others, were offered financial consideration for testifying against me. I have an affidavit in my possession that one of those who worked for me and worked for me for close to 17 years was offered close to $100,000 to testify against me. Now, the sad thing about all of this, when I went to the civil trial, which I believe was somewhat sponsored or a continuation of my criminal trial, they were able to orchestrate one of the largest firms and attacks on me financially to make my financial my financial situation even more dire. At the end of it, I lost. And with that, a judgment was given. It is the largest judgment that ever has been given in a California court of law as a judgment. The plaintiff was awarded $105 million. In fact, it's so unconsciously ridiculous that when the judgment was given, the judge took his hands, put them over his face, and just shook his head. I witnessed this. My family witnessed this. They were in shock. And who was in the back room? But the district attorney and their minions clapping and cheering this award. They had finally accomplished their demise, their plan of demise to put me totally out of business, something that I have to now carry for the rest of my life. I appealed that to the courts, and they, not from the appeal courts, but I filed a lawsuit to have the judgment overturned, and the judge agreed in my favor that this would be overturned unless they agreed to reduce the judgment from 105 to a ridiculous 25 million. Now keep in mind, they've already devastated me financially. And usually any judgment like this would be somewhat between 5 to 10 times my ability to pay or net worth, which isn't even close to what had happened. Millions of dollars were lost.
Dr. Young, you're the first witness in the last couple of days to bring forward you touched on the apparent murder of a colleague. That's not your word. That's my word. But that is not lost on this commission of inquiry. In fact, I can tell you that underpinning the imperative of this commission of inquiry is the recent apparent murders, assassinations of multiple natural practitioners and advocates of natural cures. Are you happy to hear that? That this commission that is an imperative underpinning this?
You're making me cry.
Oh.
Thank you for bringing the matter up early today.
I took the time to explain all of that because the general public at large is not aware of what many doctors have gone through regarding the COVID pandemic and the vaccines. A common question I heard come up at the time, when people were warned about the dangers of the vaccine and the true agenda behind it, is that they would say, surely all doctors can't be in on this conspiracy. And the answer is no. The great majority of doctors were not in on this conspiracy. In the beginning, 95% of doctors were just as clueless as the rest of the general public about what exactly was in the vaccines. The only doctors who fully know about the contents of the vaccines and who fully understand how the nanotechnology in the vaccines work are those doctors who are Luciferian Satan worshippers, who are a part of the international network of Freemasonry, and who are loyal to the Antichrist New World Order agenda, and who share the spiritual beliefs of those in the Mystery Babylon cult, including their goals for depopulation. Just the same as it is for everybody in the general public, very few doctors even know about the existence of the International Network of Freemasonry and the Antichrist New World Order agenda. So it doesn't even cross their minds that they should be suspicious of the vaccines. Because remember, they have been trained in Freemasonic owned and controlled medical universities and are not even aware of how much they have been brainwashed with lies and deception. And I mean no disrespect to any doctors by saying that. To repeat that quote by Noam Chomsky, the general population, in this case including your everyday normal doctors, doesn't know what is happening, and it doesn't even know that it doesn't know. It has taken me years to slowly unlock the deceptions that I was taught in my medical training to believe. But thank God, it is happening quicker and quicker as more and more layers of lies and deception are being lifted from my eyes, unlocking the chains of limitation around my mind from this incorrect mental programming and mind control, so that I am able to clearly see, recognize, and understand the truth. And to be honest, I have become more and more shocked as I am starting to discover, one after the other, at an accelerating rate, the great amount of lies in different areas in medicine and in life, which myself and most people in the general public have been programmed by deception to believe. Right from our early childhood years in our school education, through the media, at college and university, and through all sources of information, 95% of which is controlled by the international network of Freemasonry. You need to know and realize that the education systems belong to the Babylon beast system of the Antichrist and the kingdom of darkness. And if you are sending your children to mainstream education systems, they are being intentionally programmed for the New World Order. And if you send your children to be taught by Babylon and Rome, you can't be surprised if they become like Caesar, thinking like the world, and mentally programmed into the deceptions of the kingdom of darkness. Homeschooling has always been Abba Father's design. The responsibility to educate your children and prepare them for life belongs to the parents. But soon it will get to the point where sending your children to school is going to involve you having to bow to the Babylon beast system of the Antichrist, in the sense that your children won't be able to go to school without a digital ID and the soon coming mandatory vaccines and mandatory vaccine passports, which are the elements that eventually evolve into the mark of the beast. And what is going to happen when the next mandatory vaccines soon come into the picture is that children will be vaccinated at schools without their parents' knowledge and consent, and there will be laws in place to allow them to do that. And they will brainwash the children to report their parents to the authorities if they are not towing the line with the New World Order system, such as getting vaccines, etc., themselves. And as of 2026, we are now going into days of darkness, where it is becoming more and more blatant how the children are being taught about the things of Satan and the kingdom of darkness. Here is a short clip of what is going on in South Africa, which is a typical example of what is happening in the school systems worldwide.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here at Grant Lee School just outside Richards Bay. I've been in the school, my kids been in the school for many years. I love these teachers. They've been awesome to my children. They've been caring for them. When they made mistakes, they picked them up. But today is my child's last school day, and I'm so upset. I'm not emotional, I'm upset. I walked into the school wall, and there's some artwork being displayed from the matrics. I would like to show you, and it broke my heart. While they were busy having the ceremony of prize giving, awarding people which achieved great things, I couldn't stand in here because it felt like we were crucifying Jesus all over again. Can I show you? Just follow me. As you will enter into this display, you will see all kinds of funny things done from Satan displays, as you can see here. And this is all allowed. If you look down here, a clown being showed as Jesus, as someone is praying for Jesus as a clown. As you can see, all these work is everything is the things which has been shown of the devil. As you can see here as well, there's a clown here, and surely this is the disciples, the table of the disciples showed as a clown. And as you can see, all these pictures alles is demoniese magte, demoniese goed wat gedisplay word. En die ergste van alles, ons skool se lese was nog altyd to God be the glory. Now if this is to God be the glory, I don't know what is to God to be the glory. As you can see here, this is a Bible being torn apart. This is a Bible being torn apart by making all these kind of things. Al hierdie demoniese beelde wat uitgestal word, wat geplak is met die Bybel, wat so uitgestal is. Weer eens hier kan jy sien van 'n clown. My God is no clown. My God is God Almighty and I love Him. We need to stand up strong against these things. I want you to share this video to many people and show them what our schools are standing for. Grantley School, which I've loved so much. It's a disgrace. It broke my heart to see that you allowed this in the school. And I want to encourage parents and parents to come to the school, not to come to the school. To allow things like this. To allow things like this. As you can see, skulls with the Word of God being torn to pieces, made into all kinds of shapes and pills. As you can see, into pills. Absolutely a disgrace. Please just understand one thing. I love the school. I love the teachers. I love them. They cared for my kids for a long, long time. I honor you, teachers. But I do not honor what you allowed in the school. If things will go wrong from here onwards, it's because of what you allowed to be part of the school. If you say that our school theme and our school ethos is to God be the glory, we should not allow these things in the school, because that brings demonic powers into this place, and we will not understand what goes on. We should stand up. South Africa, we need to stand up against this. We cannot allow this. We need to stand up, raise up, and let us come and protest against the school. Let us protest against all these things. You know, if they take the Quran and they do this to the Quran, there will be war. But we as children of God want always to turn away and say, it's not for me. It's fine. I'll just walk away. Someone else will say something. You know what? No one has done anything to it. It's been standing here ever since. You know, as this awards was going on, and this person which did this artwork received many awards for the greatness of what he has done. It felt to me like I'm standing where Jesus being crucified. I'm part of the crowd. And Jesus being crucified, and the person who is crucifying Jesus being cheered up. This is exactly what happened with this person, finding these things, finding gifts and finding presents and finding trophies, while we're standing and crucifying Jesus. I'm telling you, never will it happen, and never it should happen, to allow things like this in a school. What does this teach our children about the greatness of God? What does this teach our children to fear God? What does it mean to our children to allow this, children walking past this place and see this and allowing this? May God bless us, and may God bless the school, because this children belongs to the kingdom of God which is in the school. May God protect them. Amen.
Coming back to the main topic that I was speaking about, it didn't even cross the minds of many doctors that the coronavirus was a lie, or that there is anything intentionally harmful in the COVID vaccines. Many doctors just took it at face value when the pharmaceutical companies listed the contents of the vaccines as simply mRNA, different fatty lipids like cholesterol, and sodium chloride, which is salt water. And it didn't even cross their minds that there would be any undisclosed contents in the vaccines, such as what I am providing the proof for in this video. And they just followed the information and protocols that was handed down to them in the medical institutions in which they work. And many times, doctors can be guilty of just following information that has been handed to them parrot fashion, without truly exercising their own critical thinking skills to think for themselves, to say, is the mainstream narrative really what is going on here? But that said, there were many doctors who did start to realize that the mainstream media's narrative about the coronavirus was making no legitimate medical sense. And many doctors started to realize the great harm that the vaccines were doing to people. And then they found themselves in a very difficult predicament. Because as soon as they started showing resistance, and for example, no longer wanted to advise their patients to get the vaccine, and no longer wanted to participate in injecting their patients with the vaccines, they were threatened with losing their job and their livelihood. And in that way, many doctors were intimidated into silence. But it also had a positive effect, in that it woke many doctors up to realize that something very nefarious was going on, and that the agenda behind the vaccines was not a medical one, because never before had they been threatened that if they don't give a patient a certain pharmaceutical product, they will lose their job. A close friend of mine, a medical doctor in my hometown, was threatened with prison if she warned any more of her patients about the dangers of the vaccine. And that is going to happen worldwide to doctors in the next pandemic and the mandatory vaccines that follow. They will be threatened with prison if they don't comply. And so what is the answer for doctors in this situation? Well, I just have to tell you the truth, that the days of your medical career as you know it are numbered. If you are a Christian, you are going to have to choose between your medical career and your conscience. You will have to choose between your job and your relationship with God. And I pray that the Holy Spirit gives you the strength to choose Him. It's time for a mass exodus of God's people from the mainstream medical system, which has been hijacked by the Mystery Babylon occult for the purposes of the Antichrist in the end times. Whilst many doctors were intimidated into silence for fear of losing their job and livelihood during the COVID pandemic, for some of them, their consciences couldn't take it. They could not bring themselves to inject something into a person which they knew would harm and kill them. And seeing no way out, there were several doctors who committed suicide, which is terribly sad, because when we have a close love relationship with Abba Father, Jesus of Nazareth, Yeshua the Messiah, is always our anchor of hope. And just like God made a way for Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who faced what looked and felt like a nearly impossible situation when the world was in the grip and control of Babylon, and their lives were threatened that they would be thrown into a lion's den and a fiery furnace if they did not submit to the evil demands of the Babylon system in their day. In the same way, even though the medical field has been hijacked by the occult, which is those in the satanic cult of Mystery Babylon, God has an amazing plan and purpose for every doctor and medical scientist who chooses to trust Him. Even though those doctors who refuse to participate in this genocide will eventually get kicked out of the medical system and will lose their jobs and their medical careers. But even when that happens, remember this analogy. When it's time for the young eagles to learn how to fly, the mother eagle kicks them out of the nest. forcing them out of their comfort zone so that they can learn to fly. In the same way, when you lose your job, realize that Abba Father is allowing you to be kicked out of your comfort zone because God has a higher calling and a greater destiny for you. Know that you were born for such a time as this. God destined you to be an overcomer specifically in the end times. And even though you will face great difficulties for refusing to compromise with the demands of the Babylon system in our world today, if you choose to trust Him in faith, God will provide for your practical physical needs in many miraculous ways, and He will use you in a mighty way that is more fulfilling than you ever dreamed of when you first became a doctor with the heart motive to help people. When you get kicked out the world system, your life is not over. That's when it really begins. This is when you will step into your real, God-given, heavenly medical destiny, where God will use you, if you allow Him to impact the lives of many people in a very meaningful way that will count for all eternity. When the king of Babylon said to Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego that either they bow down to his evil demands or they will lose their life in the fiery furnace, their attitude was, our life, and when we live or die, is in the hands of Yahweh Almighty. We are in covenant with Him, not with you, and He is well able to save us. But even if He doesn't, still we choose to trust Him, and we will not bow down and submit to you. And God was with them, supernaturally protecting them in the midst of the fire. And He was with Daniel, working miracles for Daniel in the lion's den. And those stories are there in the Bible, in the book of Daniel, as a message from God to His people in the end times. That just like He was there for Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, working miracles for them in impossible situations, so He will be with you in the fire of the hard times ahead. Because He promises in Hebrews 13, verses 5 to 6, God Himself has said, I will not in any way fail you, nor give you up, nor leave you without support. I will not in any degree leave you helpless, or forsake you, or let you down, or relax my hold on you. Assuredly not. So we can take comfort and be encouraged, and confidently and boldly say, the Lord is my helper. I will not be seized with alarm. I will not fear or dread or be terrified. What can man do to me? When you realize that your life, your destiny, and your livelihood is in God's hands alone, you don't have to fear anybody taking that away from you until you have finished what He has called and destined you to do in these very significant end days. And because you had the courage to stand up for the truth when it counts, you will reap the rewards of that for all eternity. As Paul said in Romans 8, verse 17 to 18, the Spirit Himself testifies with our spirit that we are God's children. And if children, heirs also, heirs of God and fellow heirs with Christ, if indeed we suffer with Him, so that we may also be glorified with Him. It's not going to be easy. We have rough and tough times ahead. We will have to pay a price for refusing to bow to the demands of the New World Order Babylon beast system. There's a lot of very difficult circumstances that we are going to have to navigate through. It's a time of unprecedented persecution in the days ahead. But all these hardships are for a short time, compared to the glory of God that awaits us in eternity, where we will be with Him forever and ever. And as Paul says in verse 18, "For I consider that the sufferings of this present time are not even worthy to be compared with the glory which will be revealed in us." For the eagerly awaiting creation waits for the revealing of the sons and daughters of God. Verse 19 is saying that all of creation is waiting with excited anticipation for the worshipping warrior bride of Christ to stand up and take your place on the world stage for such a time as this. This is the most privileged time to be alive. And in the name of Jesus of Nazareth, Yeshua the Messiah, I am sending out the shofar blast to awaken and call the doctors and medical professionals in Christ out of the world system to fulfill your destiny in this generation. This is ultimately a spiritual war for the souls of men. Earlier I told you about Dr. Andreas Nelk, who specialized in graphene oxide nanotechnology, who died in suspicious circumstances on the 26th of November 2021, just hours after publishing his latest video about the presence of graphene hydroxide in the vaccines and how it would lead to people bleeding to death. Professor Dr. Pablo Campra at the University of Almería in Spain also examined the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccines in November 2021 using micro-Raman spectroscopy and electron microscopy to see if there was any unexpected or undisclosed contents. He too confirmed the presence of graphene oxide in the vaccines and was able to demonstrate that the vaccines consist of 99.99% graphene oxide. You can download a PDF document with the results of his analysis at the link shown on the screen. Dr. Andreas Nelk and Dr. Pablo Campra's work then motivated a group of doctors in the UK to also study the contents of the COVID vaccines with Raman spectroscopy to see if it was indeed true that there was undisclosed contents like graphene oxide in the vaccines, as many doctors around the world were reporting. And this group of doctors in the UK were horrified to discover the vaccine's life-threatening contents, including graphene oxide, glass shards, toxic metals, and many of the same findings presented by Dr. Robert Young. Following their discoveries, they tried to take legal action, which I will tell you about later in this video series. As a part of the evidence that they presented to the police, they included a laboratory report with their spectroscopy findings, a toxicology report, and this medical paper with references to over 240 medical research articles showing the life-threatening toxicity of graphene oxide to the human body. This detailed report provides all the detail of the different mechanisms and chains of molecular reactions that take place inside the body cells, leading to the destruction of the body cells as a result of the graphene oxide in the vaccines. Because the graphene oxide doesn't just stay on the outside in the bloodstream and interstitial fluids, cutting and damaging everything that it passes, but the lipid nanoparticles take the graphene oxide through the cell membrane into the inside of the body cells, damaging the cell membrane as it passes through, which can cause the cell membrane to break down, which just in itself leads to death of the cell. Once inside the body cell, the graphene oxide can trigger the release of inflammatory chemicals like cytokines and chemokines, which can cause a violent inflammatory storm, especially in the lungs, heart, and brain tissue. Graphene oxide also puts the body cell into a state of oxidative stress, adding to acute lung injury and leading to the excessive production of free radicals, which is the first step in the mechanisms of carcinogenesis, which is the development of cancer. It accelerates aging and mutagenesis, which is destructive altering of the DNA in the genes. Sorry, I don't want to bore you with too much medical detail, so I'm only taking a few minutes just to give you a glimpse of how deadly graphene oxide is. Due to its small size, high surface area, and surface charge, graphene oxide possesses significant genotoxic properties, meaning it is toxic to the genes and DNA. Graphene oxide can cause severe DNA damage, for example, fragmentation of the chromosomes in the DNA strand breakages, oxidative DNA alterations, and point mutations, which means changes to certain segments of the DNA. This results in changes in gene function. And all the damage and alterations to the DNA can also trigger cancer and accelerate aging. The statistics speak for themselves. If you look at the cancer statistics of any country, you will see the number of people getting cancer has skyrocketed to unprecedented record high levels since the rollout of the vaccines in 2020. DNA damage from the graphene oxide can not only initiate cancer development, but it also threatens the health of the next generation if the mutagenic potential of graphene oxide arises in reproductive cells, which damages fertility and the health of the children in the future generations. As previously mentioned, graphene oxide is magneticotoxic to body cells, meaning that it affects the electromagnetic field around body cells in a harmful way. An example of this is the damage that graphene oxide does to the mitochondria, which are the parts of body cells that produce energy. Exposure to graphene oxide depolarizes the membrane of the mitochondria, inhibiting its activity and ability to produce energy, and eventually triggers the body cell to self-destruct, which is called apoptosis. So in this way, graphene oxide triggers 3 different kinds of cell death, caused by damage to the plasma membrane, oxidative stress induction, and damage to the mitochondria, all of which triggers the body cells to self-destruct. Apart from the COVID vaccines themselves, graphene oxide has also been found on the surgical masks that people were given to wear during the last pandemic. It's not healthy to wear masks because it doesn't allow the respiratory system to clean itself out like Abba Father designed it to, and rebreathing in your own air because of the mask exacerbates the problem. But if you decide that you are going to wear a mask, At least use material from an old piece of your own clothing or something like that, rather than these surgical masks that you buy because of the dangers of graphene oxide. Earlier, I shared about the deception of the COVID PCR tests and how they put the same nanotechnology that is in the jabs on the tip of the nasal swabs, and why they put the nasal swabs right up people's nose, where you have the best access to the blood-brain barrier. Graphene oxide has also been found on the tips of those nasal swabs, which is another one of many reasons that I've advised that you never allow those swabs near your body. In this video, which is freely available on Rumble at the link and title shown on the screen, I showed you evidence of the same nanotechnology that they put in the vaccines also in processed food. For example, you saw somebody demonstrate the presence of nanorobots in Pepsi. They have also put graphene oxide in processed food. This video shows one example.
So I was talking with a friend of mine recently, and she was telling me that our common cereals have metal added to them. I mean, I thought this was absolute rubbish, but anyway, I went down to the supermarket, bought a bunch of the common cereals off the shelf that were high in iron, and decided I would conduct a couple of experiments to see if this was indeed correct. The first things I wanted to do was to just put some of the cereal on top of a kind of bowl of water and see if I could magnetize it. So let's start with the total. So I'm going to put this in the water, and then I've got my magnet, and let's see if this actually does anything. I'm not touching it. I feel like I'm using the force. It's kind of crazy. And if I go above it, wow, it's actually stuck to the magnet. And now I'm going to put another one and let me do laps around it. It's like a little speedboat. They're dancing with each other. Is that kind of cool with the two of them? What I want to do here is to separate the iron filings, just to see if I can pull them out. So I'm going to do that by pureeing the cereal. So put that in. Man, that smells awful. Put the magnet in a bag. I'm just running the magnet around the inside of all of this, seeing if it actually picks up any of the filings. And look at that. See the black part around the magnet? That there is all the filings. So what I'm going to do now is clean this off. In theory, the iron filings should just drop off. Wow. It's kind of crazy. I can actually clean my fingers and the magnet.
That's why it's so important for the end-time bride of Christ to have a nutrition lifestyle modeled by Daniel and his 3 friends in Daniel chapter 1. We need to eat wholesome foods and avoid processed foods because the majority of global food chains are owned by the Freemasons, who are filling processed food with graphene oxide and the same toxic, evil nanotechnology that is in the COVID vaccines. And since they are also putting this nanotechnology in fruit and vegetables, like tomatoes and lettuce, that you buy at grocery stores, you need to avoid buying food at big grocery chain stores and try and buy from local farmers. And ultimately, it is really important that you start to organize your home in such a way that you can grow your own fruit and vegetables. There are ways to do it, even if you live in a city. For example, when we went to Israel, many people we stayed with grew their own fruit and vegetables in pots on the roof of their home. In the one house where we stayed in the city of Jerusalem, on their roof, which was about 10 meters by 5 meters, they were growing enough fruit and vegetables to feed 40 to 60 people. We are a generation of people who have been purposefully trained to be completely dependent on grocery stores to get our food from. And we have no clue how to grow our own food and survive by ourselves off the grid. But you need to urgently start changing that by learning to grow your own fruit and vegetables. And start storing up foods, as I explained in this video, at the title and link shown on the screen. And you need to start preparing for the reality of that very soon. I'm guessing it could potentially be as soon as within the next 2 years that people will be kicked out of the world system, where they will no longer be able to buy groceries or any food at the shops without providing proof of having taken the mandatory vaccines. And so right from now, you need to have the wisdom to start preparing for that reality. And as I said, the other reason that you need to start growing your own fruit and vegetables from right now is because they are already putting graphene oxide and the same evil nanotechnology in the COVID vaccines into the food in grocery stores as well, including the fruits and vegetables. Earlier in this video, I explained that they are relying on people having a toxic acidic lifestyle, which includes eating unhealthy processed foods that are full of toxins, so that it does not take much to push people over the edge into decompensated metabolic acidosis in their interstitial fluids that leads to the symptoms of what will look like the next pandemic. And having this knowledge and understanding is golden, because it gives you the wisdom to know how to physically prepare for the physical onslaughts that will come against your body from the environment in the next pandemic. You can be physically immune to the next pandemic that is planned by the evil Freemasonic globalist elite by starting to live a clean, alkaline lifestyle, which involves cutting out all processed foods and making sure that at least 80% of your nutrition consists of raw fruit and vegetables, raw nuts and seeds, raw cold-pressed plant oils such as cold-pressed olive oil, flaxseed oil, coconut oil, etc. When you eat clean and you make sure that you are drinking from clean water sources, your body, including the interstitial fluids around your body cells, will be metabolically clean and in an alkaline state, which makes your body's healing mechanism strong, and your body will have the capacity to fight off any physical onslaughts from the environment during the perilous time of the next pandemic. Most of us have unknowingly already been exposed to graphene oxide, for example through some of the food that we brought from big chain grocery stores. But the good news is, if you start eating clean now, it will enable your body to detox and wash out the graphene from your body until your body is back into a healthy, clean, alkaline metabolic state. So this is a part of the necessary physical preparation that you need to do so that when the next pandemic unfolds, your body is ready and prepared to handle it on a physical level. And one more time, I would like to remind you that if you took some of the COVID vaccines, you can still nullify the effects of the nanotechnology in the vaccines with a sincere, heartfelt repentance prayer, an example of which you can freely download from the homepage of our website, which gives you guidelines to address the different ways that this evil occultic technology affects your spirit, soul, and body. Through this video series, I have been showing you in depth that there is a spiritual agenda and strong demonic spiritual element attached to this occultic technology. And so, when you have graphene oxide or any of this nanotechnology in your body, after applying the blood of Jesus, Yeshua the Messiah, to your life through repentance, such as repenting for taking the vaccine and repenting for your unhealthy nutrition lifestyle in the past, after that repentance, you can take authority over the graphene oxide and other nanotechnology in your body, and you can literally command it to leave your body in the name of Jesus of Nazareth, Yeshua the Messiah. As crazy as that may initially sound to you, I've seen it work in practice. Because remember, this is ultimately a spiritual war for the souls of men. Ephesians 6 verse 10 to 12 says, "Finally, be strong in Yahweh and the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that you may be able to stand against the schemes of the devil. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the principalities and powers of darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly supernatural sphere, which is the spiritual realm." So the war is in the spiritual realm with Satan's demonic kingdom of darkness. And that is why spiritual weapons work, like a heartfelt prayer of repentance and taking up your authority in Christ. Yeshua said in Luke 10 verse 18 to 20, "I saw Satan falling like a lightning flash from heaven. And behold, I have given you authority and power to trample upon serpents and scorpions, and physical and mental strength and ability over all the power that the enemy possesses, and nothing shall in any way harm you. Nevertheless, do not rejoice at this, that the spirits are subject to you, but rejoice that your names are written in heaven." If you have accepted Jesus of Nazareth, Yeshua the Messiah, as your Savior, and you are born again, He has given you authority over Satan and everything from his kingdom of darkness. So use your authority in Christ to command this evil nanotechnology and the graphene oxide to leave your body in the name of Jesus of Nazareth, Yeshua the Messiah.